Chapter 2536. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. Just now he clearly saw that in the instant his body moved, all the lights within 100 feet to the left were the same as before. Then a few feet above his head, a faintly discernible golden thread suddenly stopped. It really is the invisible sword. And it's actually moving so slowly from 100 feet away. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman, but he's actually so guarded against me. I can only say that he's a scheming person. He of course, if not for my reputation he wouldn't be so cautious. However, it's also strange. I've clearly been hit by the spirit binding juice and my magic power is greatly depleted. Why didn't he directly attack? Why did he use such a sinister method, to act in secret? Isn't this giving me a chance to catch my breath? Xiaohua really didn't understand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that those who were used to scheming would treat scheming as their everything. Qin Jian was famous for his ambushes during the Sword Dao War and was proud of it. He didn't dare to say that this was his only method, but once he made a move the first thing he would think of was how to set up an ambush. This was already a habit. Moreover, Xiaohua's reputation was really resounding among sword cultivators. Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, Zhong Haoshuan and the others might not be comparable to Qin Jian, but they were also illusory swordsmen. Qin Jian was still quite afraid of Xiaohua. Besides, Xiaohua actually saved nearly 7,000 cultivators and opened up the Spirit Stone Mine in Flowing Ice Valley. How could the spirit binding juice be effective? Qin Jian was almost certain that Xiaohua's weak appearance was for him to see. It was a trap set up for him, waiting for him to fall for it. Since that was the case, Qin Jian naturally had to use his most proficient invisible golden thread sword as a method to kill Xiaohua. According to Qin Jian's thoughts, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily detect this invisible sword. Unfortunately, not only did Xiaohua encounter Guyu before, he also had the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye and the Hand of Karma. Qin Jian's most prideful technique was extremely clumsy in the eyes of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua even took the opportunity to consume a pill to recover his mana. After a short moment, Xiaohua moved again. Sure enough, that strand of golden thread stopped again. Puff. Xiaohua used his hand to cover his mouth and laughed bitterly. Brother Qin's spirit binding juice is truly formidable. I've rested for so long, yet I still haven't completely recovered. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Qin, for allowing me to have time to consume medicinal pills. If that's the case, please don't show any mercy when you attack later. This is a fair fight between us. Even if I die, I will die honorably. Qin Jian said righteously. Cough cough, since Brother Qin has said so, this little one really can't bear to do it. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed, and as the two of them were talking, the golden thread slowly approached again. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, the golden thread stopped again, as if it was trying to guess whether Xiaohua was paying attention. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't pay attention, it slowly moved again. However, Xiaohua's casual movement, even if it was a tremble of his shoulder or a twitch of his finger, that golden thread would stop. Only when Xiaohua didn't make any further movements, would it slowly descend. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, that invisible sword of golden thread was only a few feet away from Xiaohua's head. Seeing that Qin Jian was so cautious, Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. Suddenly he thought of fishing. It was as if the golden thread above his head was the hook and he was the big fish. The hook was trying to approach him, afraid that it would disturb him, and as the fisherman, Qin Jian had an expression as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, from Xiaohua's point of view, it was as if he was the fisherman and Qin Jian had become the big fish. Yes, fish or human or butterfly, who could say for sure. Seeing that the golden thread was already 2 feet away, the golden thread suddenly accelerated, preparing to pierce Xiaohua's head with lightning speed. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly moved again and said with a smile, "This little one forgot to say something." When Xiaohua moved, Qin Jian habitually paused and the golden thread stopped in midair. Qin Jian asked, "Little friend, what do you want to say?" Xiaohua laughed heartily and his left hand covered his head with his robe. He suddenly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique and said, "Ha, this little one forgot to say thank you." When Qin Jian saw that Xiaohua actually covered his head with his robe, he knew that the situation was not good. However, his sword technique had just been used, and the invisible golden thread sword was in a state where it could not be released, so it was impossible for him to control the flying sword as he wished. Moreover, Xiaohua wanted him to be in this critical state. The transcendence energy in his body was suddenly sent out, and in an instant, the invisible golden thread sword was covered in his robe, cutting off the connection between Qin Jian and the invisible sword. Without waiting for Qin Jian to activate his sword origin, the invisible sword was sent into Xiaohua's space. After all, the invisible sword was only invisible on the surface, and Qin Jian had not cultivated it to the level of drawing it into the void. Xiaohua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique caught him off guard. Even Taoist Jing Xi's natal magic weapon was taken away by Xiaohua, so how could Qin Jian's invisible sword escape from Xiaohua's evil clutches? Qin Jian was so angry that his arms were trembling. You're going too far. He was truly speechless. He was truly infuriated. He had schemed for so long and wasted so much time and effort, but in the end it was all for Xiaohua. Although he didn't know how Xiaohua discovered his invisible sword, and how he could accurately take it away, did he even need to ask? Qin Jian waved his hand without saying anything, and a ray of sword light shot out from his hand. Roar! A sharp wolf's howl shook the surroundings, like a hungry wolf howling at the bright moon on a full moon night. Qin Jian's sword intent is actually seeing an extremely ferocious wolf's head gradually appear in the sword light, and that bloody and murderous intent passed through the wolf's head and covered the area around Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He had participated in the battle of Dao cultivators for a long time, and had seen many sword cultivators' sword intent, such as plum blossoms, flowing water, tall mountains and so on. However, this was the first time he saw a wolf's head. Seeing the wolf's head, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Taoist Bright Sword's little deer. Damn it, Qin Jian's sword intent is so ferocious. It can't be stronger than Taoist Bright Sword, right? The wolf's head flashed, and the ferocious sword intent passed through space and firmly enveloped Xiaohua. That sword intent stirred up the ferocity in Xiaohua's heart, and waves of murderous intent repeatedly attacked Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, Xiaohua's blood vessels expanded, and the blood essence in his entire body surged as if it was about to burst out of his body. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Jian's sword intent is murderous, ferocious, and the wolf's head directly targets one's heart. This murderous intent is only an external cause, but it can actually lure out the murderous intent in this young master's heart. Qin Jian's ability is indeed superhuman. Murderous intent is human nature. Although Xiaohua could silently guard his heart and act according to the Tao of Heaven, it did not mean that there was no murderous intent in his heart. The Tao cultivator battle had been going on for close to 10 years, and the number of swordsmen and cultivators who coveted Xiaohua was truly innumerable. The murderous intent in his heart had long reached the heavens. Now, Qin Jian's ferocious wolf sword intent had instantly ignited the desire in his heart. Although he knew that it was inappropriate and already knew the intention of Qin Jian's wolf's head sword intent, it was still hard to suppress the impulse, and immediately ignited his ambition or murderous intent. Come, it's just a wolf's head sword intent. Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, the seal of the overturning sea appeared in midair. The magic power in his body surged, and a dragon's roar resounded, even more ferocious than the wolf's head. Roar! With a roar, an earthen yellow dragon shape rapidly swam in midair. With the seal in its mouth, it pounced towards the enormous sword light of the wolf's head. The seal of the overturning sea was so huge. Although the wolf's head had already expanded to several dozen zhang, it was still suppressed by the seal into a kind of flat sword light. There was even a large depression in front of the wolf's head, and the sword light inside was faintly flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. Seal of the overturning sea? Although Qin Jian already had a high opinion of Xiaohua, when he saw the seal of the overturning sea, his expression still changed. Ji, also died in your hands? Ah, Ji is not the first and you will not be the last. Xiaohua's voice was filled with wildness. The magic power in his body surged out, and the yellow dragon rushed to the front of the wolf's head, and spat out the seal like a pearl. Wung, with a sharp sound, the seal of the overturning sea once again expanded. The light around it suddenly retracted, forming a black hole. The space around the black hole was slightly distorted, and the entire black hole was pressing down on the enormous wolf's head. Roar! The wolf's head that was formed by thousands of sword lights let out a sorrowful cry. All of the sword lights were like fireflies at the end of autumn, and were instantly extinguished. Nascent soul. His strength is actually close to that of a nascent soul. Qin Jian couldn't help but groan when he saw that the seal of overturning the sea had released such a powerful aura even before it collided with the sword light. He was secretly astonished. However, this situation was also extremely normal. If Xiaohua didn't have such strength, how could he have killed so many illusory swordsmen? However, Qin Jian's eyes were also very bright. The sword energy in his body surged and he waved his hands, open. Rumble with a loud sound that shook the earth. The seal of the overturning sea collided with the thousands of sword lights, and directly scattered the wolf's head. Moreover, the wolf's head was pushed back dozens of feet before it finally stopped. This collision created a hurricane that not only completely disrupted the spiritual energy in the air, but also lifted the water in the flowing ice valley into the air. Satisfying. Xiaohua's eyes were slightly red. He was extremely satisfied with the effects of the seal of the overturning sea. Similarly, he waved his hands and shouted. The yellow dragon once again swam in the air, and the seal of the overturning sea also emitted an intense yellow light, and fell into the yellow dragon's mouth. Wung. Just as the seal of the overturning sea was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in the void where the light was extinguished. That sword light was like breathing, and it gradually grew stronger as Qin Jian activated the sword technique in his hand. After a while, that sword light was like a candle that lit up the space. The sword lights that were extinguished just now lit up one by one, and the light even spread, gradually forming a fierce wolf that was comparable to the yellow dragon. Chapter 2537. Attack. Xiaohua waved his hand. Without waiting for Qin Jian's sword intent to form, the yellow dragon on the seal of the ocean pushed the seal towards the wolf's sword intent, just like how it opened up the passage before. Roar! Qin Jian's face became serious. He hurriedly urged his sword technique. The wolf roared and actually opened its mouth, swallowing the seal of the ocean into its stomach. Seeing the seal of the ocean and the yellow dragon disappear, a powerful sealing power came from the wolf's sword light, as if it wanted to cut off its connection with the seal of the ocean. Xiaohua smiled coldly. The spell in his hand changed again. A strong ray of light came out from the wolf's stomach like a needle. Then thousands of rays of light shot out from different parts of the wolf's sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light that transformed into a huge wolf was completely suppressed by the light of the seal of the ocean. It was torn into pieces by the light of the seal of the ocean. Ha! Xiaohua laughed proudly. Qin Jian, you're only easy. Even if you have such a fierce sword intent, what's the use of it against me? Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he seemed to have forgotten about his lack of true essence earlier. He didn't even care about the magic power he was using to urge the seal of the ocean with all his strength. He didn't even care about the lack of true essence in his meridians. Seeing Xiaohua being so arrogant, Qin Jian's expression changed. Xiaohua was using true essence and he was also using sword essence. He really couldn't figure out how much true essence Xiaohua had in his body. He also couldn't figure out whether Xiaohua was a golden core or foundation establishment. Go! Qin Jian shouted. The sword light started to gather again. That terrifying wolf head appeared again. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua smiled coldly. His magic power surged. The seal of the ocean turned into a dragon again and again. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air of flowing ice valley. In the distance, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Even though no sword cultivator came to chase after them, their hearts were clenched together. However, their clenched hearts were also incomparably shocked. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts. Today they had seen Xiaohua's true strength. It was definitely a strength that overturned their original understanding. Not to mention themselves, even if they were masters, how could they reach such heights? Li Zongbao's heart was filled with bitterness. He had already overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, but now it seemed that what he overestimated was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew was nothing more than a tree in the forest. Other than being shocked, Xiao Mao was also envious and longing. He was deeply aware of the power of the dragon transformation art, but he never thought that the dragon transformation art would have such an effect. When he first met Xiaohua, he was disdainful of Xiaohua, but now Xiao Hua's height was something he could only look up to. However, he remembered that he also had the dragonization ability, which meant that he also had a path forward. Xiao Mao was extremely eager to learn it, and he might be able to reach that level in the near future. This is for sure. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. Xiao Hua's encouragement to him was far more than any encouragement in the world. All of his master's methods were also insignificant in his eyes. He knew that as long as he relied on the dragon transformation art, he would definitely be able to condense a core in the future. Or even conceive a baby. However, the two of them turned their heads almost at the same time and exchanged glances. They seemed to have realized something. Xiao Hua had always been concealing his strength. Even when he met a strong enemy, he would hide some of his cultivation. When had he ever tried to be brave like today? Could it be that his spiritual power wasn't affected by the spirit binding juice at all just now? Could it be that his spiritual power is so abundant that it can be compared to a nascent soul cultivator? The moment the two of them looked at each other, they saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Jian's scheme? The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, let's send a message quickly." At this time the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the battlefield was in chaos. Qi waves and shock waves spread out. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew that they couldn't get close, but they were also afraid of disturbing Xiao Hua's attention, so they could only do this. However, no matter how they sent a message, Xiao Hua didn't respond. It was as if Xiao Hua turned a deaf ear to everything outside the battlefield. This is not normal. Li Zongbao immediately came to a conclusion. He raised the immortal piercing whip and said anxiously, "Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. I'll go over now." "I'll go over too." Xiao Mao was naturally very anxious. The two of them had already thrown caution to the wind. Why would they care about their own lives? However, at this time the situation on the battlefield changed again. After more than 10 collisions, the huge wolf shape had already dimmed. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with just one more breath. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with ecstasy. He urged his true essence and his magic power surged into the spell that was gradually forming at his fingertips. However, at this moment Xiao Hua's meridians trembled and signs of his true essence drying up flashed by. If it was normal, Xiao Hua would have been alert. However, at this time Xiao Hua's eyes were bloodshot. He only wanted to tear Qin Jian's head off. Why would he care about such minor details? He waved his hand and a few more elixirs were sent into his mouth. He shouted, "Come, come, come. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Then the medicinal power of the elixirs was quickly refined. His spiritual power surged like waves. Just as Xiao Hua's spell was sent into the seal of Overturn the Sea, 2 rays of light flew out from Xiao Hua's left and right. One was the shadow of Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, and the other was Xiao Mao's universe ring. They turned into flowing light and rushed into the battlefield. Boom boom. Although Xiao Hua's seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's flying sword did not collide directly with the two's magical treasures, the two of them had fought for a long time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby was completely disturbed. Not only was the sword light overflowing, but the light and power of the seal of Overturn the Sea were also nearby and did not dissipate. Although the two magical treasures were used by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, when they collided with the light of the seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's sword light, they could only let out a roar. The two magical treasures were sent flying. At the same time, their primordial spirits were also heavily injured. They could not help but fly backwards for more than 10 feet. Pu-piu. 2 mouthfuls of blood essence were spat out from their mouths at almost the same time. The two of them were originally injured in the karst cave. Their spiritual power was exhausted. Now that they had just recovered a little, how could they be a match for the two of them? However, even though the two of them were dispirited in midair and barely managed to stabilize their bodies, they still had some gains. After all, they had 2 magical treasures as an external cause. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. The spiritual sense that he had left behind on the battlefield hurriedly swept outwards. When he saw the injuries of the two of them, he was slightly shocked. However, it was only a shock. The killing intent in his heart surged up again, almost unstoppable. Killing. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Everyone has killing intent in their hearts. Everyone has darkness. It's just that this darkness has always been covered by light and cannot be discovered. Even though this young master feels that he is extremely open and aboveboard, this young master is not an immortal, but only an immortal cultivator. This darkness is far from being removed. Now that there is an opportunity, a reason to trigger this darkness can't be suppressed. However, even though Xiaohua knew, even though he felt that this kind of unrestrained killing was indeed refreshing, but what was the end of the refreshing feeling, he was not clear in his heart. However, he was clear in his heart that this pleasure of killing was provoked by Qin Jian. He had already unknowingly fallen into Qin Jian's scheme. Falling into the opponent's scheme, could the ending be a rise in cultivation? Could it be a safe escape? Xiaohua hurriedly tried to think of a way to save Qin Jian. He wanted to calm himself down, but that uncontrollable impulse kept attacking him, making him unable to control his true essence. His magic power surged out again, and the seal of ocean overturning roared as it rushed towards Qin Jian's sword light. Why can't I control myself? Xiaohua was aghast and began to form hand seals again. Not good spirit binding juice. Spirit binding juice. Xiaohua suddenly had a thought in his mind. In the jade pendant it mentioned the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice, but it was not clear what it was. Could it be? This is the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Immediately, Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the calm Qin Jian in the distance, only to see the corner of Qin Jian's mouth slightly raised. He actually looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Damn it! Why does this young master have the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Why don't Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao have any aftereffects? Xiaohua was secretly surprised, but in a moment he gave the answer himself. Nonsense, the two of them just fought in the underground cave for a long time. Even if there were any aftereffects, it would have long been gone. This young master. But what should I do? Xiaohua naturally did not know that when Li Zongbao saw his martial uncle being killed by Qin Jian, the killing intent in his heart also went out of control. If not for the fact that he had already killed many sword cultivators in the cave and was firmly restrained by Xiaohua, he might also be in some danger. Xiaohua's spiritual power uncontrollably flowed into the seal of tumbling ocean. The seal of tumbling ocean overflowed with brilliance. The yellow dragon stirred the air, and it was full of yellow shadows, completely suppressing Qin Jian's sword light. Xiaohua seemed to be winning, but Xiaohua understood that he was only looking good on the surface, completely relying on the support of the elixir. He was falling step by step into the grave that Qin Jian had dug for him. Roar! Qin Jian's giant wolf took shape again, roaring towards the sky. Not only did it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it also awakened the last trace of killing intent in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's eyes were also completely red. The seal of tumbling ocean smashed towards the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf was vivid and lifelike. The sword light in its eyes revealed a kind of cunning and cruelty. It was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes, and also penetrated into Xiaohua's heart. Seeing such a vivid beast's nature, Xiaohua could not help but think of Reverend Brightsword's little deer sword intent. Like a flash of lightning, Xiaohua's mind entered the space without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Reverend Brightsword's flying sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, a cool feeling from Reverend Brightsword's flying sword entered his hand, and this cool feeling slowly but clearly rushed into his heart meridian, rushing into his body. This cool feeling was like the little deer nimbly jumping over the stream, jumping over the grass and hiding in the cave. Chapter 25:38. This coolness was like a drizzle, drenching Xiaohua's body in the scorching heat. All of his impatience, all of his killing intent, all of his boiling blood gradually calmed down. See, Xiaohua was awake. Or rather, he was awake just now, but he was unable to control himself. At this moment, his control over his body and meridians were gradually recovering. A faint soreness came from his meridians. Xiaohua let out a cold snort after some lingering fear. His meridians had been ravaged by black sand and countless spirit herbs. At the same time, he had the support of the dragon transformation art. Qin Jian's scheme was to trap him, but if he succeeded, it would not be so simple. Of course, even if Qin Jian did not succeed, what would Xiaohua be like at that time? Thinking about it, Xiaohua felt some lingering fear. At any time he could not underestimate his opponent and he could not let his guard down. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly retract his magic power and the seal of the overturning sea only hovered in the air, Qin Jian was a little surprised. However, he still urged the giant wolf to pounce on Xiaohua. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiaohua sneered and pointed his finger. The yellow dragon of the seal of the overturning sea landed on the seal. The seal suddenly expanded and smashed towards the giant wolf. The sound was still earth-shattering. Although the giant wolf was not completely torn apart like before, it was still scattered. Flying sword. Seeing that Xiaohua's defense was no longer as crazy as before, Qin Jian felt that it was a pity. He thought that the effect of the spirit-binding juice had worn off. However, when he saw the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was puzzled. At this moment, the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand flashed with a faint light. The little deer slowly walked out from the light. The little deer also emitted a faint sword light. Although the sword light was faint, it was extremely sharp. Every time the little deer took a step, the sword light would expand by 1 zhang. When the little deer walked into the air, its small head slightly raised and it even sneezed. The sword light immediately enveloped an area of several zhang around it. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, the little deer's quiet sword light pierced through the giant wolf's brutal sword intent without any obstruction. All of the killing and savagery were annihilated by the faint sword light. Sword intent? Tranquil deer? Qin Jian was dumbfounded. Why does this guy have the sword spirit of a swordsman? Where did he get it? And this sword intent is so complete, so supreme. Qin Jian was almost jealous of Xiaohua. Great. Using stillness to overcome hardness with softness. When Xiaohua saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. His heart was incomparably calm, as though he had received a baptism. That little deer looked so weak yet so agile. However, this pure feeling was precisely the nemesis of Qin Sword's giant wolf, completely suppressing it. Perhaps it's because of Reverend Bright Sword's high cultivation? Xiaohua attempted to use the flying sword to attack the Qin sword with the young deer. Unfortunately, the young deer only stayed in midair for a moment before barking at Xiaohua. It flashed again and entered the long sword. Seeing that the little deer wasn't under his command, Xiaohua felt helpless. He stored the sword into his space and used his divine sense to scan Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who had fallen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. After confirming that the two were fine, he withdrew his divine sense. "Ah, Qin Jian, you old fogey." Xiaohua laughed. "This young master's luck is at its peak. Your thousands of schemes will only be for naught. Hand over your head. There's no need to keep the bounty of my Sky Patrol city anymore." "Ignorant child." Qin Jian sneered. "Even if this old man's scheme fails, how much true yuan do you have in your body? You don't even have a golden core. Why should this old man be afraid of you?" As he spoke, Qin Jian waved his hand. The sword light that was scattered in midair gradually condensed into a pitch-black flying sword. That flying sword was extremely bloody. "Go!" Qin Jian let out a soft roar. The flying sword rushed into the air and suddenly split into two. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two flying swords. One flying sword drove the other flying sword, and the other flying sword drove the other flying sword. Flying swords were originally extremely fast, and in this way the two flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing towards Xiaohua's ribs from two sides with incomparable speed. This young master understands." Xiaohua saw that the two flying swords were piercing towards him at a breakneck speed. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. It was as though he had discovered something that he had never discovered before. Pu Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green and red flying sword flew out. It was Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng flew out and similarly split into two, like two stars rushing towards Qin Jian's flying sword. You still have a flying sword?" Qin Jian was completely stunned. When he saw Xiaohua take out a long sword with sword intent, he was already surprised. However, when Xiaohua was unable to control it, he was relieved. He knew that Xiaohua did not know anything about flying swords. However, now that he saw Xiaohua easily controlling a flying sword and splitting it into two like him, how could he not be shocked? However, Qin Jian sneered. "You're just using your spiritual sense to control a sword. How can you be a match for me, a sword cultivator?" Kill. As Qin Jian activated his sword energy, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. Xiaohua's flying sword was not slow, but it still managed to block the two flying swords. Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Qin Jian's flying sword knocked Zhu Meng away. Zhu Meng did not seem to be a match for him at all. The quality of this flying sword is better than this old man's flying sword? Seeing that Zhu Meng was knocked away but his flying sword was still intact, Qin Jian was delighted. On the other hand, Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "Alas, as expected. My flying sword can't be called a flying sword. Perhaps it can be compared to a drawing sword swordsman, but in the eyes of a real illusory sword, it is child's play. Give me your life." Qin Jian laughed sinisterly. He knew the power of his flying sword. Not to mention Xiaohua, who was only a foundation establishment cultivator, even golden core cultivators like Xia Hui and Su Bo could not block the sharpness of his flying sword. Furthermore, Qin Jian sent out 2 sword lights. Even if Xiaohua's escape technique was fast, he would not be able to dodge. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered as the 2 sword lights flew about 3 meters away from him. He casually waved his hand as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A pitch-black magic staff appeared in his hand. With 2 swings of the staff he effortlessly struck the flying swords. Bang! The flying sword shrank as if it was damaged. What? There's still a magic weapon? Just like all the swordsmen and cultivators that were killed by Xiaohua, Qin Jian could not help but ask as Xiaohua's bottom line was revealed. So what if there's a magic weapon? This old man will let you die of exhaustion in the sword array. Qin Jian sneered and opened his mouth. Pooh-pew. With 2 consecutive sounds, 2 sword lights rushed into the night sky and landed on both sides of Xiaohua like lightning. Together with the previous 2 sword lights, Xiaohua was firmly trapped in the middle. A powerful restrictive force was emitted from the 4 sword lights and revolved around Xiaohua in a mysterious trajectory. The force was like a whirlpool in the sea but also like a whirlpool in a hurricane. It firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Not only did the true essence in Xiaohua's body slowly condense, even the blood in his veins showed signs of stagnation. Oh, this is a sword array. Xiaohua originally wanted to struggle, but when he saw that Qin Jian actually used the 4 flying swords to form a sword array, he could not help but feel happy. He also had a sword array, for example the Sword of the World, which seemed to be a sword array. As for the Great 7 Stars array, he could only control it through the sword pouch. He could only drive the sword array to display a restrictive force, but he was still unable to display this kind of force similar to a whirlpool. He was somewhat curious about the sword array that Qin Jian used the 4 sword lights. After the 4 flying swords trapped Xiaohua, the cautious Qin Jian began to approach. The 4 flying swords began to revolve, but no matter how they revolved, the position of the 4 flying swords did not change. Xiaohua was trapped in the core position and did not change in the slightest. At the same time, with the rotation of the flying swords, the restrictive whirlpool also sped up. Every time the whirlpool rotated, it was like a stone mill turning a circle. The crushing force on Xiaohua's body also increased by a bit. However, when he saw the faint golden brilliance flashing around Xiaohua's body, and it did not seem to be weakening, Qin Jian understood that Xiaohua's body could withstand the power of the sword array. Hiss! Qin Jian took a deep breath. He felt that Xiaohua was like a hedgehog with thorns. No matter where he attacked, he would not be able to succeed easily. However, his 4-symbol sword array only had this kind of power. If he wanted to increase it, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate to the transformation sword realm. Rise! Qin Jian clenched his teeth and formed a sword seal with both hands at the same time. The 2 flying swords on the 4 symbols sword array flashed with resplendent sword lights. The sword lights left the body and swam around the sword array like fish, piercing towards Xiaohua, who was in the middle of the array. Xiaohua calmed down and felt the changes in the restrictive power of the 4 symbols sword array. He felt that the power of the sword array had reached a certain level and it was difficult to increase it again. He knew that the power of the sword array had reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Jian changed his move again. The 2 sword lights followed the restrictive power of the sword array and rushed towards him. Moreover, these 2 sword lights were the same as before. There was a mysterious connection between them. As the 2 flying swords flew faster and faster, they pierced towards his shoulder at a faster speed than the previous 2 sword lights. As the saying goes, the expert looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. When other cultivators saw these meteor-like sword lights, they had already panicked and were only thinking of how to block them. However, when Xiaohua's gaze swept over, he was first surprised. That's not right. There are 4 flying swords. How can there only be 2 sword lights? Xiaohua was actually very curious because he saw the interaction of 2 sword lights, which was much faster than 1 sword light. What if there were 3 sword lights or 4 sword lights? Wouldn't it be even faster than before? If that was the case, Li Xiubai's 9 stars transit was 9 flying swords. How fast would the flying swords be? Although there was no record of this in the sword slip left behind by Li Xiubai, Xiaohua felt that the 9 stars transit was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 2539. How could Xiaohua be afraid of these 2 sword lights? The sword array of Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain was many times more powerful than this sword array. Xiaohua was also leisurely strolling around. How could he put this sword array in his eyes? His shoulders trembled as he roared, "Old man, let me show you how powerful this young master is." With that said, the wishful steel staff danced in the air. Flowers bloomed and shadows of the staff appeared. Not only did it defeat the 2 sword lights, but it also broke free from the shackling power of the 4 divisions sword array. The wishful steel staff hit the 4 swords directly through the shackling power. 3 faint sword sounds were emitted from the 3 flying swords. The 4 flying swords were originally rotating in a regular manner, but now it was somewhat chaotic. Oh, why are there 3 sword cries? Xiaohua's heart moved and then his eyes narrowed as he laughed. This young master understands. This Qin Jian originally had 4 flying swords, but unfortunately the invisible sword sneak attacked this young master. This young master first broke the sword array. He used one of the flying swords to create a sword light. It seems like there are 4 flying swords, but in fact there are only 3 flying swords. Since Xiaohua had this idea, he immediately noticed the flaws of the 4-symbol sword array. He did not need to use his Dharma eye to check. The illusory flying sword followed the mother sword every time it spun, almost imitating it. The strength of this sub-sword was also inferior to the other 3 flying swords. How can this sword array imprison this young master? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he looked at the strange Qin Jian. That Qin Jian was like a hungry wolf, opening his bloody mouth wide to devour Xiaohua, this hedgehog. Who would have thought that although Xiaohua was forced to curl up, the sharp spikes on his back were so shocking, every single one of them could stab him. No wonder he could kill so many illusory swordsmen. His strength is amazing and his body is well-tempered. In addition, he also has a flying sword and has studied the flying sword technique of us swordsmen. How can we have an advantage against him? Qin Jian hesitated. Moreover, this guy has not used the phoenix celestial body that made him famous. I don't know how powerful it is. It is said that the flying technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect is also very powerful. I don't know how good this guy's lightning escape technique is. This old man. I'm afraid I'll have to see the situation today. Qin Jian had the intention to retreat, but he still did not want to give up this great situation. Just as he was thinking about how to use the secret technique again, he heard Xiaohua sneer. Such a sword array is really broken. You actually dare to use it to show off in front of this young master. This sentence ignited Qin Jian's arrogance. Ordinary swordsmen only cultivated 1 flying sword, but he had outstanding talent and obtained the opportunity to cultivate 4 flying swords. Moreover, he relied on these 4 flying swords to set up the sword array, which made him famous in the sword domain. In this sword battle, Black Phoenix Sword Sex LV Ruchong was appointed as the strategist of the battle by the sword transformation master. He originally had a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which was why he challenged the cultivators of the Dao sect at the beginning of the battle. In recent years he had been moving unhindered between the country of Xi and the country of Huan. Although he relied on countless calculations and racked his brains, this flying sword technique and sword array technique were really powerful. Not to mention foundation establishment cultivators, even if a dozen golden core cultivators were to fall into his hands, they would not be able to fight back. Whether they were dizzy from the invisible sword or trapped by the 4-symbol sword array, they would lose their lives in vain. And today Xiaohua actually said that he was trash. How could he let him breathe his last? This old man wants to see. Qin Jian sneered. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerate. Like lightning, he rushed to a spot in front of him. This place was originally where his illusory flying sword's confinement force was. If it was under normal circumstances, the invisible sword would have already confined this place. However, his illusory flying sword was half a beat slower than the flying sword in front of him, and Xiaohua just happened to fly to the place where the confinement force was not produced. How did he see the flaw? Qin Jian turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to perform the sword technique, Xiaohua covered his Taoist robe and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique again, attacking the illusory flying sword. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and a patch of fireflies was produced from the sword's light. Qin Jian's illusory flying sword was directly shattered by Xiaohua. How did this guy have magic power again? How did his magic power recover so quickly? The reason why Qin Jian hesitated was because he knew that Xiaohua had used up a lot of his magic power. Even if his methods were heavenly without magic power, Xiaohua would not be Qin Jian's opponent. However, Xiaohua did not rely too much on magic power when he controlled the flying sword and waved the wishful scepter. Furthermore, the heavenly man-body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art were constantly circulating in his body. Naturally, his magic power recovered very quickly. When the corner of the four-symbol sword array was broken, the sword array immediately collapsed and all the confinement force disappeared. Qin Jian was afraid that Xiaohua would take back his other flying swords, so he immediately performed the sword technique and the three flying swords flew far away. Go, I will let you see the power of this young master. Xiaohua did not care about the three flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. He performed the sword technique and 7 flying swords flew out. The shining sword light illuminated the night sky and surrounded Qin Jian. 7 stars sword array? Qin Jian's face showed surprise, but he was not particularly surprised. After all, he also knew about the sword array of the Lingfeng sword sect. He also knew that Ling Yunwu died in the hands of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua knew about flying swords. With Qin Jian's scheming mind, how could he not guess? However, Qin Jian was still surprised that Xiaohua could control the sword pouch. Seeing the 7 flying swords of the illusory swordsman releasing the confinement force, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slightly overflowed. It fought against the sword array, but when the confinement force of the 7-star sword array reached a certain level, it did not increase anymore. Furthermore, the 7 flying swords followed the trajectory of the 7-star sword array and did not change further. Qin Jian's heart was at ease. Ignorant child. Qin Jian sneered, you only learned a little of my sword cultivation and you dare to say that you are teaching me a lesson. With your flying swords, you can't even compare to my grand disciple's disciple. As he spoke, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slowly moved as if he was breathing. This breathing was very rhythmic, as if it was responding to the confinement force of the 7-star sword array. As he gradually synchronized with the sword array, the confinement force also began to fluctuate, matching with his sword light. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that the 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword array also began to emit sword light, matching with Qin Jian's sword light. Obviously, this was another secret manual of sword cultivation. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to retrieve the 7-star sword array. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement force of the battle was still there, he opened his mouth and the dream executioner that he had just retrieved flew out again, like a bright star entering the sword array. Childish. Qin Jian sneered. He pointed his finger and a sword light flew out from his finger, piercing towards the dream executioner. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook and turned into 2. Qin Jian was extremely disdainful. He had already seen the dream executioner's transformation. He flicked his finger and another sword light flew out to meet the enemy. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook again and turned into 4. Oh! Qin Jian was slightly surprised, but he flicked his finger again and 2 more sword lights flew out. Whoosh whoosh! The dream executioner shook again and in an instant, 16 sword lights were formed. Qin Jian was panicking. He could no longer care about the sword light around him. He swung his hands and dozens of sword lights flew out. Although he was doubtful about the power of these sword lights, he did not dare to test it out. However, what happened next made him even more dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The 16 sword lights flashed again and turned into 64 sword lights. How is this possible? Qin Jian was shocked. The sword lights around him swayed and he was like a porcupine again. Many sword lights flew out to meet the enemy. It was also at this moment that the terrifying karma power on the green and red sword light came over, causing Qin Jian's heart to palpitate. At the same time he suddenly came to a realization. Not good. Tu Hong was killed by you. Kakakaka. 64 sword lights let out a crisp sound at the same time. Qin Jian suspected that the sword lights were all empty on the outside, but the sword lights actually managed to split apart Qin Jian's sword lights. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into a bamboo shoot. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, and they flew towards Qin Jian like a flurry of arrows. No, this is not the Dao Sect's flying sword. It is also not my sword cultivator's flying sword technique. Qin Jian suddenly realized and said in shock, You? Who are you? That's right. Since he could kill a sword cultivator and a cultivator, and his divine skills were not the forte of these two sects, then where did he come from? Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua wanted to answer him, he could not. Although Xiaohua's sword lights were not as fast as Qin Jian's flying sword, Qin Jian was currently trapped in the 7-star sword formation. How could he dodge it? The 64 sword lights pierced into Qin Jian's body without any difference. Qin Jian's body was covered with sword lights, as if 64 meteors were crashing into the sea of stars. Countless waves were stirred up. However, the strange thing was that when the 64 sword lights formed by the Dream Executioner crashed into Qin Jian's body, they valiantly passed through his body and flew out from the other side. However, Qin Jian's body only swayed slightly. The sword light on his body flickered slightly, but it immediately stabilized. A cold snort came from Qin Jian. Using a flying sword to go against a sword cultivator, you are simply a fool's dream. Qin Jian is already at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. I'm afraid he will break through to the sword transformation realm soon. He should be able to transform into a sword at will. Since he can transform into a sword, my flying sword should not be able to kill Qin Jian easily. I have other plans. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, since the Dream Executioner can force Qin Jian to transform into a sword, its power is also extremely strong. I should be proud. Thinking about this, Xiaohua did not hesitate. On one hand, he controlled the 7-star sword formation to imprison Qin Jian. On the other hand, he used the Dream Executioner to stab Qin Jian. In just a few breaths of time, the Dream Executioner stabbed into Qin Jian's body again and again. Although Qin Jian could transform into a sword, every time the Dream Executioner stabbed into his body, it would also cause him harm. Especially the Dream Executioner's Xiantian metal qi and the power of karma, it gradually destroyed Qin Jian's sword heart and sword transformation realm. Qin Jian increasingly felt that transforming into a sword was not easy. Chapter 2540. Break. Qin Jian clenched his teeth. A mysterious wave emitted from his body. Qin Jian's straight body began to twist. As it twisted, the wave became more and more intense. The 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword formation were already flickering with Qin Jian's sword light. Under this wave they began to wail and shake violently. Not good. How could Xiaohua not know that Qin Jian was using a secret technique? He hastily formed a sword sign and was about to activate the sword pouch to retrieve the 7 flying swords. However, it was fine if Xiaohua didn't form a sword sign. When the sword sign hit the sword pouch also violently shook. There was a strong repulsive force from the sword pouch, resisting Xiaohua's activation. Damn it! Xiaohua was furious. The Dream Executioner flashed again and charged at Qin Jian. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that Qin Jian seemed to be invisible. The Dream Executioner charged past Qin Jian's distorted image without stopping at all. It flashed past. Attack. Xiaohua no longer hesitated. At the same time that he recalled the Dream Executioner, he used his 2 hands to summon lightning. Kachacha. In the night sky, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared and struck at Qin Jian. The huge lightning bolts struck Qin Jian's image dozens of times. However, as the lightning bolts lingered, the image quickly recovered. In fact, Qin Jian's image became even more ethereal. Haha. Qin Jian's wild laughter sounded from the image. A huge sword shape appeared from the image. This sword shape actually carried lightning. Woo! That sword light seemed to be slow but was actually fast. In an instant it was in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua had never seen such a fast flying sword. He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly formed a hand sign. It was the heaven and earth sleeve technique. However, when this technique was formed, it was as if it hit the void. That flying sword was not afraid of this restrictive force at all. It pierced through Xiaohua's hand. This flying sword is not real, Xiaohua suddenly realized. The wishful staff in his hand hurriedly flashed in front of him, wanting to block this flying sword. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to sweep the tail of the flying sword. That intangible flying sword could not be stopped from rushing into Xiaohua's forehead. Ah! The golden light on Xiaohua's forehead flickered, and the golden light protecting his body merely flickered. He didn't even try to resist. An incomparable palpitation spread from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It was as if he was facing a great crisis, a crisis that Xiaohua was unable to resist. Just as Xiaohua was about to win, he suddenly appeared. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Xiaohua's mind as the invisible flying sword pierced straight into his mind and into a mysterious part of his soul. The boom came from the soul armament protecting Xiaohua's dark clouds. It had blocked the flying sword, but the web of soul armament was reduced to nothing under the attack of the flying sword. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked. He never thought that Qin Jian would have such a soul sword technique that could directly kill a cultivator's soul. If it weren't for the soul armament he'd accidentally obtained outside of his soul, wouldn't he have already perished from that attack? You have a soul armament too? Qin Jian's voice sounded surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Countless soul strands extended out from the dark clouds and swept towards the flying sword like thousands of tentacles. The moment the intangible soul sword was entangled by the soul strands, it immediately let out a sharp cry. The resplendent sword light illuminated the entire dark clouds. Woo! The flying sword stirred up a gust of wind as it tried its best to pierce through the dark clouds. Xiaohua's soul strands flickered as he tried his best to block the flying sword. However, his soul power was simply too weak. It was only able to block for a moment before the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds. A never-before-experienced fear emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. As long as the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds, his soul would be destroyed by Qin Jian. Even if he didn't die, would the Xiaohua who lost his soul still be Xiaohua? Just as Xiaohua was facing an unprecedented crisis, Qin Jian, who was in his sword form, was also in a bad situation. A soul sword wasn't something an ordinary swordsman could use. Even Qin Jian, a third-grade illusory swordsman, couldn't use it. The soul sword used the soul energy of the body. It was something Xiaohua couldn't achieve even after many years of soul cultivation. Qin Jian had a few secret techniques and tricks, but when he used them it didn't just cost his soul but his body as well. Even an expert as strong as Qin Jian couldn't withstand the backlash of his soul power when he used his soul sword. Only when he was in his sword form did Qin Jian dare to try it. And even when he was in his sword form, Qin Jian had to pay a heavy price to use a soul sword. It could even be said that he and Xiaohua would perish together. This was something the calculative Qin Jian wasn't willing to do. He would only do it as a last resort. Just now, when Xiaohua attracted the heavenly lightning, he just happened to have a thunder cry sword. This sword was his secret weapon. He didn't reveal it because he wanted to attack Xiaohua while he was attracting the heavenly lightning. However, when the heavenly lightning struck the thunder cry sword, the enormous power of the heavenly lightning stimulated the power of his soul, and this soul sword was displayed beyond his imagination. But much to Qin Jian's surprise, Xiaohua had a soul armament and even soul force. Though the soul force he had was weak, Qin Jian waited for Xiaohua's soul to dissipate. He was already thinking of a way to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. It seems this old man was careless, but I can't remember where I was careless. Qin Jian, who already had victory in his grasp, suddenly felt that there was a flaw somewhere. It seemed that he had overlooked something when he was fighting against Xiaohua. But just as Xiaohua was about to lose all hope and Qin Jian was about to gloat over his victory, a dragon's roar echoed in Xiaohua's mind and shook Qin Jian's soul. Just as the soul sword pierced through the mysterious dark clouds, a ferocious-looking dragon head emerged. Although the dragon head's eyes were closed and it looked much fainter than the soul sword, it was still a dragon's head. A majestic aura emanated from the dragon's head. The dragon's head opened its mouth and an unparalleled force enveloped the soul sword. The soul sword was swallowed by the dragon's head without being able to put up any resistance. Then the dragon head retreated back into the dark clouds. Everything outside of the clouds returned to silence as if the dragon head had never appeared. Xiao Bai. Xiao Hua was caught off guard by the appearance of the little white dragon's soul. It was only when the little white dragon retreated back into the clouds that Xiao Hua realized what had happened. The little white dragon had saved Xiao Hua's life today, but it could also be said that the little white dragon had saved its own life. Ah! Qin Jian couldn't help but scream. The soul sword being swallowed was the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was far more painful than any physical pain. This old man will fight it out with you. After losing his soul sword, Qin Jian's soul was no longer whole. His consciousness was a little blurry. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the dragon head in Xiao Hua's soul. He didn't know how to think about such an unbelievable thing. In fact, it was extremely difficult for Qin Jian to get out of the sword form again. But after hearing Qin Jian's scream, the sword form suddenly solidified. A huge flying sword let out a loud sword cry. This cry reverberated through the 9 heavens, and a pressure comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was emitted from the huge sword. Xiao Hua had lost his phoenix celestial body. How could he resist this pressure? Xiao Hua hurriedly used his concealment technique to resist the pressure. However, he was too close to Qin Jian. The pressure was pressing down on him. Xiao Hua didn't have much true yuan in his meridians to begin with. The true yuan in his meridians was almost stagnant. Xiao Hua couldn't even lift a finger. This old man is stupid. Qin Jian's consciousness was already blurred. But when he saw this scene, he immediately knew where his mistake was. He had schemed against Xiao Hua for a long time, but he still missed the most basic of pressure. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua, who killed several illusory swords, was only at the Foundation establishment late stage. It's not too late now. Qin Jian's heart was filled with regret, but there was still hope for survival. The entire flying sword slashed down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was absorbed by the flying sword. A huge force comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator held Xiao Hua tightly. Pooh! Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the last bit of spiritual fire he could summon flew out. The moment the spiritual fire appeared in the air, Xiao Hua's fire control art spread out like a net and flew toward the giant sword. However, wherever the spiritual fire net passed, there was not a single ripple. It did not disturb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. However, the restrictive power of the giant sword was swept away by the spiritual fire net. Fight! Xiao Hua now had no spiritual energy in his body. He could only use the wind escape technique to raise his staff and fly behind the net of spiritual fire, smashing towards the huge sword. Rumble! The huge roar shook the surroundings again. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's expectation was true. Although the net of spiritual fire was powerful, it caught the huge sword and even began to burn it, but the falling momentum of the huge sword did not change. Xiao Hua swung his staff just in time. The huge sword was actually blocked by Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua was even worse. His body fell straight into the air like a meteorite. Roar! The spiritual fire ignited the huge sword, almost burning into Qin Jian's soul. His primordial spirit gradually fused with the sword spirit was awakened. While feeling the pain, Qin Jian also realized the danger. Run! This was the first time Qin Jian made such a decision since the Battle of Swords. Buzz! The huge sword light shone brightly and moved like a stream of light, flying towards the north. But just as the huge sword was flying, a cold voice came. "Old man, are you leaving? This young master will send you on your way." As the voice spoke, a pool of clear water fell from the sky, blocking the front of the flying sword. Innate primordial water? Qin Jian's primordial spirit was burned by the spiritual fire, and he could not help but scream in pain. Where do you have any spiritual energy left? Do you need spiritual energy to drive the innate primordial water? Xiao Hua flew crookedly in the air, looking extremely weak. He could only use the flying technique. But even so, the water curtain of innate primordial water changed with Xiao Hua's spell and quickly closed up, sealing the huge sword in a space. Buzz! The huge sword cried and crashed into the water curtain. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Jian an arrow at the end of its flight, but the water curtain was so tough that it not only corroded the huge sword, but also confused the part of Qin Jian's primordial spirit that crashed into the water curtain. But the strange thing was that the spiritual fire in the innate primordial water was still not extinguished, and it even showed signs of flourishing. Ha! Qin Jian obediently turned into a sword. This way you can still accompany Ling Yunwu and the others. Xiaohua's wild laughter came from the water curtain. He was really happy. The quality of this flying sword was definitely better than Ling Yunwu and the others. Qin Jian's primordial spirit was already weak and lost. He had already fused with the sword spirit more than half. When he heard Xiaohua's arrogance, he immediately thought of the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars formation. How could Qin Jian be controlled by Xiaohua after his death? The sword light on the huge sword suddenly retracted and then expanded again. The huge sword opened up with a boom, and an earth-shattering sound exploded in the innate primordial water. This was the self-destruction of a late golden core stage cultivator. In an instant the entire water curtain exploded, and the fragments of the huge sword broke through the innate primordial water and flew in all directions. At this time the sky was already bright and the sword light reflected the sunlight. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. No one would have thought that this dazzling scenery was actually the funeral of a sword cultivator. Who? A flying sword fragment brushed past Xiaohua's chin and flew away, scaring Xiaohua. Xiaohua only had time to grab one fragment before the rest of the fragments flew all over the place. There were even a few fragments that fell into the river. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and his figure slowly landed on the foot of a mountain. His whole body was numb. Damn it! I escaped from the tiger's den again. Xiaohua was extremely tired as he thought. At this moment he really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. The fight just now had really made him extremely tired. However, when the ray of sunlight from the east shone on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua stretched, clenched his hand and slowly punched out the Big Dipper magical fist. An extremely strange scene appeared. The faint brilliance of the rising sun fell on the flowing ice valley. The river water was still sparkling and it hit the mountain peak. Within the sparkling light, large and small flowing ice roared. Following the current, the sound of the waves was ear-splitting. On top of the towering mountain peak, a tall and thin cultivator was calm and composed. Every move was like a virgin and every move was like a fleeing rabbit. He didn't know how many divine wills swept past him and how many gazes were looking at him from afar. However, all the gazes flashed by and all the divine wills were gone. No swordsman's divine wills dared to linger in this place for even a moment. Even the divine wills that swept past him were anxious and cautious to the extreme. That's right, the battle between Xiaohua and Qin Jian was so powerful. Qin Jian's cultivation was close to transforming into a sword, and all the swordsmen within a dozen miles could feel his sword intent. That sword intense anger, the sword intense fear and the sword intense despair, they could all feel it. Especially Xiaohua's lightning-attracting technique, which made their hearts tremble. Terrifying Phoenix. This name was instantly imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 2541. At this moment the battle had ended. Qin Jian had turned into a sword and self-destructed. Not only was Xiaohua's innate primordial water unable to block it, but all the swordsmen within a dozen miles had sensed his determination to fall into a desperate situation through their flying swords. Qin Jian had died, but what about Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect? He was actually leisurely practicing his fists at the foot of the mountain. The indifference on Xiaohua's face and his casual fists only let them know that the battle just now was just a small matter. Although he didn't have any power or terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, which swordsman would dare to take half a step forward? A cool current flowed through his bones, and that comfortable feeling gradually overflowed within Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua closed his eyes comfortably as if he really liked this tranquil atmosphere. Big brother. An extremely respectful voice sounded. It was Xiao Mao who had flown over. Xiaohua opened his eyes slightly but did not answer. He saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao landing about 10 feet away from him, standing with their hands by their sides. They were waiting quietly. Seeing that Xiaohua was ignoring them, they did not dare to ask. After finishing a set of Big Dipper mystical fists, Xiaohua stopped and smiled. "How are your injuries?" "I took some elixirs so there shouldn't be any problems." Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao who had a complicated expression and hurriedly answered. He did not have any obstacles when facing Xiaohua, whose cultivation was extraordinary, but Li Zongbao probably had some ideas. That's good. Xiaohua sighed and said to Li Zongbao, I'm afraid that we have wasted our trip to the flowing ice valley. I originally wanted to chop off Qin Jian's head, but who would have thought that he would turn into a sword, and this flying sword? I was unable to take it down. Qin Jian self-destructed, so his storage bag and other items are probably gone. We don't have any proof, so how can we claim credit from the conference hall? Hearing Xiaohua call himself a little brother, a trace of warmth flashed through Li Zongbao's eyes. He pointed to the ground and said, things don't seem as complicated as junior brother Xiao thinks. Xiaohua looked down and saw a fist-sized piece of flesh. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Indeed, this flesh and blood was similar to a fragment of the flying sword that Qin Jian had transformed into when he had self-destructed. Xiaohua casually took it and threw it on the ground. At this moment, that fragment had turned into flesh and blood again. How strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought to himself, since Qin Jian has already turned into a sword after the explosion, it should be the fragments of the flying sword. Why did it turn into flesh and blood? However, since there was flesh and blood, there should be fragments of Qin Jian's head as well. Now that Xiaohua and the others had the basis to ask for a reward, who would care about why he escaped from the sword transformation? The heavens are helping me. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Big brother and senior brother Li, please wait here. I will go and look for them now. Xiao Mao was also overjoyed. Junior brother Xiao, rest here. I will go with Xiao Mao to search for him. Although Li Zongbao's face was indifferent, he was secretly happy. Although he did not personally kill Qin Jian, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao were in the same team as him. This merit belonged to none other than the three of them. Okay, Xiaohua did not decline. Although Qin Jian had self-destructed, his flesh and blood were only scattered within a few li. With the two's divine senses, it would be easy to find him. When the two of them went in different directions, Xiaohua released his divine senses and scanned the area within a few li. All the swordsmen who came into contact with Xiaohua's divine senses were shocked and fled. Damn it, this young master's reputation is a little troublesome. Xiaohua had a headache. He actually killed Qin Jian in front of so many swordsmen. It was impossible for his reputation not to spread far and wide. Others were afraid that his reputation would not spread far and wide, but Xiaohua was worried. Xiaohua waved the Big Dipper magical fist again. His primordial spirit that had fused with his bones swam within them. After looking at the condition of his bones, Xiaohua was the same as before. He sighed, this bone tempering is really the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Without a certain degree of polishing, there will not be any progress at all. This Big Dipper magical fist was the bone tempering technique this young master used when he had a fire attribute physique. Now it is no longer of much use. There are still so many fine orange spots. It seems that the earth crystal Yao milk cannot speed up the progress of the bone tempering technique too much. I wonder when it will reach the limit. Actually, not only was there no improvement in bone honing, there was also not much improvement in the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique. However, now that Little White had returned, he could ask Little White about the dragon transformation incantation after she recovered. Xiaohua waved his fists and legs as he thought. It was rare for him to be able to leisurely practice martial arts on the foothills. After 4 hours, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao flew back. Seeing Xiao Mao's gloomy face, Xiaohua's heart sank. He asked in a low voice, how is it? Could it be that that bastard Qin Jian really split into thousands of blood vessels and there is no trace of him left? Hee. Seeing Xiaohua's anxiety, Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed. Big brother, look. As he spoke, he took out a sword token from his storage bag. Xiaohua glanced at it and did not take it. He shook his head slightly. Even if it is Qin Jian's token, I am afraid that it is not enough to prove that Qin Jian died in our hands. What about this? Although Li Zongbao's face was cold, his eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. He reached out his hand and took out half a head from his storage bag. Xiaohua's eyebrows relaxed and his eyes lit up. This head was not complete, only half of it. But what was amazing was that this half was half of Qin Jian's face. If it was put together with the sword token, it would definitely prove the identity of this head. I also found a lot of remains. Xiao Mao laughed. If we forcefully put them together, we might be able to piece together a complete corpse. Fuck. Xiaohua finally understood why Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao took such a long time to come back. They had searched the surrounding 10 miles and other than the corpses that had fallen into the river, they couldn't find anything else. Everything else should be here. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "What about the other things?" "They're all here." Li Zongbao took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua. "Xiao Mao and I knew that junior brother Xiao might be useful so we came over. But, it might not be useful." Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua's heart that had just been filled with hope sank again. As expected, when he took the storage bag there were a lot of things inside. It might be Qingjian's or it might not be Qingjian's, but they were all tattered and not a single one was complete. The sword token and flying sword that Xiaohua wanted was also not there. Oh, this is in good condition. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. It was an extremely simple triangular object that was in tatters. He could not see its origin. Xiaohua took out the triangular object and looked at it for a moment. He could not figure out what it was, but since Qingjian's self-destruction could not destroy it, it must be extremely hard. "Item. I will take it." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. "This is all junior brother Zhao's, there is no need to ask me." How could Li Zongbao have any objections? "Thank you, senior brother Li." Xiaohua smiled and kept the storage bag. He looked around and said, "I have troubled senior brother Li about this matter. This Qingjian was also killed by Yu Mi and Xiao Mao. As for the details, senior brother will make the decision." "I know this." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao. "We obtained such a great merit out of nowhere and the rewards are also great. Xiao Mao and I will naturally have to consider carefully." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "The sword cultivators are already gathering again. My Dao sect's cultivators are also stopping in the distance. Let's go." "Wait a moment." Li Zongbao bit his lips and said, "I still have to find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse. It would be even better if I can find Martial Uncle Su Bo's corpse." This. Xiaohua frowned slightly. After all, the flowing Ice Valley's spirit stone mine was now filled with sword cultivators. Although the three of them were powerful, it would be dangerous for them to go there now. "That day, I went to the country of Xi for Martial Uncle Chu Hui's personal matters. I met junior brother Xiao and..." Li Zongbao said intermittently, "Martial Uncle took good care of me. Even the Taiching sect's Feather Immortal Gathering was promoted by Martial Uncle Chu Hui. If I can't find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. There's such a karma." Xiaohua suddenly realized that the question Li Zongbao had asked about the devil cultivators on the Thousandjiang Mountain was actually about Chu Hui. "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Li, come with me. Since junior brother Li is willing to help because of junior brother Chu Hui, junior brother will definitely do his best." After saying that, Xiaohua flew up and flew towards the place where he saw Qingjian kill Chu Hui. That place wasn't too far from here, but at this time, there were many swordsmen entrenched there. Seeing Xiaohua, this fiend, actually flying towards them, the crowd of swordsmen couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. They hastily fled. How could they still dare to stay in place? When Xiaohua landed at the foot of the mountain, he used his divine perception to search carefully. After a long while, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao flew over. "Over there." Xiaohua pointed and said in a low voice, "The corpses of the two martial uncles are here. I just don't know if the things inside are intact. Let's go over." Li Zongbao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly moved and landed at the riverside. Chu Hui and Su Bo's mangled corpses were hanging on the riverside. Their corpses were still intact and their storage bags were hanging on their waists. Obviously, after Qingjian killed the two of them, he immediately chased after Xiaohua and the others. He didn't have time to give orders, so the swordsman didn't dare to casually deal with the corpses. There are thousands of corpses. What does senior brother Li think? Xiaohua was a little dispirited and asked in a low voice. "Junior brother Xiao is tired. Let me and Xiao Mao clean them up." Li Zongbao's heart was filled with sorrow. However, this sorrow was gradually driven away by the parting love treasure mirror. He only pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 2542. No need. Xiaohua sighed, "Let's do it together." These are the brave warriors of my Dao sect. If I don't collect their corpses, I won't be able to rest easy." With that, Xiaohua flew up and flew in a certain direction. He waved his hands and all the corpses of the Dao sect cultivators fell into his hands. Then he put them into his storage bag. As for the sword cultivator corpses, Xiaohua did not touch them at all. He only collected the storage bag and flying sword. It took them more than an hour to collect the corpses. However, other than the surging river water and the occasional sweep of divine scents, no one came to disturb them. It was quite peaceful. "Let's go." After all, Xiaohua was used to collecting corpses. He was the first to fly into the air. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew over. Xiaohua waved his hand and flew to the south. After the three of them flew for a long time, the thousands of swordsmen flew out hesitantly. Some of them cleaned up the battlefield while some of them flew to other places. They should be notifying the other illusory sword division masters. Xiaohua and the others only flew for an hour. Along the way they collected many corpses of the cultivators. Then they turned to the west. Li Zongbao originally wanted to point out the direction, but when he saw Xiaohua's confidence, he knew that Xiaohua had found something. Therefore he kept quiet. Sure enough, not long after, Li Zongbao's divine sense also found that there were thousands of cultivators gathered not far away. They seemed to be waiting and planning something. When Li Zongbao and the others flew closer, these cultivators realized that these cultivators were the cultivators that Xiaohua had opened up the underground passage and rescued. When the cultivators saw Li Zongbao and the others return safely, they were all overjoyed. The crowd shouted and stepped forward to greet Li Zongbao and the others. At the same time they thanked Li Zongbao for saving their lives. At this time Xiaohua was extremely shy. He quietly hid behind Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Although he was smiling, he did not speak. "Hehe, you're welcome, you're welcome." Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew Xiaohua's thoughts, so they naturally took half a step forward and returned the greeting. The emotions of the crowd, who had just survived a calamity, were somewhat emotional. Over 1,000 people surrounded the three of them, words of gratitude ceaselessly filling their ears. A long while later, Li Zongbao waved his hand again, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said, "Today's battle at Ice Flow Valley can be considered as a setback for us. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed or injured. However, I'm afraid even more sword cultivators will perish under the attacks of these disciples. In this way we'll be able to give an explanation to the discussion hall. Right now we need to gather the remaining disciples. First, we need to deal with the future attacks of cultivators, and second, we need to see what plans we have for the future." "Yes, we understand." Among the 1,000 disciples, there were disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Those disciples of the Utopia faction were already shouting loudly. They had been driven so far away by the sword cultivators, so they didn't have the time to check on the situation at Ice Flow Valley. At this time they didn't know that Qin Jian had been killed by Xiaohua. Li Zongbao tilted his head slightly and sent a message to Xiaohua. Then he turned back to the dozens of disciples of the Utopia faction and said, "You all go to various places. There are other disciples there. After you find them, wait for us at a place more than 300 miles ahead." Yes, the disciples of the Utopia faction received the order and flew in groups of 3 to 5 to the places that Li Zongbao had mentioned. The disciples of the other factions flew forward under Li Zongbao's lead. 300 miles away, there was an ice field that was slightly higher than other places. A group of cultivators landed on the ice field. They consumed pills and adjusted their breathing and true core strength. Some cultivators flew out to patrol the area. After half a day, dozens of utmost happiness faction disciples returned. Along with them, there were close to 10,000 disciples from the three factions. Half of these disciples had followed Li Zongbao out of the Spirit Stone Mine, while the other half had followed Xie Hui and Su Bo out of the Spirit Stone Mine. Jian Boming, who was close to Li Zongbao, was also killed by the sword cultivators. "Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Xiao." Although Yi Bei of the Changbai sect did not have the highest cultivation among the disciples of the Changbai sect, he had helped Li Zongbao in the Karst Cave. Now he had gained the support of many disciples of the Changbai sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Changbai sect were protected by the sword origin, and there were more survivors than the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. Without Li Zongbao's command, he was the leader of these disciples. However, when he saw Li Zongbao and the other two, he hurried forward to salute them and thank them for saving his life. Li Zongbao hurriedly helped him up and said, "My sex martial uncle Chu Hui, your sex martial uncle Li Feiyu, and Cool Breeze Valley's martial uncle Su Bo have all fallen. When I was collecting martial uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I found martial uncle Li Feiyu's corpse and storage pouch. I will return these items to junior brother Yi." As he spoke, Li Zongbao was about to take out his storage bag. Yi Bei looked sad, but then he waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Li, don't worry. It's not safe to leave Uncle Li's body with me. Why don't you take the bodies of the 3 Uncle Xie Hui and bring them back to the Sky Patrol City?" "Fine." Li Zongbao thought for a while and nodded. Then Li Zongbao asked curiously, "Junior brother Yi, you mean, you can't go back to the Sky Patrol City with me?" Yi Bei smiled bitterly and looked at the others. He said, "That's right. We are not like senior brother Li and the 2 senior brothers Shao. We were ordered to attack the spiritual stone mine in the flowing ice valley. It would be best if we could conquer it. Even if we couldn't, we had to find out the strength of the swordsman in the flowing ice valley. Then we had to wait for further orders in the flowing ice valley. Just now, when I received your message, I had already sent the disciples of my faction, and the disciples of your faction and the Cool Breeze Valley according to the previous arrangement. We just need to wait for orders." "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He understood that there were further arrangements in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City. However, he had not heard Chu Hui mention it. Apparently, Chu Hui did not intend to leave Li Zongbao there. After all, Li Zongbao's purpose was to kill Qin Jian. Alas, it was supposed to be a smooth attack. Yi Bei looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and taking elixirs to adjust their qi circulation. He sighed and said, "But who knew that there would be so many twists and turns? First, we were at a disadvantage. When the 3 senior brothers turned the tide, we encountered the spirit-binding juice. After the 3 senior brothers used their divine skills to rescue us from the underground karst cave, we actually met the fiend Qin Jian. Not to mention the death of the 3 Gold Core Realm seniors, the 3 factions lost thousands of disciples. There were more than 30,000 disciples who attacked the flowing ice valley that day. Today there are only about 10,000 disciples left." Then Yi Bei looked at the distant sky. There were already some dark clouds. He said worriedly, "This place is still close to the flowing ice valley. If Qin Jian chases after us, it will be inappropriate. Let's retreat. According to the plan, there will be disciples from the Sky Patrol City hundreds of miles ahead." Speaking of this, Yi Bei hesitated again. "By the way, if we retreat and attract Qin Jian's attention, it will be inappropriate to lead the swordsman there." "Haha, don't worry," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "I'm afraid that Qin Jian will not be able to catch up with us in this lifetime." "Ah." Yi Bei was stunned and then he was overjoyed. He looked at Li Zongbao in disbelief and said hurriedly, "Senior brother Li, what does senior brother Xiao mean?" "That's right. Qin Jian was seriously injured under the fierce attacks of martial uncle Chu Hui and martial uncle Su Bo. He chased after the 3 of us, but he fell into my trap. Junior brother Xiao and I joined forces to kill him. This is considered as revenge for the 3 martial uncles," Li Zongbao said calmly. Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. Everyone was like Yi Bei, looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao in disbelief. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. Li Zongbao looked at the demoralized cultivators. He clapped his hands and took out half of Qin Jian's head. He raised his hands and said, "Look. Qin Jian's dog head is in my hands. My fellow cultivators, the senior brothers and junior brothers who died in the flowing ice valley can rest in peace." Boom. The crowd could not help but murmur. The whole place was in chaos. All the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. The demoralized cultivators were suddenly reignited. Senior brother Li's cultivation is really high. He has really made our Utopia faction proud. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted at the side. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also clamored. "Senior brother Xiao Hua, senior brother Xiao Mao's cultivation is really high. I admire you so much." Li Zongbao watched the crowd clamor as all the flattering words flowed past his ears. Moments later, he kept Qin Jian's head into his storage bag and said in a clear voice, "Qin Jian's cultivation is indeed extraordinary and the ambush he set up is also formidable. However, he was still unable to escape from the magical treasures of our Dao sect disciples. We are merely at the advanced foundation establishment stage and we are able to kill him. There is no need for the Jindan stage elders in the discussion hall to act. What does this mean? The swordsmen will lose and we cultivators will win. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted. Exactly. Li Zongbao raised his hand and shouted, "Kill Qingjian, kill the sword cultivators, kill our way through the sword catacomb and kill our way into the Hung country. Our Dao sect will win. Kill Qingjian, our Dao sect will win." Li Zongbao's words were really well received. All the cultivators raised their arms and shouted. The shouts of more than 10,000 cultivators resounded through the heavens and earth. Even though there was no echo in the snowfield, the momentum was really shocking. Damn it! Even though Xiao Hua was a little depressed after the big battle, he was instantly infected by the cheers of the 10,000 cultivators. He was a little excited. The crowd waited for the time it took to eat a meal before Li Zongbao calmed them down. After they calmed down a little, they arranged themselves according to the division of their sects and the arrangement of their teams. They formed a certain formation to rest and adjust their breathing. The other 3 sects, other than Yi Bei of the Changbai sect, chose another 2 disciples to be the commanders. Chapter 2543. Qin Jian was killed and the sword cultivators in the spiritual stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley were also injured. The swordsmen won't come after us. Li Zongbao saw that the situation was stable and said, "Junior brothers Xiao and I will not stay here any longer. We'll leave the tens of thousands of disciples to you. Junior brothers, please discuss things carefully and don't be impulsive." "Yes, we understand." Yi Bei looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Senior brother Li, don't worry. Since there are follow-up arrangements in the meeting hall, we won't have to wait here for too long. Besides, senior brother Li and the 2 senior brothers Xiao have killed Qin Jian. Even if you're not here, the sword cultivators won't dare to attack." "That's true. Junior brother Ye's words make sense." Thinking of Xiao Hua standing in Flowing Ice Valley, the sword cultivators all retreated. The swordsmen didn't know that the 3 of them had left, so they wouldn't dare to attack. Li Zongbao nodded and replied, "In that case we'll return to Sky Patrol City. You better be careful." "Yes, farewell senior brothers." The 3 elders in the later stage of foundation establishment had white hair and beards, but they didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the 3 people who could kill Qin Jian. They bowed and sent them off. Seeing the 3 of them fly away, the cultivators' eyes were filled with admiration. At the same time, the sense of security they had just gained faded away. Xiao Hua and the other 2 flew back to Sky Patrol City from Flowing Ice Valley. In just 2 days they met 3 groups of Taoist cultivators who were heading towards Huan Kingdom. They were disciples from Meng Kingdom and Lian Kingdom. There were many of them, and the cultivators who led the group were in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that they were going to make a final attack on the swordsmen of Huan Kingdom. Li Zongbao also found out that one of the groups was heading toward the Flowing Ice Valley. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley were with them. As for how to attack and where to attack, Li Zongbao didn't ask much. Apparently, the middle-stage Golden Core Realm Master who was leading the group wouldn't tell them. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua was surprised and whispered, "Senior brother Li, I feel that something is wrong." "What?" Li Zongbao asked. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua muttered, "I remember that when we were on our way here, we met many Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels varied, they seemed to be obstructing us. However, when we returned to Sky Patrol City today, we did not meet any swordsmen. It's really strange." Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Can't you see that the Dao sect cultivators have already gathered in groups and are about to launch a fierce attack on the sword cultivators? Our Dao sect's cultivators do not hide their tracks, and I'm sure that they have already detected us. Therefore they must have gathered and prepared to face the enemy. Therefore there are very few disciples patrolling the area and I don't even see them. Perhaps, after this battle, according to the changes in the battlefield, there will be other unforeseen events." Xiao Hua was skeptical, but he knew that he was not as good as Li Zongbao in this aspect, so he did not ask any more questions. On the return journey, Xiao Mao continued to operate the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes deep in thought as if he was thinking of something, but also as if he was concentrating on comprehending something. As for Li Zongbao, after seeing Xiaohua's true strength, he spoke even less than before. However, his attitude towards Xiaohua was not overly respectful because of this. He said what he should say and also called him junior brother Xiao. After more than 10 days, the Sky Patrol City was in sight. Before Xiaohua could stop them, Li Zongbao asked Xiao Mao to stop the airship. Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Xiao, this Sky Patrol City, you don't have to enter. You can fly faster than us and you have this flowing cloud airship with you. It should be good for you to pass some messages. I will send you to the north of the Sky Patrol City and inform the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Utopia faction about the battle in the Flowing Ice Valley and the Seven Extremes Mountains. What do you think?" Xiaohua knew Li Zongbao's intention. He said with a smile, "Senior brother Li, how can I disobey your order? I will set off now. I just don't know, how can I report to Senior brother Li after I complete the task?" Li Zongbao disagreed and said, "After the battle in Flowing Ice Valley, our team of 3 will definitely be famous in Sky Patrol City. At that time, you only need to tell them your name or someone's name. Which disciple won't know? After you complete the task, you just need to find Xiao Mao and me." Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's sincerity. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior brother Li. I will definitely complete the task." "Hey, you can kill the swordsman." Li Zongbao nodded. "The credit is not only yours, but also the credit of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded. Then Li Zongbao waved his hand and flew up. Xiao Mao bowed to Xiaohua and flew up after him. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Mao, I have something to tell you." Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and whispered. Xiao Mao stood in the air and listened to Xiaohua's words. He said, "Big brother, please don't worry. I will bring the message. Be careful." After that, Xiao Mao urged his magic power and caught up with Li Zongbao, who had flown far away. They found a hidden transmission array and were transmitted back to the Sky Patrol City together. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Xiaohua smiled and released his divine thought. After looking for a moment, he controlled the flowing cloud flying boat to fly to a place. Xiaohua controlled the flying boat to land in a low-lying place. He kept the flying boat and set up a rapid array. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Seeing that there was no movement within 100 miles, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a flying sword from the space. This flying sword was very strange. It was only as thick as a little finger and only 1 foot long. There were golden threads flashing on it as if it was condensed from a lot of golden threads. "Is this the invisible sword?" Looking at the invisible golden thread sword floating in the air, Xiaohua scanned it with his divine thought. He felt that there was a strange fluctuation in the golden thread sword that seemed to be able to block his divine thought. However, Xiaohua did not know what kind of fluctuation it was. Was it because of the runes or the material? It's a pity that Qin Jian blew himself up. Not to mention the other 3 flying swords, he didn't even leave the sword bamboo slip behind. Sigh, it's a loss. Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that the opponents he encountered were getting more and more powerful, and they more or less had life-saving means. Even if his means were not good, he still wanted to drag Xiaohua down with him and perish together with him. Compared to the fruitful results from the previous battles, this was not worth it. This golden thread sword looks very strange. I can't use it. It's really depressing. Xiaohua thought and waved his hand. The sword light on the golden thread sword emitted a strong golden brilliance, and then it was annihilated. It was Xiaohua who killed Qin Jian's primordial spirit in the golden thread sword. If Xiaohua refined the golden thread sword, he would have to kill the sword spirit in it. Then the golden thread sword would turn into a sword pill. When Xiaohua planted it into his primordial spirit, the golden thread sword would become Xiaohua's flying sword, just like the Dream Executioner. However, Xiaohua had the Devil Realm's concealment technique, so he didn't really need to rely on the invisible sword to become invisible. Moreover, he already had 7 sword orbs in his Buddha fire that were still being nurtured. Adding another sword orb now really didn't have much meaning. He only needed to control the invisible sword and be able to kill people invisibly. He did not need to spend a lot of effort to nurture the sword. Hee, maybe one day I will meet that little girl Guyu and get the method to use the invisible sword from her. Xiaohua's face revealed an indescribable expression. That's right, what was the deal with Qin Jian's flying sword at the end? Xiaohua looked into the distance again, but there was no movement. He put away the golden silk sword, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds. He thought to himself, it can actually directly kill a soul. This young master's protective golden light didn't have any reaction at all. This is really too scary. If I did not meet Little White in the Yinyang Two Springs Mountain, my life would have been gone. Karma, karma, this is karma. Xiaohua sighed and had already entered the heaven ring. But at this moment Huan Qi still had that kind of hazy appearance of moonlight. In the horizon the half-moon was faint like an eyebrow, sprinkling its emerald splendor all over. A kind of faint tranquility enveloped the entire Huan Qi sky, straight to the point that it was like a quiet night somewhere in Dawn Rain continent. And in this tranquil night sky, a dragon body about 1 zhang long emitted a faint white light and danced without restraint, as if the entire sky was his. Dragon dances 9 heavens, Xiaohua's mind saw and immediately gave birth to a thought. Near the dragon body Xiaohua's primordial spirit also danced without restraint. Above the primordial spirit there were many soul strands. These soul strands were very strange. Some slowly elongated, some quickly danced, and even more disappeared in a flash, as if they had grown out of the primordial spirit and were immediately annihilated. Little White Dragon's soul seems to have condensed a lot. This white light was also not there before. Although it looked very faint, there is an essential difference. Xiaohua looked at it and understood. Moreover, with the Little White Dragon's soul accompanying me, this little master's primordial spirit has improved by quite a bit. Not to mention a few years, even if it's just 1 or 2 years. I should be able to break through. Of course this twilight moon seems to have dimmed a lot. Little White's voice sounded. Oh, you can sense it? Xiaohua was surprised. Little White's current situation was more similar to Little Yellow's. Yes, just now what happened? Little White's voice was still tired. How did a soul sword pierce in? Soul sword? Xiaohua understood and said again, it was an opponent of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Little White did not understand and said, is there still something like the moon? In a while it will be used up. There is. Xiaohua said with a smile, how many do you want? I will give you. Chapter 2544. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another piece of the twilight moon and sent it into the heaven ring. Strangely enough, as soon as this full moon entered the heaven ring, it immediately merged with the previous crescent moon, illuminating the entire heaven ring. Very good, Whitey said and shook its dragon body again. That faint white light flickered along with the fluctuation. Many thanks, Whitey. Xiaohua did not want to disturb Whitey any longer and was about to leave the sky. Thanks. Hehe, Xiaohua, you are too polite. Whitey said in a low voice, I can't wait to have more of these things. Don't. Xiaohua's heart still had lingering fear and almost wanted to wave his hand. If there are too many of these things, my little heart will not be able to take it. Alright, you can cultivate. If this full moon is gone, try calling me, maybe I can hear you. Xiaohua prepared to leave. I know. Whitey's dragon head shook slightly. Oh right, there are some things in this soul sword that are hard to chew. I will leave it to you. Don't resist. As it spoke, a jade-green crystal thread flashed from Whitey's dragon head and slowly shot towards Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Xiaohua's primordial spirit stopped dancing and waited for the crystal thread to enter his primordial spirit. A jade-green light flashed and Xiaohua immediately felt that many things appeared in his mind. After leaving the sky and carefully inspecting these things, Xiaohua was almost overjoyed. It turned out that these were all Qin Jian's sword techniques. Not to mention the method to control the formless golden thread sword, even the control of the 4-division sword formation, how to connect the flying swords, how to speed up, how to condense the soul sword were all detailed. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that Qin Jian actually had the primordial spirit sword technique. It was also the secret sword technique that he had been looking for. Ah, this young master understands. Xiaohua was wild with joy when he saw so many things. After a long while he came to his senses. This soul sword is condensed from the soul, so it must have Qin Jian's memories. This soul sword was actually swallowed by Whitey, and Qin Jian's memories were also obtained by Whitey. Ah. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. That's right. It's probably because most of Qin Jian's soul has been devoured that Qin Jian's soul can't completely fuse with his flying sword. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form for long. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form after he self-destructed. That's why he reverted back to his fleshly body. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Fine. Xiao Hua sighed. If I hadn't saved the little white dragon's soul, how could I have obtained these things? The primordial spirit sword controlling technique. I'll take a look at these first. After saying that, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and calmed himself down to comprehend the secret technique he had always wanted. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Could it be that something happened in Sky Patrol City? When Xiao Hua looked over, he saw smoke rising into the sky from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Many flying boats were flying toward him. Behind the flying boats, there were figures of cultivators from various sects flying out of Sky Patrol City. There's something going on in the conference hall again. Xiao Hua immediately thought of what Li Zongbao said and thought to himself, after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm afraid that the Sword Transformation Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators will come to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. Damn it, I've killed so many illusory swords. Will those Sword Transformation Realm cultivators come after me? And that old ghost, Jing Ran, should be coming too. Others are looking forward to the arrival of the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but I'm scared. Thinking that the battle had finally reached the second stage and the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were finally coming, Xiao Hua's heart felt heavy. What will come will come. Time is like the morning sun, it can only move forward. Xiao Hua sighed. Hiding in the formation, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Looking at the many flying boats flying over his head and the disciples of various sects, he thought to himself. However, right at this moment, an extremely small thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Time is like the sun, it can only move forward. If light can be reversed, then can time be reversed? Of course, this thought only flashed in his mind. Time flow backward, what kind of magical power was that? At this moment in Xiao Hua's mind, this was just a guess. He did not even think that such a powerful person could exist in this time. This was simply illogical. It actually took an hour for all the cultivators to fly over. The number of cultivators was so large that it really made Xiao Hua astonished. Maybe. While Xiao Hua was hesitating, a figure flew over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. He flew very slowly and his divine sense swept left and right as if he was looking for something. You're finally here. Seeing this, Xiao Hua removed the formation and flew into the air. The person who came was Bai Fengliang, whom Xiao Hua had asked Xiao Mao to look for. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang saw Xiao Hua hurriedly fly over and hurriedly bowed. It's really troublesome to leave the city today. I'm late, please forgive me. It's okay. Xiao Hua had just seen the cultivators of the Dao sect leave the city. Of course, he knew that it was difficult for Bai Fengliang to come out of Sky Patrol City. He waved his hand and smiled. How's the thing I asked you to prepare? I'll let you know. Now that the Golden Core disciples of various sects have gathered in Sky Patrol City, it's quite difficult for our Holy Gate disciples to go in and out. The number of pills sent over is not very large. Bai Fengliang took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He said, these are the Holy Gate disciples from various big cities. Please check. Hearing Bai Fengliang mention the difficulty, Xiao Hua knew that there were not many pills in the bag. However, when he took a look, he was shocked. There were nearly 400 Qinli pills and even dozens of Huayuan pills. Oh my, this is still not a lot. Bai Fengliang paid attention to Xiao Hua's expression. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was not right, he muttered in his heart. He hurriedly smiled and said, however, I've already told the other disciples that this is specially designated by the sect leader's order. They must spare no expense in terms of money and manpower. No need. Xiao Hua estimated that he had used 360 building foundation dawn to build his foundation. Even if he had condensed his core, he would not have used more than 360 building foundation dawn. There were nearly 500 dry separation dawn here, which should be enough. These dawn are already enough. You can pass down the sect leader's order that there is no need to collect these pills. Yes, I understand. Bai Fengliang let out a long breath. With Xiao Hua's words, his task was completed, and it was completed perfectly. Now that all the Golden Core cultivators have gathered in Sky Patrol City, and I just saw a lot of Dao sect disciples coming out of the city, I'm afraid that there will be a war between Huan country and Shi country. You're not safe here, so it's better for you to leave early. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, with the message talisman that I gave you, I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely. Thank you for your generous gift, Brother Xiao. Bai Fengliang bowed and thanked him. Then he asked hesitantly, I just don't know. The previous agreement between me and Brother Xiao. You and I have an agreement? Why didn't I know about it? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, I was muddle-headed. Bai Fengliang hurriedly smiled. He scanned the surroundings with his divine thought and said in a low voice, I'll leave Sky Patrol City now. However, I received news a few days ago that my holy gate might be making a big move. As for where it is, I don't know. That's enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I have to go somewhere else. Brother Bai, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Yes, I'll see you off. Bai Fengliang said with a smile. The war between Dao and Sword is very dangerous. I hope you take care of yourself. I look forward to the day when you're pregnant. I'll borrow fellow Taoist Bai's auspicious words. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely remember what fellow Taoist Bai has done for me. Xiao Hua laughed as he flew up into the air. He cupped his hands towards Bai Fengliang before turning around and leaving. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know that he would never be able to see Bai Fengliang again, even if he was pregnant. After all, Bai Fengliang knew the relationship between Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiao Hua was kind-hearted and would not be ruthless to Bai Fengliang, but why would Zhang Qingxiao care about this? He would do anything to protect his loved ones. In the past it was Xiao Yuehong and the others. Now it was Xiao Xinrui. Since Xiao Hua admitted that he was Shang Huaming's disciple, he would never allow any element that could threaten Xiao Hua. What's more, Xiao Hua's usefulness to him was more than the value of a junior brother. Bai Fengliang, a rogue cultivator who had bitterly pursued cultivation, finally had the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage and cultivate. However, because of a simple mission, all of his efforts had gone to waste and he had lost his life. He was like a wave in flowing ice valley, only surging under the sun for a moment before falling back into the river, never to be seen again. Some people have destinies, but their destinies are not in their hands. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Sometimes it is a self-comforting joke. Xiao Hua flew into the air. He did not know that a cultivator who had been bitterly pursuing cultivation had decided his fate just because he saw him. He only needed to identify the direction slightly before he flew towards the northwest. After all, to him, a direction was just a direction. He would only stop when it was about time to search for his destination in detail. Along the way, what he needed to do was to comprehend the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. Xiao Hua did not need to rely on the primordial spirit to control the sword, but he needed the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. He wanted to learn from this technique so that his primordial spirit could do something in the space and not just be a passerby. The primordial spirit sword controlling technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated by swordsmen. It was not easy to comprehend. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who was pondering and comprehending along the way. There was a lot of discussion in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. Today's shift was Heng Heng from the Utopia faction. Heng Heng's face was expressionless, but he was a little indifferent. He sat on the futon and glanced at the gold core cultivators. Chapter 2545. When the discussion died down, Heng Feng coughed twice and said, Fellow cultivators, according to our previous discussion, we have sent out more than half of the disciples from the 300 sects in Sky Patrol City. As for the remaining disciples, we will wait for more than 10 days for more accurate information. Then we will lead them directly into the Huan Kingdom. The days when we sit in the conference hall are about to end. Alas, I really want to see where that arrogant Qingjian is. Our nascent soul stage masters are about to arrive, but this guy has not been killed yet. How shameful. Humph, fellow cultivator Hing Ming. Wang Yi sneered. According to the latest news, Qin Jian's cultivation is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword stage. His attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Do you think you can take it safely? Heng Feng knew that Wang Yi from the Seven Skills sect was unhappy about his renting the flowing cloud airship, so he objected. However, he did not care and said with a smile, even if Qin Jian's attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is only a casual attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. I am not talented, so how can I not dodge it? Besides, I am not as stupid as some people who do not use their strengths and give their weaknesses to others. I have magic weapons, spells and talismans that can attack Qin Jian. Why should I fight him head-on? Alas, the disciples of the Seven Skills sect have foresight. We will not do something like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Yi stretched his back and said, unlike some people who clamored to kill Qin Jian the moment they stepped out. It has been so many years, but they did not even touch a hair of Qin Jian's. I don't know if they are really capable. Speaking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said, oh right, I forgot. How can the so-called number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage compete with an illusory swordsman? Everything is just a gimmick. Wang Yi. Heng Zhao was enraged. Our Utopia faction finally has some people with backbone who dared to kill Qin Jian. And, after all, we did it. How can we compare to your Seven Skills sect? Your flying boat fell into the hands of a sword cultivator and was taken back by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You still have the audacity to demand it back. Ha ha ha, so it wasn't a disciple of the Utopia faction who stole the flying boat. Wang Yi laughed instead of getting angry. Fellow Taoists. The Taiching sect's De Sun said with dissatisfaction, the conference hall is a place where the cultivators of the 3 states discuss matters. It is not a place where the various sects quarrel. Today is fellow Taoist Heng Ming's turn, so how can there be no rules? Heng Ji's expression froze as he cupped his fists and said, thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist De Sun. I have some surging qi and blood today and I feel that something is wrong. I have indeed lost my composure. Is it about the dispatch of the disciples of the various sects? De Sun asked hastily. He didn't dare to be careless when he heard Heng Ting's words. Heng Ting smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked around and asked, I don't know, so I wanted to ask for your opinion just now. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect smiled and said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, you worry too much. We have already made ample preparations before. We launched a surprise attack on the spirit stone veins occupied by the sword cultivators, as well as some of their strongholds. Now the battle reports from various places have already come in, and the distribution of the sword cultivators' forces has gradually become clear. Just now, fellow Taoist Heng Ming sent out the troops with great discretion, completely in line with our previous discussion. The half of the disciples that were sent out just now were the vanguard, and we will bring the other half of the disciples as the backup, to make up for the loopholes of the first batch of disciples. Isn't this the same as killing the sword cultivators without leaving a single one alive? Fellow Taoist Lu, you are too optimistic. De Sun shook his head and said, according to the previous news, the sword cultivators have also perceived our scheme, and it seems that they are once again dispatching swordsmen from the Huan Kingdom. Aren't there already many level 6 swordsmen in the strongholds of the sword cultivators? According to the report, they are all decisive and ruthless people. According to this old man's conjecture, they should have been dispatched from the place where the sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Say these sword cultivators also deserve to die. Over there they are fighting with soul cultivators and over here they are fighting with us cultivators. They are really too idle. Fellow Taoist Yuan is wrong. If they don't fight with us cultivators, how can they train swordsmen? How can they seize the spirit stone veins? Fellow Taoist Su still didn't get to the point. Ko Xiangling of the Yeni sect chuckled and said, this war is different from the past. The sword cultivators are not only training swordsmen, but more importantly, seizing the spirit stone veins. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has changed, the spirit stone veins of our Dawn Rain continent are rare, and their Huan Kingdom spirit stone veins aren't enough, so they can only come to the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom to seize the spirit stone veins. It's good that we saw the opportunity early. Just at the beginning of the war we sent disciples to strengthen the defense of the spirit stone veins. Except for some small veins that were seized by the sword cultivators, the other spirit stone veins are safe and sound. Sun said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ko is right. Heng Lu nodded. From the information we received, the sword cultivators placed many disciples in the spirit stone veins, far more than their strongholds. If their goal isn't the spirit stone veins, even if you beat me to death I won't believe it. Yes, the battle report from the Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom has also been sent. The number of swordsmen there is much less than at the beginning of the war. They must have been transferred to the Shi Kingdom. The Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom doesn't have any spirit stone veins. The Huan Kingdom's swordsmen placed their swordsmen there to create a diversion so that we wouldn't know that they wanted to seize the spirit stone veins. Huang Feng of the exotic beast sect interrupted. So the Lian Kingdom's disciples stationed in the Feng Meng mountain range didn't suffer a great loss. Li Jijia of the Chongbai sect suddenly said, "For this war shouldn't we transfer more disciples from the Lian Kingdom?" When Heng Lu heard this he was a little unhappy and said coldly, "The disciples of the Lian Kingdom are very familiar with the Feng Meng mountain range. If it were the disciples of the Shi Kingdom or the Meng Kingdom, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Besides, the disciples of the Utopia faction, the Kunlun sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley are all fighting against the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom, right? They aren't any worse than your Chongbai sect's disciples." Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, Sun reminded again, "In the meeting hall, we have to discuss the matter as it is, don't mention specific sects. Now that half of the disciples in the Sky Patrol City have been transferred to attack the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom, shouldn't we report the latest battle report and the situation to our respective sects?" Yes, Heng Lu was a little embarrassed and nodded. "That's the right thing to do." Then Heng Lu transmitted his voice to Xiong Huasong. "Fellow Taoist Xiong, how's the big formation you set up in the sword catacomb?" "Haha, I'll let you know." Xiong Huasong glanced at the golden core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and transmitted his voice back. "Fellow Taoist, do you know about the Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation?" Heng Lu gasped and said, "That's the legendary ominous formation of my Taoist sect. Could it be that the Black Heaven sect still has this formation?" "How is that possible?" Xiong Huasong laughed. "If the Black Heaven sect had this formation, wouldn't it have dominated the Meng Kingdom long ago?" Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. After our last meeting, I sent my trusted disciples to transfer the last batch of disciples to the vicinity of the sword catacomb with the order of the meeting hall. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that this transfer will be done secretly. Not only the Sky Patrol City won't be able to find out, even the sword cultivators won't be able to find out. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong. Heng Lu nodded and said. Moreover, I secretly contacted the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Fairy Fian, at the station of the Black Heaven sect and obtained her approval. She even repaired the incomplete map of the Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, which is also known as the Minor Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, and she gave it to me. Haha, I've already started it and handed it over to my disciples to coordinate with the disciples of the 10 sects to set it up. Once the matter here is settled, all of you will head to the sword catacomb for the war. Regardless of the result of the war, let's set up this Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation first. Great. Heng Lu nodded with a smile and transmitted the situation to the Golden Core cultivators of the 10 sects. Hearing that there was a backup plan, everyone was slightly relieved. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone in the meeting hall. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, I have a piece of news that I'm afraid will shock everyone. Heng Lu asked curiously, could it be that the sword cultivators have some new movements? Yes. Yuan Zhongyu nodded with an extremely serious expression. That's right. My Kunlun sect disciples went to the northern clear cave to investigate the strength of the sword cultivators. When some of the disciples were being chased by the sword cultivators, they discovered that the sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall near the Zhao family of the clear cave. The sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall, and inside the wall was a large city. The interior of the ice city was extremely simple, but the area covered by the ice city was very large. It was probably the gathering place of the sword cultivators nearby. Of course, they couldn't see clearly how many sword cultivators there were in the ice city in their panic. They estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them. That's what I said. De Sun of the Taiching sect snorted coldly. Back then when the sword cultivators invaded my Dao sect, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhao family of the Clear Cave. I found it suspicious. So, that's what they were planning. The terrain of the Clear Cave is dangerous and easy to defend but hard to attack. It's suitable to be a stronghold for the sword cultivators. Yes, with fellow Yuan's news, we naturally understand why the sword cultivators had been hiding for so many years. Heng Lu nodded and said, this so-called Ice City must have more than 100,000 sword cultivators. We must send enough disciples to destroy this stronghold. That's right. Yuan Zhongyu cupped his hands and said, my Kunlun sect is willing to be the main force in this attack on the Ice City. Good. Heng Lu clapped and looked at the others. Which other sects are willing to go? Immediately, a few other sects, including the Imperial Thunder sect, voiced their agreement. Heng Lu and the others discussed for a while and decided. When the matter of the sword cultivators suddenly appearing in the Ice City was over, Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley hesitated and said in a low voice, fellow Heng Ming, the disciples that my Cool Breeze Valley sent to the Flowing Ice Valley have not sent any specific information. Chapter 2546. Haha, it's okay. There are disciples from the Utopia faction and the Chongbai sect, as well as Ai's junior brother leading the team. There won't be any problems. Heng Ming smiled. Besides, the Flowing Ice Valley is not a special place. What kind of battle can there be? Needless to say, it was still the same as before. Cultivators with high cultivation were not necessarily good at arranging troops. If Tu Hong was here, he would not have said so. Well, even if he said so, many cultivators would not agree. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley used to be the spiritual stone mine of the Sky Patrol City. Who knew if Tu Hong had any selfish motives? Besides, Cultivator Qian Mo and Cultivator Ping Dai have not returned yet. Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect reminded. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect also muttered, there is no news about the disciples of the Yongyi sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Imperial Thunder sect and the Huanhua sect who went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. The two spiritual stone mines of the Sky Patrol City are really far away from the Sky Patrol City. Heng Ming smiled bitterly. These two spiritual stone mines are just very small. How many swordsmen can there be? While they were talking, they saw a flash of brilliance in the middle of the meeting hall. Oh, speak of fellow Taoist Qian, and fellow Taoist Qian will arrive. Heng Ming waved his hand and the brilliance gradually solidified. It was Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and Ping Dai of the Su Yen sect. Both of you have worked hard. Seeing Qian Mo's unfriendly face and even a little frown, Heng Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although he said that, he muttered in his heart, could it be that my uneasiness has something to do with Li Qingxiu? It's not hard. It's a pity that we still can't do anything. Qian Mo glanced at Ping Dai. The two of them sat back on the futon and said, we only found the place where Li Qingxiu died. As for how Cultivator Li died and who killed him, we have no clue at all. Where did Cultivator Li die? Heng Ming frowned and asked hurriedly, is there no trace of him nearby? Fellow Taoist Li died in the northwest of Sky Patrol City. It's called Prison Dragon Ridge. There aren't any sword cultivator strongholds nearby, let alone spirit stone veins. Peng Dai looked at Qian Mo and replied, if I were to force myself to say it, there is a spirit stone mine of the Shanghua sect in the west, a Seven Extremes ridge in the north, which can be considered a spirit stone mine. In the northwest there are more than 10 sword cultivator strongholds. However, those settlements and mines were too far away from the place where fellow cultivator Li perished. Even in that place, a swordsman of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm might appear. Fellow Taoist Ping, can you explain in more detail? Heng Li was baffled. Alright, fellow Taoist Heng Ming knows. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo and said, I and fellow Taoist Qian brought the conference hall token, but we didn't find any records of fellow Taoist Li's teleportation in the Sky Patrol City's teleportation array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li must have left through the city gate. However, fellow Taoist Heng Ming should know that the Sky Patrol City's gate guards don't record any exits. We asked a lot of city guards and finally got some clues. However, after we flew out, We didn't find any signs left behind by fellow Taoist Li. Later, fellow Taoist Qian was careful and used the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. Through the protection talisman given by fellow Taoist Qian's sect, we found fellow Taoist Li's aura in Prison Dragon Ridge. As for the place where fellow Taoist Li perished, it was between several mountain peaks in Prison Dragon Ridge. The place was severely damaged by the battle. Moreover, because of fellow Taoist Li's self-explosion, all traces of magic arts disappeared. It was impossible to find. Peng Dai said simply. If there was the secret technique of the immortal music sect, we might be able to find some traces from fellow Taoist Li's aura. However, there are no disciples of the immortal music sect in the late stage of the Gold Core realm in the Sky Patrol City, let alone a nascent soul realm master. We can only explore this place. Is there nothing special about it? De Sun couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't explain it to Fairy Ma Yingxiao. There is something special, but fellow Taoist Qian Mo can explain it to us. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo, who was silent. Everyone was surprised and looked at Qian Mo. Qian Mo sighed and said, the place where fellow Taoist Li perished has traces of a magic array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li fell into an ambush and was killed. Purely from this point of view, it should be the work of sword cultivator Qin Jian. Qin Jian actually killed fellow Taoist Li? Heng Ming gasped. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? I'm just saying it's possible. Qian Mo declined to comment. In addition to the traces of a magic array, the surrounding water element and fire element spiritual qi of heaven and earth are especially rich. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a magic treasure of innate primordial water or innate primordial fire. However, fellow Taoist Li had already self-exploded. As for his magic treasure, I don't know. Perhaps the innate primordial water and innate primordial fire belonged to his magic treasure. Of course, it could also be a flying sword refined by these two innate items. In that case, there should be two swordsmen of the illusory sword sect who killed fellow Taoist Li. Heng Ming was enlightened. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Li could easily escape from the sword array with the spiritual talismans given by our sect. It's not just that. Qian Mo continued. The place where fellow Taoist Li died seemed to have the aura of another spiritual talisman. It seemed to be made by a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li had spiritual talismans made by two nascent soul realm cultivators? This still couldn't escape from Qin Jian's killing. Heng Ming sighed. I wonder what fellow Taoist Li went to Prison Dragon Ridge for? Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, things don't seem to be that simple. Qian Mo didn't answer. Instead he said, just now I said that there were traces of a magic array in Prison Dragon Ridge and not a sword array. This means that the magic array was set up by fellow Taoist Li. Perhaps he wanted to kill Qin Jian. Not to mention Li Qingxiu, even all the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall wanted to kill Qin Jian. If Li Qingxiu was confident, it was possible that he set up another ambush. Anything else? Heng Ming asked. Yes. Qian Mo nodded. There's something that I find most inconceivable. What? Everyone's interest was piqued. At the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, I found traces of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Qian Mo said slowly. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Why did he go there? Heng Ming asked curiously. Then he realized something. Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple went to Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid he passed by there? After I returned to Sky Patrol City, I went to the station first. Although many disciples were sent out, I still found something strange. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai and said, my Earth Thunder Palace's Golden Core disciple Marshal Kuan also disappeared mysteriously. According to my contact with the sect, his natal spiritual tablet was broken. Moreover, the time he left the station was about the same time as fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu left Sky Patrol City. Are there any traces of Marshal Kuan's corpse or other traces in Prison Dragon Ridge? No. However, I can sense the strength of a Golden Core Realm disciple through my sect's secret method. Qian Mo shook his head. In addition, we found out too late. More than 10 days have passed. Otherwise we would have known more. In that case, fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu and fellow Taoist Kun must have joined forces and set up a Dharma formation in Prison Dragon Ridge to lure Qin Jian or other swordsmen into an ambush. In the end, their magic power was not enough and they were killed by 2 or more swordsmen. Heng Ming frowned and thought for a while before asking tentatively. Yes, that should be the case. Qian Mo nodded. There were also traces of flying swords at the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge. Especially fellow Taoist Ping, who carefully found some traces of flying swords piercing into the mountain peak more than 1,000 feet away from where fellow Taoist Li died. The flying swords pierced deeply into the mountain peak. They must have been sent flying when the swordsmen were fighting with fellow Taoist Li. Or perhaps they were sent flying when fellow Taoist Li self-destructed. But no matter what, those are flying swords of the swordsmen. It could also be the flying swords of our cultivators. A golden core realm cultivator muttered softly. This fellow Taoist is right. Qian Mo said without hesitation. It could also be an ambush set up by a golden core realm cultivator who had some grudges with fellow Taoist Li. Li Jijie of the Chongbai sect did not look good. Speaking of which, other than sword cultivators, the Chongbai sect was famous for their flying swords. Although the disciples of other sects had their own flying swords, since it was mentioned in the meeting hall, it was naturally hinting at the Chongbai sect. I don't think I have any grudges with fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, Li Jijie said coldly. And I don't think any disciple of the Chongbai sect is a match for fellow Taoist Li. Hee fellow Taoist Li, you think too much. Qian Mo laughed. These are all guesses, you can't take them seriously. Besides, if there really was a cultivator who wanted to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, how many people in the Sentry City could be his match? Aren't those who could be his match all sitting in the meeting hall? Humph. Li Jijie snorted coldly and did not say anything else. But, there's one more thing that I'm puzzled about. Qian Mo said again. I've never heard that Marshal Kuan knew fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu. Marshal Kuan just arrived in the Sentry City. There's nothing strange about this. Heng Li said in a low voice. How can a cultivator's good friend be known by others? Maybe Marshal Kuan already knew Li Qingxiu? Or maybe Marshal Kuan had news about Qin Jian and informed Li Qingxiu, who was good friends with him. At this point, everyone basically understood that only such a conjecture could be closest to reality. By the way, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, the Prison Dragon Ridge that you went to is not very far from the 7 Extremes Mountains. Your disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect went to the 7 Extremes Mountains to check it out. Didn't you go and take a look? Heng Li thought of something and asked in a low voice. Of course I know that my disciples went to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Qian Mo nodded. It should be Qin Sheng's leader. But I have to investigate fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu's matter. How can I neglect my work for personal reasons? At this point, Qian Mo suddenly realized something. What? There's no news about the 7 Extremes Mountains? Fellow Taoist Qian, you didn't ask when you returned to the station? Heng Li was even more surprised. Chapter 2547. I really didn't ask anything. Qian Mo said seriously. I only checked the whereabouts of some gold core disciples, and then I used a secret technique to contact the sect. Well, thank you, fellow cultivator Qian. Heng Zhao nodded and said, there's no news from 7 Extremes Ridge and there's no news from Flowing Ice Valley. Alas, fellow cultivator Heng Ming, our sect's communication technique is too backward. Qian Mo sighed. Even the communication between the Sky Patrol City and the sect is fixed. Our sect's disciples are fighting in Huan country, and we can't grasp their whereabouts in time. Heng Zhao smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Secret techniques such as the communication spell have long been lost in our Xiaoyu continent. The ones that can be used now are left behind from the past. Every sect has racked their brains, but they still can't find these lost secret techniques. Otherwise we wouldn't be so passive in this war. De Sun smiled and said, Flowing Ice Valley and 7 Extremes Ridge are small places. We sent disciples from the Thunder-controlling sect, the Huanhua sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Yongyi sect, the Utopia faction, the Chongbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly and act according to our previous plan. If we're all defeated, then there's no future plan. There should have been a message from the second batch of disciples. Ah, it should be so. Qian Imo nodded. After all, he came back from the prison Dragon Ridge, and he didn't see the defeated disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. At this time the air in the conference hall flashed again, but this time it was different from Qian Mo's. Oh, there's news from the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? Heng Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the situation in Seven Extremes Ridge or Flowing Ice Valley? As he spoke, Heng Zhao let in a guard of the Sky Patrol City, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment. The guard showed himself and bowed. Master of the conference hall, the disciples of the Sky Patrol City killed more than 10 sword cultivators when they were patrolling outside the city. There's a communication jade slip from the disciples of our sect. I didn't dare to delay, so I brought it here. As he spoke, the disciple took out a few pieces of jade talisman and handed them to Heng Zhao respectfully. Well, Heng Yu took it and opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and waved his hand to signal the city guard to leave. Ever since Tu Hong was assassinated, the Sky Patrol City had expanded the scope of inspection. The area outside the city that the city guard mentioned was no longer within 100 miles at the beginning of the battle. The jade slip might have been found hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Heng Ming wanted to ask where the jade slip was found, but after thinking for a while he kept quiet. He threw the jade in his hand into the air and cast a few strange seals on it. A moment later, a red light appeared on the jade like a bubble. Once the light disappeared, Heng waved his hand and a jade appeared in his hand. After reading it with his divine sense, he threw it aside. It was clear that he already knew the information inside. When he saw the second jade slip, Heng Zhao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately tossed the jade slip to Qian Imo and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Qian from the Imperial Thunder Sect should take a look at this first. Your Imperial Thunder Sect really gives us a surprise." Then he looked at the rest of the jade slips one by one, but he just skimmed through them and didn't show them to the other cultivators. After Heng Zhao put away the jade slips, he looked up and stared at Qian Imo again. Seeing the surprised look on Qian Mo's face, not only the other cultivators who didn't know the situation, but even Heng Zhao was puzzled. What? Fellow Taoist Qian, this John Doe, isn't he a disciple sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect this time? Heng Zhao asked. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, fellow Taoist Qian Imo, what's going on? Peng Dai asked curiously. Among the crowd, there were a few people who said impatiently, "What's going on with the Imperial Thunder Sect? Don't give us any riddles." I'll let you all know that our Imperial Thunder Sect, Huanhua Sect, Yongyi Sect and Mozong Mountain disciples have won a great victory in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Not only did we expel the sword cultivator disciples from the Seven Extremes Ridge, but we also killed 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. What's more, according to the Jade Slip, there's a late-stage Golden Core senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect called John Doe who assisted the Huanhua Sect in killing a second-grade illusory swordswoman. He even killed a suspected third-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't like killing, so he let the group of swordsmen go. What? When did the Imperial Thunder Sect send a late-stage Golden Core senior brother? Desim was surprised. Looking at the crowd's bright and doubtful eyes, Qian Imo smiled bitterly and waved his hand at everyone. According to what I know, before our sect leader Qian Lazy came to Sky Patrol City, our Imperial Thunder Sect, like the other sects, wouldn't send any late-stage Golden Core disciples. This late-stage Golden Core senior brother named John Doe is definitely not a disciple who participated in this battle. But according to the Jade Slip, this senior brother is wearing a participating disciple's robe. Heng Li asked, "Fellow Taoist Qian, can you show the Jade Slip to the other fellow Taoists?" Qian Imo hesitated for a moment, then passed the Jade Slip to Hua Ping from the blazing fire mountain beside him. He bit his lips slightly, thinking about something. His eyebrows were knitted together, showing his deep confusion. "Fellow Taoist Qian?" Heng Li raised his eyebrows. "Do you have something to say? Could it be that this senior brother John Doe is a surprise from the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "I really don't know." Qian Imo smiled bitterly. "A late-stage Golden Core senior brother is coming to Sky Patrol City. Even if he didn't greet me, I can't blame him. Moreover, he's wearing a participating disciple's robe. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know his face, right? Hee hee John Doe, doesn't that mean he doesn't have a name? Hu Ping finished reading the jade slip and passed it to the others. She glanced at Qianemo and said, "This senior brother is really interesting. Your Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators are also interesting." "Oh, right." Black Sky Sect's Xiong Huasong thought of something and said, "Speaking of interesting Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators, I thought of a Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who is known as the Horrifying Phoenix." Horrifying Phoenix? Qianemo was stunned. When did my Imperial Thunder Sect have such a disciple? Fellow Taoist Qin doesn't know? This time it was Xiong Huasong's turn to be shocked. "This horrifying phoenix was something I heard from a participating disciple a year ago. It said that this horrifying phoenix's name is extremely famous among sword cultivators. It's even more famous than Qin Jian. It's almost to the point where sword cultivators tremble in fear upon hearing its name. How is this possible? Such a famous name. How can I not know?" Qianemo was completely dumbfounded. Such a ferocious Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple should be famous in the sect. How could he not know anything about it? Fellow Taoist Xiong, the name you mentioned is correct, but the rumors are wrong. Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongjue also laughed. "I also heard about it a year ago. However, this horrifying phoenix is a disciple of an aristocratic family who entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has the true bloodline of the phoenix in him. Every time he fights with sword cultivators, he releases his phoenix celestial body. That phoenix celestial body is extremely powerful. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are destroyed by the phoenix celestial body. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is extremely cruel. No matter if it's a sword cultivator, 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 or a sword cultivator. Therefore he's feared by sword cultivators. This. Qianmo's face was burning. He really didn't know that there was such a powerful Imperial Thunder Sect disciple under his command. Now that someone said it in front of him, his old face couldn't bear it anymore. Could it be that fellow Taoist Qian really doesn't know? Hu Ping saw the clue and said curiously, "Such a powerful disciple, I don't think any other disciple in the sect can be a match for him. That's why you didn't mention it and I didn't have the face to mention it. Could it be, who said that no one in our sect can be compared to this horrifying phoenix?" Heng Zhao was displeased. Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect is the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. His cultivation is much higher than this horrifying phoenix. However, he doesn't kill innocent people, so he's not famous. This horrifying phoenix is a Foundation establishment disciple? Qianemo came to his senses and asked anxiously. "Yes, I heard that this horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage." Heng Zhao replied. "No, he's obviously a disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage." Hu Ping corrected. "If he's not in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage, how can he kill the bright sword swordsman?" "Oh no." De Sun shook his head. "You're all wrong. The horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's just that he killed too many sword-bearing disciples, so his reputation gradually spread, making the bright sword disciples terrifying. It said that he even killed a few bright sword disciples in front of them, so he became famous." "Oh, so he's a Foundation establishment disciple. He also killed sword-bearing swordsmen and bright sword swordsmen, so it's no wonder that I didn't know." Qianemo heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I'm ashamed to say this, but I really didn't know. I'm afraid that the 8 leaders of the Thunder Palace didn't report it to me because they saw that this disciple was killing all the disciples who were pregnant with swords, which made them feel a little ashamed. Besides, more than a year ago I was busy with the affairs of the Sky Patrol City, so I didn't know much about the battlefield. When I go back, I'll ask around and bring this mysterious horrifying phoenix to all of you." "Damn it, fellow cultivator Qian, your Imperial Thunder Sect is really something. Previously, there was a famous horrifying phoenix, and now there's a mysterious senior brother nameless. Your Imperial Thunder Sect has stolen the limelight from hundreds of other sects." Qing Ming of the Celestial Ascension sect said with a smile. "Let the disciples call the horrifying phoenix here, or ask them who the horrifying phoenix is." Heng Zhao was a little unconvinced. Let me see who the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who killed the sword-bearing swordsman is. In fact, Qianemo was also very curious. He wanted to know who this horrifying phoenix was, so he opened the restriction and called the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who was on duty. Chapter 2548. After the disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, Qianemo said, "From what I've seen, it's not that our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is ruthless. This is a battlefield and any sword cultivator is an enemy, so we can't show mercy. Moreover, this disciple's family should be in the north of the country of Shi, so they're quite familiar with the sword cultivators of the country of Huan. His family also has enmity with sword cultivators, which is why they were so ruthless. How many families with Phoenix bloodline can there be in the Xiaoyu continent?" De Sun frowned slightly. "After I found out about this, I also thought about it. The Qin Kai family of the country of Shi has Ice Phoenix bloodline, and now they have an extremely outstanding disciple under the Huanhua sect. The Huan Yen Huang family of the country of Lian has Earth Phoenix bloodline, but they haven't had any outstanding disciples for thousands of years. The Feng family of the country of Meng's White Phoenix Mountain has Fire Phoenix bloodline, and seems to have a disciple under our Taiqing sect, but this disciple isn't too outstanding. Which other families have such an outstanding disciple?" Qianemo thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "I don't know if any of these three families have disciples under our Imperial Thunder sect. However, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, the bloodlines of many cultivation families have awakened. Perhaps there are other families that haven't noticed it before, and now that there are outstanding disciples, their bloodlines have reappeared." While they were talking, the cultivators of the 10 large sects had finished reading the 7 Extremes Ridge's communication jade slip. Everyone had some doubts in their eyes, but they saw Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Sect glance at Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School, and then at Wang Yi of the 7 Skills Sect. The three of them exchanged glances and Lu Xinwu asked again, "Fellow Taoist Qian, if our Shi country has a late Gold Corps senior marshal brother, we'll naturally be happy. If he took down the 7 Extremes Ridge, our 4 sects would have suffered less casualties. However, according to what I know, your sect's sect leader Qian Lazy doesn't seem to have reached the stage of lightning cultivation, right?" Gao Wei also smiled apologetically. "That's right, our Shi country actually had such a cultivator. I have never heard of it." It was no wonder they asked. The other cultivators of the Lian and Meng countries might not know, but the 3 sects of Shi country were very clear about the background of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could it be easy to cultivate a lightning cultivation? Qian Lazy its sect, how could there be a late Gold Core realm cultivator? If there was such a cultivator, it would be a threat to the 3 sects of Shi country's 3 sects. Hearing this, Qianmo's heart skipped a beat. Since Lu Xinwu and the other 2 could tell, how could he not know? The thunder escape technique had always had a strict requirement on the tempering of the fleshly body. However, body cultivators and Dao cultivators both needed to spend a lot of energy and time. All cultivators valued their cultivation base and magic power, so who would pay special attention to the fleshly body? Sects. And sects a. Sect. Q's not there t there's body there's not there's they stao. Sex body there's sect, but a there. Sect their body Kudins had, was. In this situation, although the sex lightning escape technique, there were only a few who could master it. Even the sect master Qian Lazy could only master it. However, this was only for nascent soul realm cultivators and below. It was different for spirit severing stage cultivators. Cultivators who could step into the spirit severing stage had their bodies tempered and were quite tough. They could easily cultivate the lightning escape technique. Most of the spirit severing stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect could improve on the lightning escape technique. Qianmo's first thought was that it was impossible when he heard that there was a late Gold Core realm senior brother who could use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique. His second thought was, if there is such a late Gold Core realm senior brother who can use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique, then it would be easy for him to reach nascent soul realm. Even spirit severing stage wouldn't be a problem. How could Shi country's 3 sects not value a cultivator who could easily reach nascent soul and spirit severing stage? AI, it's not just the two of you. Qian Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Qian Mo also doesn't know. My Imperial Lightning Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace's Golden Core Realm disciples. There are so many of them. Although this old man isn't familiar with all of them, who wouldn't know? Not to mention that this old man hasn't seen his face before. This name. This old man doesn't even know. He calls himself Wu Ming. Wu Ming. How can he have a name? Wang Yi was somewhat displeased. He felt that Qian Mo was patronizing him and coldly said. Qian Mo retorted. My Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley also has a person called Wu Ming. Someone is called Wu Ming, then it's normal. Cough cough. Heng Qing, who was on duty at the meeting hall today, lightly coughed twice and said, since fellow Qian Mo really doesn't know about this senior brother, then this senior brother really passed by the Seven Extremes mountain range? Qian Mo nodded. It should be so. But according to fellow Qian's words, his Imperial Lightning Sect doesn't have such a person? Wang Yi sneered and said, the Imperial Lightning Sect is very powerful now. They even have to hide it from the fellow Taoists in the meeting hall. Forget about the small terrifying phoenix. How can a late Golden Core Realm senior brother not have a name? This senior brother wouldn't have done something that can't be seen, right? At this point, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization and shouted, that's right. Since senior brother Wu Ming was near Prison Dragon Ridge during the Battle of the Seven Extremes mountain range, why didn't he extend his hand? Fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's self-detonation caused such a huge commotion. Didn't he see it? Why didn't he kill the swordsman who killed fellow Taoist Li Qingshu and fellow Taoist Kun Shui? Or perhaps, the Imperial Lightning Sect's cultivator's aura that fellow Taoist Qian Mo discovered at Prison Dragon Ridge wasn't Kun Shui but this Wu Ming? Fellow Taoist Wang is slandering me. Qian Mo's heart sank. He coldly said, pills can be eaten carelessly but words can't be spoken carelessly. How can my Imperial Lightning Sect's Golden Core Realm senior brother use a flying sword? How can he have a reason to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingshu? After his battle with fellow Taoist Li, can he still calmly kill the illusory sword grade 3 swordsman of Seven Extremes mountain range? Does fellow Taoist Wang feel that fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's ambush at Prison Dragon Ridge was too rash? Does he want to erase fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's painstaking efforts and contributions? Cough cough. Heng Qing, who was on duty at the discussion hall, couldn't help but cough again. What Wang Yi said had a trace of truth, but it was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord between the Imperial Lightning Sect and Immortal Music Sect. With one glance he could tell that Wang Yi was somewhat jealous of the Imperial Lightning Sect's late Golden Core Realm cultivator who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but stop him. Fellow Taoist Wang's thinking is still very meticulous. You dare to think. However, this is the discussion hall. Without any evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Isn't fellow Taoist Qian also speculating? What's wrong with my speculation? Wang Yi looked at everyone and pursed his lips into a smile. His mouth was still muttering but his voice was also softer. Indeed, even a late Golden Core Realm disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect could only escape in the face of the nascent Soul Realm's spiritual talisman on them. It was impossible for them to force Li Qingshu to self-destruct. The entire discussion hall was abuzz with discussions again. It was a little chaotic. Heng Qing glanced at Wang Yi, Lu Xingwu and Gao Wei. He was slightly angry. Which cultivator didn't notice their actions of suppressing the Imperial Lightning Sect? Even Heng Qing had some sympathy for Qian Mo. No wonder Qian Mo is very concerned about the marriage with the Sky Patrol City. Isn't it because of this? While they were talking, the discussion hall was suffused with light again. It seemed that someone had entered. Heng Qing waved his hand. The light condensed and 3 human figures appeared. Zongbao? Heng Qing glanced at them and was shocked. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and let the 3 people in. Disciple Li Zongbao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao calmly approached and bowed to everyone in the discussion hall. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Xiao Mao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. The other person was a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect. When he saw this, he also bowed and said, Imperial Lightning Sect's Dui Jiankong greets the elders. Isn't the Imperial Lightning Sect disciple under you Xiao Hua? Heng Qing was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that Xiao Hua has fallen? He good I know. Li Zongbao said faintly, junior brother Zhao's flying technique is a little fast. I sent him to deliver a letter to the cultivators of the other teams. Junior brother Dui met outside the discussion hall. He also had something to report to Marshal Uncle Qian, so we came in together. Oh, I see. Heng Qing nodded and asked, where did you go this time? What did you gain? Li Zongbao frowned and looked at Heng Qing. He said, so the elders did not receive the message. I came back from Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? You went to Flowing Ice Valley? How was the battle situation there? Heng Qing was shocked and stared straight at Li Zongbao. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Li Zongbao looked at everyone and said, the situation in Flowing Ice Valley is very complicated. This junior brother Dui came first, let him report first. See, Heng Cheng's heart turned cold and his face turned ugly. He said to Dui Jiankong, if you have something to report, you can report it to brother Qian first. Yes. Dui Jiankong smiled apologetically, Marshal Uncle Qian, I was ordered to go to the encampment to search for information about the terrifying phoenix. But I have already asked the 8 Thunder Palace team leaders who stayed in the encampment. They all said that they did not find out the background of this terrifying phoenix. Ah? Qianemo almost jumped up and asked, when did they know? Why didn't they report it to me? Dui Jiankong hesitated for a moment and explained, the senior brothers only knew about it a year ago. It seemed to be very popular among the sword cultivators. But since it was a foundation establishment disciple, it was not a particularly powerful disciple. They asked the disciples of the aristocratic families and did not find anything, so they did not investigate it in detail. Moreover, the words of sword cultivators were rather erroneous. It might be some kind of trick, so they did not dare to take it seriously. So, they did not report it to Marshal Uncle. Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated, in the end the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder Sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of. Ha! When everyone heard this they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, it's only a foundation establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know, it's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix? Fellow Daoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered, not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple. Even Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua? You wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right? Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, fellow Daoists, what's wrong with my Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples? Wang Yi smiled and said, fellow Daoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect's disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him? Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix. Could it be that Xiao Hua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder Sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. At the same time, he's also a foundation establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiao Hua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiao Hua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiao Hua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Emo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiao Hua was a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountain's Spirit Stone mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountain's Spirit Stone mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiao Hua have a phoenix dharma body? Heng Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiao Hua in advance and vaguely knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound. At this time he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiao Hua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It's said that he saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield Spirit Stone mine. And in this Xiao Mao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiao Hua's words. He looked up and sure enough, the faces of Heng Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, "Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Xuanyan school didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake? Who knows?" Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. "I'll let all the teachers know." Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiao Hua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiao Hua reveal any Dharma body, let alone a Phoenix Dharma body. When Heng Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. "Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Xuanyan School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath." Gao Wei said coldly. "So what?" Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, "Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the Terror Phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiao Hua is the Terror Phoenix, why didn't he reveal his Dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Martial Uncle Gao of Xuanyan School, please sit down." Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Humph. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why did he drag Xuanyan School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. Golden Core Stage teachers, this time our Utopia faction Tongbai Sect and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword Sect, Black Phoenix Sword Sect and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the three sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword Sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the three sects, only Senior Li Feiyu of the Tongbai Sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? Heng Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. said he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? Turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Heng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that fellow cultivator Li Qingxu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else." "What? Li Qingxu?" Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xianlu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't kill Li Qingxu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. De Sun said anxiously, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the sword Xiao. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiaohua's actions he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it they would definitely not think that Xiaohua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiaohua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Heng Ming and said, "Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle Li Feiyu and Martial Uncle Su Bo. Disciple brought them back. In addition there are a few storage bags. As long as the 3 of us saw the corpses we put them in these storage bags." Zai. Heng Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao who took out the other storage bags and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jian's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable. When Heng Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jian did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The 3 of them must be heavily rewarded." "That's right, it should be so." Gao Wei and Qian Imo also nodded. "This old man feels that it's not right." Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others?" At this point he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. Changbai Sex Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sex Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away? Wang Yi sneered and asked. Chapter 2550. Didn't you hear what Zongbao said? Qin Jian was also seriously injured. I'm afraid he went back to treat his injuries in a hurry. Did he not care about the corpses of the 2 of you? Gao Wei said coldly before Li Zongbao could speak. Why do I feel that I don't believe him? Wang Yi tilted his head and asked, what about the rest of you? Junior Zongbao is right. Sooner or later, there will be a battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. De Sun smiled. Junior Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage in Dao sect. I believe his words. Li Zongbao said coldly, I don't need Junior Uncle Wang to believe me because I, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao have already killed Qin Jian. The entire arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, and then everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qin Jian was able to kill 2 gold core stage cultivators, and although it was because of the spirit binding juice, he had to be at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, he was definitely not someone that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao could deal with. Furthermore, Qin Jian did not have any illusory sword disciples. Did he not have any unsheathed sword disciples? Did Qin Jian not know how to escape? Zongbao, do you have any evidence? Unlike the others who did not believe him, Heng Heng knew that his disciple would not claim credit for nothing. He suppressed his excitement and asked softly. Of course I do. As Li Zongbao spoke, he took out another storage bag and handed it to Heng Ming. This is Qin Jian's corpse. However, he self-destructed before he died, so his corpse was incomplete. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao found his keepsake and some other bits and pieces. They can prove that what I said is true. Quick, let this old man have a look. Heng Heng impatiently waved his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his hand. Killing Qin Jian was a mission that had a bounty on it for many years. He had always heard of people and cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian. However, he had never heard of Qin Jian being killed by a single cultivator. Furthermore, Qin Jian was killed by 3 people led by his own disciple. How could Heng Heng not lose his composure? After Heng Heng took out Qin Jian's bloody head and some pieces of his body and carefully identified them, as well as the sword token that could prove Qin Jian's identity, Heng Heng didn't look at anything else. His white eyebrows slightly trembled and his long eyebrows seemed to be fluttering. Yes, this is Qin Jian's sword token, the token of the Void Heaven Sword School. It's Qin Jian's. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. With a flip of his hand, Heng Ming passed the storage pouch to Black Sky Sex Xiong Huasong beside him. His eyes were filled with joy and even a hint of showing off. It was as if their own child had achieved something, and now that it was placed in front of them, they were admiring it. Xiong Huasong and the others naturally didn't dare to believe it too much. After all, this matter was too inconceivable. Moreover, when Li Zongbao first received the special order from the conference hall, although the group of Jindan stage cultivators didn't have the intention to laugh at him, they wanted to train Li Zongbao and even the younger generation. Who would have thought that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao actually did it? Heng Ming looked lovingly at Li Zongbao, revealing an indescribable feeling. Who is Qin Jian? Even Heng Ming himself didn't dare to say that he was a match for him. But in front of him, this child who was still cultivating qi in front of him dozens of years ago had already surpassed him and killed Qin Jian. Zongbao has grown up. Sigh, this old man has also grown old. Heng Ming couldn't help but sigh. Then he felt a sense of sadness. Junior brother Chu Hui. Why are people's encounters so different? Some people rise to the top, some people have a bumpy life. Some people can step on the shoulders of others to become the center of attention, but some people can only be the stairs of others, unable to shine. Master. Li Zongbao looked at Heng Ting's eyes and naturally knew what his master was thinking. His heart ached as he said in a low voice, actually, this is all thanks to Martial Uncle Chu Hui and the others. We were just lucky. Lucky? Your Uncle Chu Hui led thousands of disciples of the Utopia faction. There were also tens of thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley who participated in the Battle of the Flowing Ice Valley. Which of their disciples were so lucky? When Heng Yi heard Li Zongbao's humility, he was somewhat disapproving. Your Martial Uncle Chop Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu and Martial Uncle Su Bo have also contributed. My discussion hall will definitely not let them die in peace. But, at this point Heng Ji dragged out his words. The 3 of you have contributed greatly. This bounty for killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the discussion hall. After that, there have been other bounties of various sizes. However, none of them were too difficult. Many cultivators have completed them. Only this one. This bounty has never been settled. In the past few years, countless cultivators have died in Qin Jian's hands because of this bounty. The masters in the meeting hall also think that we should wait until the nascent soul masters come to Sky Patrol City before the bounty can be cancelled. We even said just now that for the sake of the meeting hall's reputation, we should personally kill Qin Jian. These words were actually not suitable for Li Zongbao, but who asked Li Zongbao to be Heng Ming's disciple? Who else could they talk to but him? Moreover, as time passed, the number of disciples who died in Qin Jian's hands increased and the bounty increased by a lot. Even now, even this old man is a little jealous. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core masters who were checking their storage bags and said, "Actually, the moment I saw Qin Jian and saw him fighting with the uncle masters, I finally understood that I was truly ignorant of my own abilities when I clamored to kill Qin Jian back then. It was truly too. It's all right." Heng Ming did not wait for Li Zongbao to finish and waved his hand with a smile. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't had lofty aspirations? I was afraid that if you really met Qin Jian, you would be too arrogant to know your place and not know how to escape. However, I thought about it later. Who is Qin Jian? How could you find him so easily? Yes, I understand the intentions of Master and the other masters. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, "This is Xiao Mao from Xuanyan?" Heng Ming looked at Xiao Mao with a smile and asked, "Yes." Li Zongbao hurriedly replied and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed again. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Uncle Heng Ming. "Yes, you are not bad yourself." Heng Ming smiled. "I have seen Xiao Hua and knew that he would achieve great things with Zongbao. I did not think highly of you back then, but I did not expect that I was still blind. The three of you were able to kill Qin Jian together and your names will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. It is all thanks to senior brother Zongbao's support." Xiao Mao said obediently. "If not for his command, senior brother Xiao Hua and I would not have been able to obtain such great merit. Senior brother Zongbao deserves the most credit this time." "Yes." Heng Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Gao Wei from Xuanyan and Gao Wei also smiled and nodded at him. Gao Wei had just seen Qin Jian's remains and the items in the storage bag and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Mao, this unknown disciple, had really made him proud. Although Xiao Mao did not have the greatest merit in killing Qin Jian, he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be compared to Li Zongbao? Among the three of them, the other disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter what, Xiao Mao still had the second most credit. Furthermore, even if Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not as close as Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao, it was still amazing that Xiao Mao could only obtain the third most credit. Among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, who could compare to the three of them? Even if he was ranked third, it was still eye-catching. Looking at Qian Mo, other than excitement, there was only astonishment in his eyes. He had not carefully examined Qin Jian's remains, but many cultivators had already examined it and no one had raised any objections. Must be true. Furthermore, who would dare to fake Qin Jian's remains? Qian Mo's excitement was needless to say, but his astonishment was not something that Heng Ming and Gao Wei could understand. After all, in his impression, Xiao Hua's credit was really too much awe. Not to mention the Imperial Thunder Sect's first meritorious deed that was done by Xiao Hua in the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect. Following that, the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect went to Golden Spring Mountain. Before they even reached Golden Spring Mountain, they had already saved the disciples of the three sects and were recorded as meritorious deeds by Tu Hong. There was no need to talk about Golden Spring Mountain. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there and the 10 that were brought back by Tu Hong were also heavily injured. However, the 7 people of Imperial Thunder Sect's first group were completely unharmed and their cultivations even increased. Among them was Xiao Hua. After the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect left, Xiao Hua was actually chosen by Li Zongbao and went to the Gale Snow Plains. Following Li Zongbao, he saved hundreds of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not Dao sect disciples and the discussion hall did not ask these cultivators to verify. However, since Li Zongbao said so, this meritorious deed was also recorded. The meritorious deed of the Gale Snow Plains had not cooled down and Xiao Hua had actually charged into the Spirit Stone mine. Regardless of whether Qin Jian went easy on him or Xiao Hua's luck was good, those hundreds of people from Xuanyan School were saved by Xiao Hua. This meritorious deed was also recorded. Not to mention the Spirit Stone mine, there was also the corpse of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core cultivator from Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain and the news he brought back. This was another meritorious deed. There was no need to talk about these. Moreover, this time the three of them actually saved tens of thousands of people. Listening to Li Zongbao's explanation, this must be true. Xiaohua's meritorious deed was definitely worth 30%. Furthermore, there was also the unverified corpse of Qin Jian. This meritorious deed was even greater. It seems like Xiaohua's meritorious deed is much more than Li Zongbao's. While Qian Mo pondered, he was also a little jealous. This fellow's luck. Isn't it a little too good? Suddenly, an extremely daring thought appeared in his mind. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. Damn it, this Xiaohua wouldn't be like what some people had guessed, a terrifying phoenix. Moreover, if he has the cultivation of senior brother Wu Ming, it is also extremely possible for him to have such meritorious deeds. Chapter 2551. However, Qian Mo couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, how is that possible? Xiaohua was with Li Zongbao at Flowing Ice Valley, while senior brother Wu Ming was at Seven Extremes Ridge. However, Qian Mo was shocked again. How is that possible? If Xiaohua knew how to control the thunder, he could have rushed to Flowing Ice Valley from Seven Extremes Ridge. But Li Zongbao said that the three of them were together. Just as Qian Mo realized the truth of the matter, the storage bag containing Qin Jian's corpse was handed to him. Haha, I'm overthinking. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. Xiaohua just joined the Thunder sect not long ago. How could he reach the later stage of the Golden Core Realm? If he was at the later stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have been overjoyed. Qian Mo opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. As one of the three sects that made such a contribution, he couldn't let anyone criticize him. He had to be careful. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Realm Masters and laughed in his heart. This was the real thing, how could it be fake? However, he had to be serious about the questions that followed. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao. After the two of them separated from Xiaohua, they discussed for a long time before coming to the meeting hall. Sure enough, after an hour, all the Golden Core Realm Masters had checked Qin Jian's corpse. Ying Zhao took the storage bag inside. Zongbao and the other two have made such a great contribution, but they did it when Chu Hui, Li Feiyu and Su Bo severely injured Qin Jian. To be honest, it's a little unfair. I'm Zongbao's master and Chu Hui's senior brother, so I won't say anything. My friends, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yes. Changbai Sec's Li Jijie immediately said, Chia Hui, Li Feiyu and Su Bo died in order to kill Qin Jian. They also saved tens of thousands of disciples from Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine. Their contributions, we cannot forget. Although we can't forget about it, the ones who killed Qin Jian were Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. Their contributions are greater. Even Heng Hing had given a portion of the credit for killing Qin Jian to Li Feiyu, who had not even seen Qin Jian. How could he not be tactful enough to make the first move? Yes, this old man also agrees. Cool Breeze Valley's Zhu Jungwei nodded and said, when I offered the reward in the meeting hall, I made it clear that as long as you kill Qin Jian, no matter what method you used, no matter which sect you are from, and even if you are not a disciple who participated in the battle, you will still be rewarded. Since it was my son who took part in the battle that brought Sword Qin's corpse back, what else is there to say? This merit naturally belongs to the three of you. I feel that although the merit of killing Qin Jian is not small, the benevolence of the three of them is even better. Not only did they avenge the cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian, they also brought back the corpses of the 3 Golden Core Stage Seniors and countless Foundation Establishment Stage Seniors and Juniors. This is the most commendable deed. Qian Mo voiced his opinion. Tai Ching Sec's De Sun's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, the disciples from Shi Country and Lian Country teamed up to kill Qin Jian. This is indeed a great story. As a cultivator from Meng Country, this old man is somewhat jealous. If Xiaohua was a disciple of my Tai Ching sect, he would have been killed by the 3 countries' cultivators. This would be an even better story. Seeing that the few Golden Core Stage cultivators had made the final decision, 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi was not happy. He hurriedly said, after listening to everyone's words, it seems like you all have already determined that the 3 of you killed Qin Jian. However, this old man is still a little curious. Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. How could Su Bo and Xie Hui injure him so severely? That year in the Spirit Stone Mine in the Gale Snowfield, Xuanyan School's dozens of early Golden Core stage disciples were not able to harm Qin Jian at all. Furthermore, even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, the three of you, it seems like you couldn't have killed him so easily. Why aren't the three of you injured? That Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect could still fly out to send a message? Of course, it's not that I don't admit that Qin Jian was killed by the three of you. I'm just curious. How did you guys do it? Wang Yi obviously saw that Qian Mo Heng Heng and Gao Wei's faces were not friendly. Even Li Jijia and Zhu Junwei's faces were pulled long. Therefore he added this last sentence. However, this sentence was obviously superfluous. Heng Heng looked at Wang Yi coldly and said to Li Zongbao, Zongbao, tell us what happened. You can satisfy your senior uncle Wang's curiosity. Yes, this old man is not the only one curious. Even when the meeting hall announces the battle achievements of the three of you, you still have to explain. Otherwise, who would know if Qin Jian was real or not? Wang Yi smiled and said, also Sky Patrol City. Qin Jian assassinated Tu Hong. In this reward, Sky Patrol City has added quite a bit of weight. If Shui Yuzhenren asks about it, wouldn't it be hard to explain it to the meeting hall? Senior Uncle Wang, don't be anxious. I've already prepared to explain it to all the seniors. Li Zongbao gave a rare smile and told Xiao Mao everything that he had discussed with him beforehand. Xiao Mao also added in from time to time, describing the heroic scene with exceptional clarity. Qin Jian actually had 4 flying swords. Not only Wang Yi but the entire meeting hall was shocked. It wasn't that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were eloquent, but that the two of them were talking about the original version of how Xiao Hua killed Qin Jian. However, Xiao Hua was replaced by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. Yes, when Qin Jian fought with senior uncle Su Bo and the rest, he already lost 2 of his flying swords. Li Zongbao explained calmly, when he was surrounded by the 3 of us, he actually took out 2 more swords. This was really out of my expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that we had already surrounded Qin Jian and that the sword light of the 2 flying swords dimmed, I would definitely have brought the 2 junior brothers Xiao and escaped. You said that when Qin Jian was fighting with Xie Hui and Su Bo, the sword light dimmed? De Sun frowned and asked, could it be that he was already injured? Yes, it should be so. Li Zongbao glanced at Wang Yi and said, didn't senior uncle Wang have the same question just now? But, when he was surrounded by the 3 of you, Qin Jian, no matter what, he should have some means to protect himself, right? It's impossible that he couldn't break through the joint attack of the 3 of you who were in the Foundation establishment stage? Wang Yi still didn't believe it. I've already explained it clearly. That Qin Jian was insatiably greedy and wanted to save his face. He didn't want to escape from the 3 of us. Didn't he use a very strange flying sword? That seemed to be his unique skill. It was as if the flying sword had pierced through our heads. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Hua obtained a strange shield from the sword cultivator. That shield blocked the flying sword and shattered together with the flying sword. And at the same time that Xiao Hua fell, Qin Jian also fell. Just when Qin Jian was about to transform into a flying sword, senior brother Zongbao continuously activated the immortal piercing whip. He beat Qin Jian until he couldn't transform into a sword. Xiao Mao added, no, I'm asking. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, what method did the 3 of you use to surround Qin Jian? Was it a magic array? Otherwise, I would only be able to escape from your encirclement easily, let alone Qin Jian. I've indeed obtained a secret technique. It's precisely through the joint attack of the 3 of us, using a method similar to a magic array to trap a cultivator. It can also transfer the magic power of 2 people to the other person. Although Martial Uncle Wang is a middle-stage Golden Core master, I'm confident that when you're heavily injured, we can surround you. Li Zongbao's skin and flesh moved as if he was sneering, if you don't believe me, we can try when Xiao Hua sends a message back. The group of Golden Core cultivators all laughed softly. That's right, if they surround Wang Yi when he's heavily injured, how can Wang Yi verify it? And they still have to wait for Xiao Hua to return. Who knows when Xiao Hua will return? Alright. Zongbao, your martial uncle Wang Yi is also asking on behalf of the cultivators of the 3 countries of the Xiaoyu continent. His inspection of the details is also for your own good. Heng Feng held back his laughter and scolded Li Zongbao. Your contribution is indeed great. If you don't ask clearly about the details, how can we be at ease and give you the rewards? Yes, I understand. I feel that it's a fact that I killed Qin Jian. I'm a little conflicted with Martial Uncle Wang's questioning. I seek Martial Uncle Wang's forgiveness. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, also, if Martial Uncles have any other questions, I'll answer all of them. When the other Golden Core cultivators heard this, they all smiled and began to ask questions one by one. Naturally, these Golden Core cultivators were also very curious. They wanted to get to the bottom of many things, but they were definitely not making things difficult. They just wanted to know if what Li Zongbao said was true. They even asked many questions about the underground of Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he answered them one by one. He did not slack at all. Everyone saw clearly that what Li Zongbao said just now really happened. That Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao and the other two. Xiao Mao, who was listening by the side, could not help but sigh secretly. He was not sighing at Li Zongbao's ease of handling the situation, but at the group of Golden Core cultivators' questioning of Li Zongbao. Instead of saying that this kind of questioning was to blame, it was better to say that it was to give Li Zongbao a chance to perform. They wanted him to explain the situation in more detail. Their questions had also become highlights for the show. If there was anything that was too difficult to explain, the group of people would definitely not ask. Especially since Qin Jian was heavily injured, why didn't the disciples who drew their swords come to protect him? Why did they let the three of them surround Qin Jian and attack him? This was completely different from the questioning of Xiao Hua when he returned from the Yinyang Twin Springs mountain. At that time, Xiao Mao was also standing in the meeting hall with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. The only difference was that the one facing the group of Golden Core cultivators was Xiao Hua, a Foundation Establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Mao remembered that Xiao Hua was forced into a corner by Li Qingshu that day. He was practically unable to deal with it and directly threw the question to Li Zongbao and himself. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua's storage bag contained the extremely tragic corpses of the male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua would have been interrogated by Li Qingshu. Chapter 2552. Luckily, I have a powerful sect. Xiao Mao looked at Gao Wei. Gao Wei seemed to have sensed something and nodded at him. As for Qian Mo, who had previously flaunted himself, he also cooperated with Xiao Hua. A few times he asked about Xiao Hua's outstanding points. Li Zongbao was also not stingy with his praise. This is ridiculous. Xiao Mao shook his head. All of this was done by Brother Xiao alone. Alright, I suddenly thought of something. Wang Yi suddenly realized, since Qin Jian is heavily injured, why didn't those disciples come to protect him? Why did they let the three of you surround Qin Jian and attack him? If 10 or 8 grade 6 swordsmen came, the three of you wouldn't be a match for them, right? Instantly, the discussion hall fell into silence. Look at what Uncle Wang said. Li Zongbao laughed. I am not Qin Jian nor am I a sword cultivator. How would I know why they didn't come? Uncle Wang should ask the sword cultivators. Haha, Gao Wei laughed and clapped his hands. When I capture Qin Jian's disciples, I will interrogate them and find out where they went that day. If they give this great merit to my Xunyan School's disciples, I might even give them 2 top-grade spirit stones. Haha, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Ye's face turned ugly. At this moment, Li Zongbao said seriously, I was joking with Uncle Wang just now. The truth is what the disciple said. We all escaped from the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. Our numbers far exceeded Qin Jian's estimation. His disciples were chasing after the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. That was why he didn't protect us. Of course, they also thought that Qin Jian would never be injured. I even thought that with Qin Jian's competitiveness, his disciples didn't even know that he was injured. Brilliant. Xiao Mao almost gave him a thumbs up. This explanation was flawless. Furthermore, it highlighted the merits of the three of them in the karst cave. Wang Yi was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that Li Zongbao and the other two were the ones who did it. Do any of you have any other questions? Heng Ju said with a smile. If you don't, I'll report this to Daoist He Ping. We have already confirmed it. Gao Wei glanced at Xiao Mao, then looked at the crowd and laughed. Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. This matter can be reported to the various teachers. Yes, this old man hasn't contacted sect leader for a long time. This is great news. Chinamo also laughed. Congratulations, fellow cultivators. De Sun seized the opportunity and said with a smile, the number 1 bounty in the conference hall can finally be closed. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Heng Zhao and the others replied, rewards are secondary. The most important thing is to let sword cultivators know, and more importantly, let the cultivators of our Dao sect know that 3 foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect were able to kill a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. Swordsmen are nothing in front of us cultivators. That's right, this award should be given out as soon as possible. Before we launch a large-scale attack on the swordsmen, we must let all the cultivators know about it. Several Golden Core cultivators said in unison. Hengju nodded. This old man also thinks the same. Since we have Qin Jian's head, this merit belongs to Zong Bao and the others. It is not appropriate for us to ask about the details. What we want is the result of killing Qin Jian, not the process. Indeed. De Sun spoke again. If it were any other time, the conference hall would have to carry out such a big move like killing Qin Jian. We would even have to look for the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. However, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley has not arrived yet. Our conference hall cannot wait any longer. This old man agrees to give out the award today. Alright, it's Ai's turn to be on duty today. I will take advantage of this and report this good news to the sect first. Heng Zhao said with a smile. He stood up and took out his token. The other Golden Core cultivators also hurriedly stood up and respectfully lined up behind Heng Zhao. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood beside Heng Zhao. A light flashed in the conference hall. An old man with white hair and a youthful face wearing a feathered robe appeared in midair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a kind smile on his face. Greetings, Xinren Heping. The group of Golden Core cultivators hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Please rise. Xinren Heping said with a smile. I haven't heard any news from Sky Patrol City for a long time. How's the situation now? I know that the sect leader doesn't like to fight. If there's nothing special, I wouldn't dare to trouble the sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly bowed and said, it's my turn to be on duty today. It's also a critical moment, so I had no choice but to disturb the sect leader. Heng Zhao, you've always been experienced and prudent. You also have some strategies. I'm very relieved to leave the Utopia faction's disciples to you. Xinren Heping praised Heng Zhao first. Heng Zhao looked delighted. After thanking him, he told him about the current situation of the battle. Xinren Heping listened and frowned slightly. He was puzzled and said, it hasn't been 10 years, right? Your attacks are very fierce. Yes, sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, the sword cultivators' attacks are also very fierce. They seem to be cutting off all means of retreat. Moreover, this time the conference hall has been planning for a long time. Us Golden Core cultivators are also going to compete with their illusory swordsmen. I don't understand these things about attacking cities and seizing territories. Xinren Heping said frankly, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. No, we haven't done anything yet. There's no need for the sect leader to do anything. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, today I have good news for the sect leader. What good news? Xinren Heping asked curiously. Sect leader, do you still remember the number 1 bounty order in the conference hall that I reported to you a few years ago? Heng Zhao asked tentatively, but there was still some anxiety in his eyes. He was afraid that Xinren Heping would forget about it. Oh, I remember. Xinren Heping laughed and said, that's the number 1 bounty order in our Taoism sect. It seems to be a bounty for an illusory swordsman. Yes, it's the illusory sword level 3 swordsman called Qin Jian. Heng Zhao hurriedly added, feeling relieved. Illusory sword level 3. Xinren Heping frowned again. This kind of swordsman. I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. This bounty order. Could it be that a disciple of our Utopia faction killed Qin Jian? Hey, good. Heng Zhao's face was full of smiles. Li Zongbao stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Oh? Zongbao? It's you who killed Qin Jian? Apparently Xinren Heping knew Li Zongbao, so he smiled brightly. Li Zongbao said respectfully, my cultivation is not enough to kill Qin Jian. However, several golden core cultivators injured Qin Jian. Together with 2 junior brothers from the Imperial Thunder sect in the Xuanyan school, I killed Qin Jian, who was seriously injured. Ha ha ha, not bad. Zhenren Heping laughed. Since you killed him, it's your credit. Zongbao, you've really brought honor to our Utopia faction. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't dare. Li Zongbao said hurriedly with a smile. Master notified the sect leader because he wanted to make him happy. Master and I have no intention of rewarding you. Ha ha ha, in a war those who have done well will be rewarded and those who have done wrong will be punished. I'm not senile. How could I not know that? Moreover, if you want to finish the war in one stroke, your momentum is the most important thing. Although I don't know how to command troops, I can still encourage the disciples of our Utopia faction. Zhenren Heping stroked his beard with his hand and said happily, as long as I can promise you, I will promise you. Heng Zhao was overjoyed. Isn't this how his little abacus always works? Hearing Zhenren Heping's words, Heng Zhao squinted his eyes. He knew Li Zongbao's big opportunity had arrived. However, Heng Zhao was still so respectful. He lowered his head as if he had not heard Zhenren Heping's words. This. Li Zongbao was surprised. It seemed that this was not something he had expected. However, Zhenren Heping's words were also very clear. Whatever he asked for, he would agree. For a moment, Li Zongbao was full of thoughts. He did not know what to ask for. The discussion hall was completely silent. Many of the Golden Core elders were envious of Li Zongbao. This was the approval of a sect leader. If not for the impending battle, even if it was the great merit of killing Qin Jian, it would not have been exchanged for such a sentence. Li Zongbao's hesitation was reasonable. What about a cultivation method? Or magic weapon? Or perhaps it was a highly sought-after position in the Utopia faction. The Golden Core stage cultivators were all thinking about Li Zongbao. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao bowed calmly and said, "Thank you, sect leader. After thinking about it, I think I'd better ask for a special pardon." What? Even Heng Zhao, who had lowered his head in silence, was shocked, let alone the other Golden Core stage cultivators. Heng Zhao had already put himself in Li Zongbao's shoes and thought of a few options. No matter which option, Li Zongbao would be able to take a few more steps on the road to the nascent soul stage and have a greater chance of conceiving a baby. However, he never thought that Li Zongbao would ask for a special pardon. That thing was completely useless for cultivation. Heng Zhao could not help but look sideways at Li Zongbao. He could not speak, but his eyes were full of doubt and blame. A special pardon? Immortal Heping frowned again. Zongbao, what can you hide from me? What do you want that for? Yes, a special pardon from the sect leader was something that could only be used when a disciple had committed a grave mistake and was about to be killed, or his cultivation would be abolished. How could Immortal Heping not find it strange that Li Zongbao wanted it for no reason? Even some cultivators who were not on good terms with the Utopia faction were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said calmly, "I've been practicing the leeching treasure mirror, and I have the holy whip, the magic treasure of the Utopia faction. My master has taught me many skills and I don't lack any elixirs. I really don't know what to ask for. If I ask for it in the future, it won't be able to boost the morale of the Utopia faction disciples. Therefore I chose the special pardon. I took Qin Jian's life in exchange for a chance to correct my grave mistake. Isn't it more useful than any magic weapon or cultivation method?" Chapter 2553. Good. Immortal Heping nodded almost without hesitation. In that case, I approve the pardon order. Now send a disciple to send the pardon order to the Sky Sentry City. After that, Immortal Heping flicked his sleeves and the whole image gradually began to blur and then disappeared. During the whole process, Immortal Heping's face was as usual, and there was no change when he said, "Good." No one knew if he was happy or angry. When the image of Immortal Heping disappeared, Heng Ju raised his eyebrows. When he was about to send a message, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Heng Ming from the Utopia faction has reported to the head, I have to let the head know. Otherwise I will be negligent. Well, now the crowd did not have to disperse. They still stood in the distance, but Hengju moved back and Gao Wei stood in front of Hengju. Gao Wei made a gesture and threw the token into the air, but there was a flash of brilliance in the air. After a while the figure of Fairy Yingjue did not appear. Gao Wei was a little surprised. He knew that this image transmission method was directly connected to Fairy Yingjue's magic treasure. As long as he activated his Dharma power, Fairy Yingjue must have some intuition. In the past 10 times Fairy Yingjue appeared immediately after he used it. Could it be that the head has other things to do? While thinking, Gao Wei's face was full of smiles. When he was about to speak, he saw the brilliance suddenly stagnate, and with a slight tremor, the image of Fairy Yingjue flashed in the air. However, it was obvious that Fairy Yingjue's face was full of displeasure, and a faint green light flashed in her eyes. Junior and others greet Fairy Yingjue. All the cultivators bowed and saluted so they could not see clearly. What's the matter? Fairy Yingjue glanced at them and said coldly. Disciple Gao Wei is now reporting the situation of the battle in the Sky Sentry City to the head, and there is also a good news. Gao Wei's words were very similar to Hengju's. But Fairy Yingjue's reaction was different from Immortal He Ping's. Fairy Yingjue was a little impatient and said lightly, "Didn't you just report a few days ago? You have begun to test the sword cultivator's actual situation? Now there is a situation. Then you should launch a fierce attack based on this situation. They are just a few illusory swordsmen. Do you think you can't kill all of the hundreds of thousands of disciples?" Gao Wei looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, the time of his report was definitely not a few days ago, but he did not dare to correct him. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, but..." "There's no buts." Fairy Yingjue said coldly, "I don't know how to deploy troops. All of you are intelligent people. You only need to work together to spread the name of my Dao sect. Even if you lose, we won't blame you." "Yes." Seeing that Fairy Yingjue was about to flick her sleeves, Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Does sect head still remember the first bounty for this battle?" "I don't remember." Fairy Yingjue replied bluntly. Gao Wei smiled apologetically. "Of course the sect leader is busy. This is just a small matter, so it's fine if you don't remember. But today I want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Mao, a disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school, together with the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, killed the third-grade illusory swordsman Qin Jian." "Oh?" "A disciple in the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyan school killed the illusory swordsman?" Fairy Yingjue was stunned and seemed to be a little interested. "Disciple Xiao Mao greets the sect head." Xiao Mao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "You?" Fairy Yingjue seemed to have some impression of Xiao Mao, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Yes, it's disciple Xiao Mao." Xiao Mao knew that Fairy Yingjue knew him through the hunting seedlings plan and hurriedly replied. "Not bad." Fairy Yingjue rolled her eyes and nodded. "You have made a great contribution to the Xuanyan school. In addition to the bounty on the bounty after the battle, I will reward you." "Thank you, sect head." Xiao Mao expressed his gratitude again. "Yes, sect head knows." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the conference hall. Xiao Mao and the other two completed this seemingly impossible task and have already received the bounty on the bounty. Also, Immortal He Ping of the Utmost Happiness faction has just rewarded Li Zongbao." "Yes, I know." Fairy Yingjue said impatiently. "Whatever He Ping rewarded, the Xuanyan school will do the same." "Yes, I understand." Gao Wei was really helpless and hurriedly said again, "Martial nephew Li Zongbao has requested for a special pardon from the Utmost Happiness faction. Sect head, please issue the special pardon to reward Xiao Mao's battle achievements." "Special pardon?" Fairy Yingjue was slightly stunned, and then she flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, "I know." Seeing Fairy Yingjue's figure disappear, Gao Wei's mood was like a bucket of cold water being poured on his head. It couldn't be helped. Most of the original infant stage masters were focused on cultivating, and they didn't care too much about the battle. After all, the battle of the Golden Core stage masters was just the prelude. Even if the Golden Core stage masters were defeated in this battle, there would still be a group of original infant stage masters with extraordinary strength behind them. These original infant stage masters were definitely not people that the sword cultivators could easily resist. Gao Wei smiled bitterly and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." "Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. This is what you deserve." Gao Wei stepped back and looked at Qian Imo. Qian Imo was a little hesitant. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't in the conference hall at this time. The effect of him asking for Qian Leizi's help was not as good as that of Taoist He Ping and Fairy Yingxue. Moreover, he didn't know whether Qian Leizi would be like Fairy Yingxue and give him a bucket of cold water. "Fellow cultivator Qian, please." Gao Wei wouldn't let Qian Imo go and he shouted loudly. They. Qian Imo had no choice but to take out the token in front of everyone's eyes. As he made a spell, Qian Leizi's red face appeared in mid-air. "Greetings, Senior Qian Leizi." Everyone bowed again. You all get up." Qian Leizi had shown his face in the conference hall earlier. At this time he waved his hand and said, "You all have worked hard since the battle started." Qian Imo heaved a sigh of relief and everyone said in unison, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." "What's the matter now?" Qian Leizi raised his head and looked at Qian Imo. "I have a few important things to report." Qian Imo didn't dare to keep it a secret. He told Qian Leizi about the current situation of the battle and John Doe who could perform the thunder travel. However, before he told Qian Leizi about Qin Jian, Qian Leizi's body shook and he shouted, "Qian Imo, are you sure? He's a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect at the late stage of Gold Core Realm?" "I haven't confirmed it yet." Qian Imo smiled apologetically, "But according to Qinsheng it can't be wrong. Others don't know my thunder escape skill. But how can the disciples of the Canlei Palace not know it? How is this possible?" Qian Leizi widened his eyes, but his voice became lower and lower. Of course, he couldn't believe that there was a disciple at the late stage of Gold Core Realm in the thunder-controlling sect who could surpass him in the thunder escape skill. "Quickly find Qinsheng and ask him to return to the Sky Thunder Peak." Qian Leizi raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Qian Imo, tell them that once they find John Doe's trace immediately." Speaking of this, Qian Leizi hesitated. After all, John Doe was a cultivator who could perform the thunder escape skill. Ordinary disciples of the Gold Core Realm couldn't catch up with him. You just need to pay attention to him. If you can find his trace or which Thunder Palace he belongs to, it will be better. After this battle we will all go to the Sky Thunder City. Qian Leizi sighed and wondered if John Doe was a disciple secretly taught by a distraction stage master. Seeing that Qian Leizi was absent-minded, Qian Imo bowed again and said, "Besides this, I also want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Hua, a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, joined hands with the disciples of the Xuanyan school and the Utopia faction to kill Qin Jian, a swordsman at the thunder-controlling stage 3 of the illusory sword skill." "Qin Jian? Isn't he the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong?" "What? The disciples of our Taoism sect did what the elders of the Shui region couldn't do? Our disciples of the thunder-controlling sect also have a share?" "Xiao Hua again? That disciple of the Foundation establishment stage?" Qian Leizi asked curiously with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his eyes. "Where's Xiao Hua?" Qian Leizi naturally knew about Tu Hong. He was extremely dissatisfied with Shuiyu Daoist, so he didn't care if Shuiyu Daoist knew about Tu Hong and Yu Meng. Seeing that Shuiyu Daoist didn't manage to kill Qin Jian, and instead, a foundational disciple from his Imperial Lightning sect and 2 disciples from other sects completed the task, how could he not be happy? However, when he looked around and didn't find Xiao Hua, he asked. "Sect leader, Xiao Hua has another important task. He was sent to another place without returning to the city." Qian Imo replied hurriedly. "Good." Qian Leizi clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Hua has made many outstanding contributions to the thunder-controlling sect in the Sky Thunder City. He should be rewarded handsomely." "Yes, I also think so. Therefore, I would like to ask the sect leader to reward Xiao Hua to boost the morale of our disciples." Qian Imo said with a smile. "Well, what should I reward him with?" Qian Leizi was very happy and asked in an inquiring tone. Qian Imo knew what Qian Leizi meant. He said hurriedly with a smile, "Xiao Hua was not in the conference hall. Therefore, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school have asked for rewards from Immortal He Ping and Fairy Yingxue. Really? Qian Lazy said with a smile. Then our thunder-controlling sect can't be stingy. We can't be worse than them. Tell me, what precious rewards did the Utopia faction and the Xunyan school give? Well, the sect leader knows that the Utopia faction and the Utopia faction have rewarded Xiaohua with a special pardon order. Qian Mo didn't dare to hide the truth, although he also thought the special pardon order was unreasonable. A special pardon order? Qian Lazy was stunned. He said casually, well, let's wait until Xiaohua returns to the Sky Thunder Peak. Anyway, this is a great contribution. I will remember it in my heart. Senior Qian. Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly with a bow, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to do it today. You're Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction? Qian Lazy was a little unhappy. I know I can't do that. Li Zongbao's heart was trembling. He still didn't dare to straighten his back. However, he still said in a low voice, I think this matter should not be delayed. These ripples were somewhat similar to when Zhong Haoren knelt on the mountain and begged Xiaohua back in Zhongling Mountain Villa. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned and stopped. This feeling was not similar to the throbbing of the hand of karma. It was more appropriate to say that it was a sudden impulse. Why are there cultivators here? Just as Xiaohua cautiously scanned the area with his Buddhist awareness, he found that there were several cultivators about 100 miles away. When Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness returned to where the cultivators were, his expression became even more wonderful. I knew it. My wife is here, how can this guy be far away? However, why are these two people here? Moreover, the two of them, their expressions are a little strange. Xiaohua's face was filled with a look of understanding. Moreover, there was still some incredulity in his expression. His figure suddenly slowed down, and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly 100 li away. 100 miles away, it was still a flat snowfield. However, there were some sparse vegetation on the snowfield. Although there were very few vegetation and the color was very light, almost all of it was grayish-white. There were only a few spots of green on the vegetation. However, it was still green. In this endless snowfield, there was a trace of vitality. Unfortunately, this vitality did not arouse the vitality of the world. Instead, above the vegetation there were more than a dozen people with swords drawn. Their fierce auras were soaring to the sky and annihilated this trace of vitality. The dozen people were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by a dignified person with 2 or 3 arrogant and handsome disciples of the Huanhua sect. Who else could it be but Yun Jiecheng? The other group was led by a middle-aged man who was not very tall but had a straight figure. He looked like he was the only one in the world and everyone else had to bow down to him. This person had a strong temperament and was very refined, but at this time his eyes were filled with anger. Behind him were 4 young disciples. These disciples were dressed in clean clothes and their manners were slightly restrained. The anger in their eyes was even more intense. This refined and determined middle-aged man was none other than Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhong Haoren. However, Zhong Haoren was already at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the few young people near him were around the 10th layer of qi refining. As for the third group, there was only one person. Moreover, this person was a delicate female swordsman. She was also someone Xiaohua was familiar with, Gu Yu of the Void Heaven Sword School. These 3 groups of people who had no connection with each other were unexpectedly gathered together. No wonder Xiaohua was surprised. However, if Xiaohua carefully looked, he would be able to see a palm-sized pony-like thing above the snow region. He would not be so surprised. However, that thing was now stuck with a yellow talisman and lying motionlessly on the gray-white vegetation. How could Xiaohua distinguish it? At this time, Yun Jiecheng and Zhong Haoren were in a state of mutual hostility. However, Yun Jiecheng was unarmed and coldly looked at Zhong Haoren with disdain. Moreover, his vigilant gaze occasionally passed over Zhong Haoren and fell on Gu Yu's body. Gu Yu's complexion was as usual. Although she was in a confrontation with the 2 groups of cultivators and was somewhat far away from them, it was obvious that she was somewhat close to Zhong Haoren. Gu Yu's pretty eyebrows did not reduce her beauty. Because she did not reveal her invisible sword, she gave people a feeling of pity. Fellow Taoist. Although Zhong Haoren was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he was not afraid in the face of Yun Jiecheng, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still indifferently said, "This Zhong saw this Ganoderma horse, and the yellow talisman on its body was also struck by this Zhong. How could it now belong to fellow Taoist? Moreover, fellow Taoist indiscriminately attacked me with a magic tool. This swordsman didn't block it, this Zhong would have already died. This Zhong really doesn't understand. In the eyes of cultivators, is a cultivator a fellow Taoist? Or is the swordsman a fellow Taoist?" After saying this, Zhong Haoren rushed towards Gu Yu and saluted. "Many thanks to Miss for upholding justice and saving me." However, Gu Yu did not pay attention to him and only looked at the two people vigilantly. Yun Jiecheng sneered and said disdainfully, "Which sect are you a disciple of? Didn't you see I's Taoist robe? What reason does a disciple of my Huanhua sect need for something he wants?" When Zhong Haoren saw that Yun Jiecheng was pointing at his sect, he could only reply, "Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, so this Zhong naturally knows. However, since Senior Martial Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you should have the demeanor of a big sect in the country of Xi. You shouldn't have competed with I. You shouldn't have attacked me without saying anything." He, Yun Jiecheng sneered. "Do you think that you, a cultivator at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, can capture this Ganoderma horse? Can your yellow talisman easily imprison the Ganoderma horse? Even so, fellow Taoist, you have to make it clear." Zhong Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly. He was really angry, but he still defended himself. "If this Zhong knew that there was something fishy about it, I would definitely return this Ganoderma horse." "Ha, I'm dying of laughter." Yun Jiecheng laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He pointed with his hand and said, "If this Ganoderma horse fell into your hands, you would still take it out. Do you really think I'm a baby boy? Others don't know, but this Zhong would definitely return it." Zhong Haoren replied word by word. "Maybe." Yun Jiecheng stopped laughing. He looked at Zhong Haoren from head to toe and said, "You see that I have the intention to kill you, but you are still defending yourself. If you are not pedantic, then you have other plans. Do you want to join forces with this swordsman?" Then Yun Jiecheng came to his senses and said coldly, "Since you already know that I am a disciple of the Huanhua sect, why didn't you report your sect? Look, you are not wearing my cultivator's battle robe, and now you have the help of a swordsman from the Huan Kingdom. Do I still need to say it? You must be the spies of the Huan Kingdom's swordsman." After saying that, Yun Jiecheng waved his hand and shouted, "Come on, disciples, take down these spies. No matter if they are dead or alive, this is all due to our efforts." Yes, the three disciples of the Huanhua sect received the order and clapped their hands. 3 magic treasures that were overflowing with brilliance flew into the air. Each of them reflected a multicolored light that was dozens of feet long. They swept up all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around them and smashed toward Zhong Haoren and the others with a faint roar. Among the 3 magic treasures, one was in the shape of a staff. In the multicolored light, the green wooden staff formed a wooden wave. The thumb-sized shadow of the staff hit Zhong Haoren and the chi-refining disciple behind him. Chapter 2555. The other magical weapon was a fist-sized fire pearl. Its brilliance was the brightest. Even in this extremely cold snowfield, it still emitted an orange-red brilliance that shot out about 10 feet. Within the brilliance, the 3 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren were shrouded in layers and layers of fire. The scorching heat that assaulted their faces caused the 3 aura refining disciples' expressions to greatly change. As for the third magic weapon, it was a scarlet-yellow silk ribbon. As it flew in the air, there were faint runes flowing on its surface. Following behind the fire bead, it resembled a spirit serpent, shrouding all 4 of them except for Zhong Haoren. Seeing that the 3 mid-foundation building cultivators had unexpectedly used rare magic weapons as soon as they attacked, and under their magic power, those magic weapons emitted a terrifying aura, Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura-refining disciples couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Apart from Zhong Haoren, who had stepped into the foundation-building realm, the other 4 were only in the aura-refining realm. Not to mention 3 middle-stage foundation-building cultivators using 3 magic weapons. Even if a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator didn't use any magic weapons, Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura-refining disciples wouldn't be a match for them. However, as soon as the 3 magic weapons left their hands, they immediately displayed their might and simply smashed down without holding back. Aside from being alarmed, the 5 disciples could only clap their hands together and raise one hand. Unexpectedly, a dozen or so yellow talismans of various colors appeared in their hands, and in their other hands several flying swords appeared. The swords flickered as they closely followed the yellow talismans and stabbed towards the 3 magic weapons that had already fallen several meters above their heads. Puff, puff. A dozen or so soft sounds rang out. The dozens of activated yellow talismans had just absorbed a small amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth when they were crushed by the brilliance of the magic weapons and turned into fragments that drifted down. As for the yellow talismans, they simply couldn't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Under the magic power of the aura-refining disciples, they only flashed a faint brilliance before being annihilated. The intact yellow talismans were just like scrap paper that drifted in the air. When he looked at Zhong Haoren again, there was only a moment of panic on his face before his eyes flashed with determination. The flying sword in his hand turned into a rainbow as a sword beam pierced through the air towards the green staff shadow. Tisk 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 tisk, Zhong Haoren's flying sword was actually very fast. The sword light only flashed for a moment before it pierced into the staff shadows. Sounded like it was piercing through bamboo. Nearly 40% of the staff shadows at the front of the green staff magic treasure were actually pierced by Zhong Haoren's flying sword and disappeared without a trace. Oh. The middle foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhong Haoren's flying sword to be so sharp. However, the sneer on the disciple's face became even more pronounced. The remaining shadows of the staff didn't stop. Pa pa pa, a series of sword cries rang out. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was struck and sent flying backwards. Not good. When Zhong Haoren saw the green staff suddenly emit a brilliance again, he immediately knew that things weren't good. He hurriedly formed an incantation to retrieve his flying sword. However, after the row of staff shadows fell, a thick shadow of the green staff emerged from the staff shadows. Boom! It smashed into the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword quickly converged. Then with a crisp kachig sound, a wide crack appeared on the flying sword. It extended from the tip of the flying sword all the way to the end of the sword. Zhong Haoren's face suddenly burst into a bright red color. Then the red color suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a deathly white color. The broken flying sword fell into the dust along with the dark red color on his face. Zhong Haoren was like this, so the flying swords of the other 4 aura-refining disciples were not worth mentioning. Although half of the shadow of the green staff had been destroyed by Zhong Haoren, the remaining shadow hit another flying sword. The flying sword had just flown out when it was immediately knocked down. It simply didn't have any effect. As for the 3 flying swords under the fire bead, they were even more miserable than Zhong Haoren's flying sword. At the same time that the fire pearl struck down the 2 flying swords, the flames inside it emerged and enveloped the 2 flying swords. Seeing the flying swords being refined by the flames, the 2 aura-refining disciples couldn't resist at all no matter how much magic power they channeled. The other flying sword was directly smashed by the fire bead. The aura-refining disciple who had a primordial spirit connection with the flying sword directly collapsed on the snowy ground. The snake-like silk ribbon followed behind the fire bead. At this time it was flashing with a clear blue brilliance. Countless light silks shrouded Zhong Haoren and the other 4 people, completely isolating the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gradually shrinking force of imprisonment firmly bound the 5 people. Seeing that Zhong Haoren had actually taken out his flying sword, Yun Guicheng's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. He turned to look at Gu Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, as I expected, these are the spies of the sword cultivator. Why don't you surrender?" The corner of Gu Yu's mouth flashed a trace of a sneer. He waved his hand, and the flying sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards Yun Guicheng. This stream of light was like a fountain, transforming into countless thin sword lights in the air, covering his upper body. Every sword light flickered with a sharp and bright light, as if it could pierce through one's eyes. Yun Guicheng raised his head and roared. He clapped his hand and a semicircular magic weapon appeared in his hand. This semicircular magic weapon was very strange. It was orange-yellow in color, as if it was connected with a string of flames. When Yun Guicheng threw the magic weapon in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. The runes on the flames flowed, and the flames transformed into a dragon with a head and a tail. It was Su Yenyun's family heirloom, the dragon-driving hoop. Go! Yun Guicheng pointed his finger, and the dragon shape suddenly enlarged to the size of a few feet. However, the dragon shape did not fly straight, but circled around a circular area. Woo-woo, there was a sound, and the center of the dragon-driving hoop produced a great suction force, blocking in front of Yun Guicheng. Gu Yu's flying sword light fell into the hoop like a firefly flying into a flame, as if there was no resistance at all. A flying sword in the shape of a sharp cone gradually appeared in the center of the dragon-driving hoop. Haha, Yun Guicheng chuckled, but before he could laugh, his face became serious again. This was because Gu Yu, who was controlling the flying sword in the air just now, had disappeared from her original place. The way she disappeared was so strange and so sudden. It was as if she wasn't there at all. What is going on? Yun Guicheng was surprised. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find out where Gu Yu had escaped to. But at this moment, an extremely sharp sword light appeared on Yun Guicheng's left shoulder. Yun Guicheng's protective brilliance flickered for a moment before it was immediately annihilated, and the sword light sank into his body. Blood light burst out along with the sword light. Yun Guicheng was shocked. He used his flying technique to quickly fly to the right. But how could his flying technique be compared to Gu Yu's? The sword light was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, and there was no sign of it being dodged. Attack! Yun Guicheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the dragon-driving hoop with his right hand. Roar! With a dragon roar, the illusory dragon expanded once again and charged towards Yun Guicheng's left arm. Above the dragon's head, a beam of light that resembled a sword shot into the air. The dragon-driving hoop was also very fast. The dragon shape fell a few feet in a moment, and Gu Yu's invisible sword could no longer pierce into Yun Guicheng's body. But with a wave of her hand, a piece of flesh fell from Yun Guicheng's arm, and blood immediately fell down. Boom! The dragon-repelling hoop and Gu Yu's flying sword collided. The dragon-repelling hoop slightly vibrated while Gu Yu's flying sword also flashed. Under the might of the dragon-repelling hoop, Gu Yu's figure also quietly flashed. Invisible sword? Seeing this, Yun Guicheng was shocked. Regardless of the injury on his left arm, he hurriedly pointed at the dragon-driving hoop. His spiritual power was activated again, and he fiercely flew toward the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. However, when the dragon-driving hoop flew past, there was no movement at all. Obviously, Gu Yu was no longer there. Not good. Yun Guicheng's thoughts turned very quickly. His whole body suddenly flew to the left and he landed at the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. His right hand patted his forehead. Roar! A huge dragon roar came from Yun Guicheng's body. Then the surface of Yun Guicheng's body flashed with crimson flames. As the flames burned, a fiery dragon 5 feet in size, like a huge coiled python, emerged. With the appearance of Yun Guicheng's fiery dragon, a faint red color appeared in the surrounding area of dozens of feet. It seemed to be the brilliance of the fiery spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A faint blazing heat turned the snow and ice underground into flowing water in a moment. Withdraw! Yun Guicheng stood in the air majestically. The wound on his left arm quickly healed. As Yun Guicheng waved his hand, the dragon-driving hoop fell into his hand. Buzzed! With a buzzing sound, the dragon-driving hoop in Yun Guicheng's hand, without the activation of his spiritual power, increased by a few feet. The fierce dragon shape became even more ferocious. Go! Yun Guicheng's eyes flashed red. He swung his right arm and the dragon-driving hoop flashed brilliantly in the air. With a fierce force, it smashed somewhere in the air to the right. Boom! The brilliance in front of the dragon-driving hoop flashed and a sword light appeared. It was the sword light that blocked the dragon-driving hoop. Then the sword light flew up diagonally. Obviously, Gu Yu's invisible sword could not resist the great power of Yun Guicheng's dragon-driving hoop. Where do you think you're going? Yun Guicheng's body flashed with flames, and he rushed to the place where Gu Yu was sent flying. With the movement of Yun Guicheng's body, the fiery dragon body also slowly moved. Wu, the dragon-driving hoop, roared again. Gu Yu's invisible sword was forced out of its sword shape by Yun Guicheng again. With the appearance of the invisible sword, Gu Yu's somewhat astonished face was revealed along with his barely stabilized body. Obviously, Gu Yu did not expect Yun Guicheng to have such a powerful fiery dragon body. Moreover, Yun Guicheng's strength had already exceeded the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Within the range of Yun Guicheng's body, Gu Yu's biggest reliance was suddenly lost. Go! Since the invisible sword was useless, Gu Yu did not say anything. The flying sword in his hand flew out again. The small flying sword spun in the air and countless white snowflakes gushed out. The sword light was the 6 petals of the snowflakes. The purity of ice and jade was Gu Yu's nobility. Chapter 2556. Ha, ignorant sword cultivator. Do you think that close combat is your world? Yun Guicheng laughed without hesitation. He waved his hand and the dragon-repelling ring turned into a ring in front of him, generating a suction force to resist the sword light. The flame dragon's celestial body raised its head and roared. The faint red color around Gu Yu suddenly deepened. Wisps of red fire appeared and surrounded Gu Yu along with the sword intent. Gu Yu's body flashed with a white brilliance. While resisting the red fire, the fluttering snowflakes also melted in the blazing red fire. Why is this cultivator's celestial body so powerful? Gu Yu was shocked. It's even more terrifying than the terrifying phoenix. Moreover, this cultivator has the flame physique. In this area, my ice snow sword intent is restrained everywhere. Gu Yu thought. Seeing that the snowflakes melted by the red fire had already entered the invisible sword, she did not dare to hesitate. She hurriedly waved her hand and the invisible sword quickly fell into her hand. A burning sensation was transmitted from the invisible sword to her hand. Hiss, Gu Yu could not help but gasp again. Kill. Yun Guicheng waved his hand as if commanding the 3 Huanhua sect disciples who had trapped Zhong Haoren and the other 4. At the same time, his flame dragon's celestial body raised its head and roared. The dragon-repelling ring danced again and turned into a dragon rushing towards Gu Yu. How could Gu Yu not know that the situation was critical? She hurriedly urged the sword origin in her body. The sword light around her body also flashed rapidly. The invisible sword suddenly turned into a rainbow, carrying Gu Yu to rush out of the red fire area. Gu Yu knew that as long as she rushed out of this area, she would immediately become invisible. Yun Guicheng and the others would not be able to find her. However, Yun Guicheng's face showed a hideous smile. The red in his eyes became more intense. The red fire area around Gu Yu increased again and the flame became brighter. When the disciples of the Huanhua sect received Yun Guicheng's order, without saying a word, one of the disciples formed an incantation gesture and trapped Zhong Haoren and the others. Another disciple who held a fire bead pointed his finger. The fire bead that had been suspended in midair suddenly enlarged, emitting countless sparks that were about to fall. At such a critical moment, Xiaohua still hasn't arrived at the scene. He can ignore Gu Yu's life and death, but Zhong Haoren has an old relationship with Xiaohua. Xiaohua even made a move on his path of growth. How could Xiaohua just ignore it? A powerful divine sense swept down from the sky and locked onto everyone. Then a cold snort was heard. How dare you? Ah! This voice seemed to come from very far away, but in everyone's ears, it was extremely shocking. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears, and they even felt a tremor coming from the bottom of their hearts. The fire pearl couldn't help but stop in midair. Yun Guicheng's fire dragon's celestial body also stopped quietly. The ferocious dragon lifted its head slightly and stared at the sky in the distance. There seemed to be an aura that terrified it. Yun Guichong raised his red eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. He was really looking in the same direction as the fire dragon's celestial body. Kill. Yun Guichong had already sensed the strength of the divine sense and knew that the cultivation of the newcomer was extremely strong, but he still waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Yes. The disciple of the Huanhua sect hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger again. The fire bead flashed again and was about to be activated by the disciple's incantation. But at this moment 2 green and red sword lights flashed from the sky thousands of feet away. These 2 sword lights interacted with each other and chased after each other. They were as fast as meteors, and the distance of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, among the green and red, the dark red color was particularly enchanting. A kind of fear that made everyone's heart tremble shrouded the entire area. Roar. Yun Guichong's fire dragon celestial body was the first to realize that something was wrong. It raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire light red area was filled with brilliance, and the small fire light from before flashed again. Buzz, the 2 sword lights hummed together and suppressed the roar of the fire dragon's celestial body. One sword light pierced toward the flashing fire bead, and the other toward the fire dragon's celestial body. Boom! The green and red sword light in front of the head hit the fire bead first. The fire bead flashed with extremely bright brilliance and then it was quickly annihilated. A hot and strong wave of air rushed out from the fire bead. Then with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the fire bead. The crack spread rapidly and almost covered the entire surface of the fire bead. On the fire bead, a small flying sword flashed and appeared. Puff! The disciple who took out the fire bead spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was so weak that he was about to fall to the ground. Obviously, his primordial spirit was severely injured. Fortunately, the disciple next to him was quick enough to support him. As for the second green and red sword light, it fell directly in the light red area and pierced toward the fire dragon's celestial body on top of Yun Guichong's head. In the light red area, the green sword light became brighter and brighter. It was like a bolt of lightning that split the light red area. Although the sword light was not as swift as before and seemed to have sunk into mud, the green light was still incomparably sharp and unstoppable. In a breath's time, it pierced through all obstacles and arrived in front of the fire dragon's celestial body. Along the way, all the bright crimson flames were cut apart by the sharp sword intent, and all the flames were extinguished like candles in the wind. Roar! The green and red sword light pierced into the fire dragon's celestial body. It seemed that the sword light went through it as if it was nothing, but the celestial body's shadow was wailing as if it had been seriously injured. Even Yun Guichong felt the throbbing deep in his heart. The fire dragon's celestial body could not hold on any longer and slowly disappeared into his body. With the disappearance of the fire dragon's celestial body, the light red area of more than 100 feet immediately disappeared. Gu Yu, who was trying her best to escape, became invisible in the light red area. Go! Yun Guichong did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the dragon-repelling hoop that could not resist the sword light. The dragon circled around his body and his body leaped into the air and flew toward one direction. The 2 uninjured Huanhua sect disciples were already frightened. When they heard Yun Guichong's order, they had already activated the flying technique to pull the seriously injured disciple. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they followed Yun Guichong's back and fled. As for their magic weapons, they had already retracted the green and red sword light that broke the fire pearl before Yun Guichong's order could attack. It seemed that they were already prepared to escape. They knew that their magic weapons were no match for the green and red sword light. Of the 2 sword lights, one circled above the heads of Zhonghauren and the others, protecting the 5 of them. The other sword light chased after them like a poisonous snake. However, it only chased for a few hundred feet before it flew back and quietly floated in the air. 1,000 feet away from the green and red sword light, Gu Yu revealed her figure. Her eyes were vigilant and puzzled as she looked at the small sword in the air. That invisible sword was still in her hand and she did not relax at all. However, Gu Yu's divine sense had already swept out in the direction where the 2 sword lights came from. However, after such a long time she still did not see any figure coming. She was frightened and at the same time, There was a trace of expectation. A moment later she saw a figure dressed in camouflage flying over from the distant sky. She could not see clearly whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator. However, Guyu had already distinguished from the divine sense that shrouded this place. This person who came from afar was definitely not a swordsman. Guyu hesitated for a moment and looked at the flying sword that was still in the air. At this time there was no longer any evil spirit. The green and red sword light was restrained, like a small grass that grew there. Guyu's heart was slightly calmed. She put the invisible sword into her sleeve and quietly hid it. She stood in the air with her hands folded. As for Zhong Haoran and the others, they climbed up from the ground. They tidied up their robes and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting. The cultivator dressed in camouflage seemed to be flying very slowly. However, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The distance of a few li was quickly covered. When the cultivator landed in the air, the two green and red flying swords flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator stretched out his hand and entered the swords. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Zhong Haoran and the others could not distinguish the cultivator's face. However, they knew that he was at least a Jindan Senior. How could they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly bowed and saluted. They also reported their names. In addition to Zhong Haoran, the other 4 10th level Qi refining disciples were also from Zhongling Mountain Village. The cultivator dressed in camouflage was naturally Xiao Hua. And you all get up. Xiao Hua's voice was somewhat ethereal. It was impossible to tell whose voice it was. What is going on? Why did the Huanhua sect disciple kill you all just now? Seeing that the camouflage cultivator did not ask the distant Guyu, but instead asked him first, Zhong Haoran hurriedly took a few steps forward and explained the sequence of events. Finally he smiled bitterly and said, Junior naturally did not know that the Ganoderma horse had been injured by the Huanhua sect disciple. I only thought that it was Junior's doing. If the Huanhua sect disciple had examined the Ganoderma horse with me, I would have definitely returned the Ganoderma horse to them. However, I did not expect that they would use a magic weapon to kill me. If it were not for that girl, I would have already died. Moreover, they knew that I was a disciple of the Dao sect, yet they still wanted to accuse me of a crime and kill me. Nothing more than taking a fancy to this Ganoderma horse. Xiao Hua glanced at the Ganoderma horse imprisoned by the confinement talisman and said coldly, this Ganoderma horse is at least a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. Moreover, because of the special spiritual energy in the place, it can form a weak spiritual intelligence. It is beneficial to the cultivation of swordsmen and cultivators. How could they not be jealous? Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua slanted his eyes at Zhong Haoran and said, this Ganoderma horse is already in your hands, can you still return it to them? Not to mention the Huanhua sect disciple, even this old man, doesn't believe it. Zhong Haoran's expression was calm as he said with a smile, there are countless strange objects in the world, and the ones that can help this junior's cultivation are even more numerous. However, these strange objects are born from heaven and earth and are nurtured by heaven and earth. Chapter 2557. He who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Xiao Hua praised in his heart, but then he sneered, you go and see if that Ganoderma horse is injured. If it is, then it belongs to Huanhua sect and not you. Yes, this junior understands. Zhong Haoran's expression was very indifferent. He waved his hand and the Ganoderma horse fell into his hand. After he scanned it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, Senior, this Ganoderma horse really has a wound from a fire-type magic weapon. I'm afraid it was done by Huanhua sect disciples just now. This thing was not made by this junior alone. Senior, please deal with it. Seeing Zhong Haoran respectfully hand it over, Xiao Hua rolled up his sleeve and the Zoisha horse disappeared without a trace. As for the 4 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoran, their eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. What are you looking at? Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at Guyu, who was 100 feet away, and said coldly, now is the time of the war between Dao cultivators. As a cultivator, it's normal for me to kill you. If Senior wanted to kill this junior, why wait until now? Guyu was not afraid. He raised his head and replied, moreover, Senior is at least a middle gold core stage cultivator. Can you kill this junior without caring about your face? Xiaohua quietly stood in the air, seemingly thinking about something, but after a moment he laughed again. Ha, you're right. Why didn't this senior take advantage of the situation to kill you just now? Now that you ask these questions again, who wouldn't answer? Until he heard this sentence, Guyu's heart fell to the ground. Senior, thank you for saving my life. At this time, Guyu also bowed and thanked him. No need to thank me. Xiaohua waved his hand. This senior was just doing it casually. However, this senior is also a bit strange. You, a swordsman, why did you suddenly help these Zhongling Mountain Village disciples? Could it be that you have a relationship with Zhongling Mountain Village? Senior, Guyu whispered, this junior doesn't know about Zhongling Mountain Village, nor do I know these cultivators. I was just passing by and saw Huanhua sect disciples attacking them. I felt it was unfair, so I helped. That's strange. Xiaohua felt a little strange, but he immediately thought of the inexplicable words that Guyu had said in the Seven Extremes mountain range. Thus he asked, this old man saw that you were using the formless sword. Are you the formless sword Guyu that was widely rumored in the great battle? When Guyu heard this, her face changed greatly. Biting her lips, she nodded and said, Junior is indeed Guyu. Junior didn't think that Senior would actually know Junior's name. You don't have to be afraid. Xiaohua said, even though this old man hates sword cultivators, I also know that some sword cultivators are of noble character. This old man will definitely not bully the weak. Thank you, Senior. However, according to what I know, the invisible sword has killed many Foundation establishment cultivators with the invisible sword. She seems to be a vicious and merciless swordswoman. How come you actually saved several chi refining cultivators today? Xiaohua asked very strangely. This. Guyu hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, it's not that Junior is unwilling to tell Senior the reason, but it involves Junior's privacy, so forgive Junior for not being able to explain in detail. Say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiaohua nodded. I'll let Senior know. Guyu thought for a moment and said, Junior participated in the Dao Cultivator War, and just like Senior said, I was ruthless. Whenever I encountered a cultivator, I wouldn't let them go. Junior even led a group of my Void Heaven Sword School's Bright Sword disciples to ambush and kill all the cultivators I encountered. However, not long ago when Junior was killing a cultivator, he actually saw through my weakness and cut off Junior's right arm in one fell swoop, taking Junior's invisible sword away. However, when Junior was disheartened and was waiting for that cultivator to kill Junior, that cultivator actually did something that Junior couldn't even dream of. He actually returned Junior's arm and invisible sword to Junior. Not only that, but he also put a rare immortal pill into Junior's mouth. If it weren't for that immortal pill, Junior's arm wouldn't have recovered so quickly and so well. Since then, Junior realized that cultivators are far from the rumors of my sword domain's swordsmen. They are all shameless people who love to kill. Junior even thought about it carefully and felt that this Dao cultivator war was really boring. Whether it is a swordsman or a cultivator, they are all cultivators and should focus on cultivation. These killings can only affect one's sword heart and Dao heart, and can only be obstacles on our path of cultivation. All the cultivators and swordsmen who participated in the war were chess pieces in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators. They are all innocent and should not die. Therefore, Junior made an oath to never kill a cultivator in the war. Unless that cultivator wants to take Junior's life. Guyu said without concealing anything. It seemed that this thing that others thought was inconceivable was very common in her eyes. What? There is actually such a strange thing? Even Xiaohua, the instigator, was shocked when he heard Guyu's words. That day when he returned the invisible sword to Guyu, it was purely a kind of instinct. To put it bluntly, that was the true nature of a man. Seeing a woman who met his eyes, that kind of care from the bottom of his heart, a kind of unbearable disturbance. Moreover, at that time Xiaohua ruthlessly chopped off Guyu's arm. It was simply a kind of blasphemy to Guyu's beauty. Xiaohua naturally gave Guyu a Wu Song pill, hoping that it could compensate him for destroying a kind of beauty. However, Xiaohua never thought that his Wu Song pill was different from the rest. In the eyes of sword cultivators who lacked medicinal pills, to say that it was an immortal pill, it was absolutely not inferior. Guyu had already raised Xiaohua's seemingly casual action to a certain height, even to the extent that she obtained the principle of compassion for the world. It couldn't be said that Guyu's thinking was right. However, in this dangerous battle, even Qin Jian was killed by Xiaohua. Guyu was just a little drawing swordsman. How much certainty did she have to protect herself? Such a delicate and pretty girl with such noble and pure thoughts in her heart. In the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators were fighting, I'm afraid only death awaits her? Little girl. Xiaohua sighed, that cultivator may not be as kind as you think. Perhaps he is drooling over your beauty. Guyu's face blushed as she lowered her head and said, that cultivator is our swordsman's great enemy. The bounty offered by the sword transformation masters is extremely heavy. How could he possibly covet this junior? Xiaohua, who was under the bewilderment, was extremely embarrassed. He merely spoke casually and even wanted to change some of Guyu's meaningless good thoughts. However, Guyu actually asked and didn't answer. What great enemy? No matter how he listened, it didn't seem to be an answer to Xiaohua's question. In this way, Xiaohua had some suspicions of ambiguity. If it was before, he could still lift the bewilderment, but now it was absolutely impossible. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed twice and didn't know what to say. After thinking hard for a while, he said, Guyu, your good heart is also what we swordsmen think. But since it was sword cultivators who started the war, we cultivators can't not fight. This old man is very gratified to be able to see such a righteous swordsman like you. Moreover, this old man also hopes that there will be more and more swordsmen like you. This way, this kind of meaningless war won't continue. Not only swordsmen, even us cultivators won't have to die here for no reason. It's difficult. Guyu sighed and didn't say much. According to what this old man knows, that female sword cultivator called Zhang Yutong has already returned to Huan country. Moreover, she wasn't captured by our Dao sect cultivators. If there are no accidents, she will have some influence on this war, right? Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and said, Is that so? Guyu was startled. A trace of surprise flashed through her lively eyes as she said curiously, This junior has never heard of such a thing. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he met Zhang Qingxiao. How could Zhang Yutong not have arrived at the Clear Sword sect? Moreover, with Zhang Qingxiao's ability, how could there be any accidents on the way? Perhaps Zhang Yutong has returned to my sword domain, but there is still no news of Zhang Yuhe. The Clear Sword sect won't let this matter go? Guyu hesitated for a moment and almost blurted it out. But after saying that, she was shocked. Even if it was her fellow disciple, she couldn't casually say such words. How could she easily believe the other party now? Although the other party had just saved her, he was after all a Dao sect cultivator. Senior, thank you for saving my life. If Senior doesn't have any other instructions, this junior will take her leave. Guyu didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly bowed. And it's nothing. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with a smile, however, this old man still wants to ask you, what are your plans now? Why did you suddenly fly here? Guyu really wanted to fly away, but after hearing Xiaohua's question, she had to stop and say with an apologetic smile, This junior fought in the 7 Extremes mountain range. I didn't even use my sword, but my sword cultivator was defeated. A swordsman blamed this junior, but my fellow disciple couldn't protect this junior, so I had to, and this old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Guyu's independence had been rejected by the sword cultivators, so he couldn't help but feel pity for her. This junior wants to come to the sword tomb to see the gorgeous purple jasmine flowers. Then I will return to the Void Heaven Sword School and concentrate on cultivation. I will no longer pay attention to this meaningless battle. Guyu said, sighed and flew away again. Little girl, wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly called out when he heard that Guyu wanted to go to the sword tomb. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Guyu had no choice but to stop again. Where is the sword tomb? If Xiaohua wasn't embarrassed before, he really wanted to go with Guyu. At least he wouldn't get lost, But how could he invite a beauty to go with him? Senior wants to go to the Sword Tomb? Guyu was somewhat curious, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, she pointed to the north. There was indeed a lot of deviation from the direction Xiaohua was flying in. In fact, the Sword Tomb is not the name of a place but a large area. Senior only needs to fly straight to the north. You don't need a specific location. Alas, there, within 1,000 miles, the blood of cultivators and swordsmen is everywhere. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Chapter 2558. At this point, Guyu hesitated a little and reminded, however, the Sword Tomb is not suitable for cultivators to go. The senior goes there, you have to be careful. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. Then this junior will take her leave. Guyu urged the flying sword again. Wait. Xiaohua's mind moved and said urgently. Guyu frowned, but she didn't dare to flare up. She only asked, does senior have any other instructions? This old man wants to ask, you blocked Huanhua Sec's magic weapon. Do you have other thoughts? Xiaohua asked with a smile. This. Guyu didn't understand. Xiaohua was wearing a camouflage robe, so Guyu didn't know where he was looking. This junior really doesn't have other thoughts. Guyu shook her head. Then the Ganoderma horse? Xiaohua pointed his hand and asked, you don't have any thoughts? Hehe, thank you senior for reminding me. Guyu smiled sweetly and innocently. Junior indeed didn't think so much at that time. But if senior wants to bestow a reward, it would be impolite for this junior to refuse. This item is also beneficial to my sword cultivation. Yes, now the Ganoderma horse was in Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua mentioned it at this time, of course he has the intention to reward her. Can the Ganoderma horse be eaten directly? Xiaohua asked. Or does your sword cultivation have a special secret technique? Guyu pursed her lips and smiled. Senior's idea is wrong. This junior needs this Ganoderma horse to refine pills or make medicine. Eating it alone is not good. It's even a waste of natural resources. Xiaohua hesitated. There were many spiritual herbs in his space. Not to mention 10,000 years old, 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old. But these spiritual herbs didn't have any spiritual wisdom. He was somewhat reluctant to destroy this Ganoderma horse. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Guyu immediately understood and smiled apologetically. Senior only needs to bestow some juice. There's no need to take the Ganoderma horse's life. Good. Xiaohua also understood and was about to take out the Ganoderma horse, but his heart was moved again. He turned his head and asked Zhonghauren, when you use the Ganoderma horse, is it also the same? Alright, I'll let senior know. Zhonghauren listened for a long time. When he heard Xiaohua suddenly ask him this question, he immediately bowed and said, that is indeed the case. One of Junior's senior apprentice sisters. Previously, due to a lucky coincidence, she obtained a heaven mend pill. Relying on this spirit pill, she reached foundation establishment in one fell swoop, and her cultivation base was extremely fast. Junior and the others obtained a pill formula that can be used to refine a different type of spirit pill. Although this spirit pill can't compare to the heaven mend pill for us. And no need to say any more. Xiaohua nodded and looked at Guyu. What Zhonghauren said. Do you know? Yes, this junior understands. Guyu's eyes lit up as if she understood something from Xiaohua's words. She hurriedly nodded and said, although the Dao Sec's heaven mending pill is used to mend meridians, it is also extremely beneficial to the physique of us sword cultivators. Even if this junior took the juice of the Ganoderma horse, the medicinal pill refined would still be inferior to the heaven mending pill. If senior has a medicinal pill similar to the heavenly mending pill, junior can refuse the Ganoderma horse as a reward. Ah, what a smart lass. Xiaohua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and threw it to Guyu. This old man had just thought of it and you could already sense it. You are indeed a dragon among sword cultivators. Many, many thanks, senior. Guyu received the jade bottle and was extremely excited. She hurriedly thanked him, but when she opened the jade bottle, she frowned again. This ugly pill was a far cry from the heavenly mending pill that she knew of. However, the runes on the medicinal pill had a faint brilliance and its essence was so restrained. It made her intuition tell her that this medicinal pill was not ordinary. "Ha, little lass, if you don't want it, then this old man will not give it to you." Xiaohua laughed heartily when he saw the situation. "This old man saw your benevolent heart and also saved the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple. That's why I gave this item to you." Guyu was enlightened and no longer hesitated. She hurriedly kept the jade bottle and bowed. "This junior thanks senior for the generous gift. This junior has obtained this medicinal pill. In the future when my cultivation is successful, I will definitely remember today's matter and also remember this junior's oath." "Good," Xiaohua said with a smile. "The heavenly Tao is in the human heart. Whatever you say, the heavenly Tao is listening. You have a kind heart and the heavenly Tao is kind. This is the will of the heavens. You don't have to thank me." "Yes, this junior understands. This junior will take her leave." Guyu said goodbye again. "Right." Xiaohua patted his forehead again. Guyu did not frown this time. She was very happy and laughed. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" It turned out that when Guyu said goodbye, her figure did not move. She seemed to know that Xiaohua would speak again. "Ha." Xiaohua laughed again. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. "Little lass and this old man are fated. This item is for you. However, do not mention it to others." "What is this?" Guyu took the jade bottle. It was another ugly medicinal pill. She really did not understand. Face-retaining pill. Xiaohua knew that Guyu might not know about the auction in Sky Patrol City. He could only transmit his voice. "What? This is a face-retaining pill?" As calm as Guyu, when she heard that she had a face-retaining pill in her hand, she also exclaimed. She had long lost her usual calmness. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to her. Wasn't it to let her keep quiet? Even if there were only Zhong Haoran and the other 4 people around, this face-retaining pill was very likely to be related to the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua did not want to leave any clues behind. "And this is the item," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This old man was in Tongmu City more than 10 years ago. I competed with the people and bid for this item. However, this old man has no use for it. Today I will give it to you. Alas, youth is fleeting, brilliance is hard to stay. I hope this little lass can stay pure forever." "Many, many thanks, senior." Guyu's face was slightly red. However, the shyness in her eyes could not suppress the surprise in her eyes. If Xiaohua and the others were not here, she was afraid that she would have swallowed it in one gulp. "All right, little lass, you can go now." Xiaohua saw that Guyu actually stopped in midair and still did not leave. He said with a smile, "This old man does not have any more good things here. Yes, this junior is truly grateful to senior. Only I do not know." Guyu summoned up her courage and said, "Only I do not know if senior can bestow a name." Obviously Guyu is truly grateful. "No need." Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, not transmitting his voice, "You and I have met by chance. Moreover, there is a difference between Tao and sword. I am afraid that we will not meet again in the future. Whether or not I know your name has nothing to do with it." Guyu's face was full of disappointment. Biting her lips, Xiaohua's unusually young face inexplicably appeared in her mind. It seemed that from the moment she saw his battle, the trajectory of her life had already changed. These words, even if it was said by Xiaohua, it was also extremely appropriate. "This junior is leaving." Guyu hesitated. She was about to urge her body to leave as if she was expecting Xiaohua to call her again. "Be careful on the road." Xiaohua no longer spoke to urge her to stay. "Many thanks, senior." Guyu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I forgot." Just as Guyu flew for about 10 feet, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the ground where Zhong Haoran's flying sword was destroyed by the Huanhua sect disciple. Suddenly, his heart moved and he hurriedly said, "Little girl, please wait." "Yes, senior." "Do you have any other orders?" Guyu cheerfully flew back. Unexpectedly, she was extremely happy. The last sentence. Xiaohua pointed his finger at Zhong Haoran and said, "This is Zhong Haoran from Zhongling Mountain Village. You two meeting today can be considered as fate." Moreover, this old man observed that Zhong Haoran also practiced flying swords. "If there is any opportunity in the future, you two can learn from each other. How about it?" Gu Yu's face showed slight astonishment. There was also a trace of disappointment. Looking left and right at the 5 people, she nodded and said, "Since this is senior's order, if there is an opportunity in the future, this junior can give some guidance. Mrs. Life-Saving Grace, this Zhong will never forget it." How could Zhong Haoran not understand? He hurriedly bowed and said, "However, this Zhong's cultivation is shallow and it is difficult to repay. Now I can only remember it in my heart and hope that there will be an opportunity in the future to repay." "No need." Gu Yu flicked her sleeve and said, "This senior has already repaid the favor of saving you all. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can come to the Void Heaven Sword School. This sword will definitely fulfill her promise to the senior." Immediately, Gu Yu looked at Xiaohua and said, "This junior will be leaving now." And Xiaohua smiled and said, "This old man has nothing else to do." Little girl, quickly go back. Sure enough, this time, Gu Yu flew for several hundred zhang. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't call for her, Gu Yu had no choice but to urge her invisible sword to quickly fly away. Junior Zhong Haoran once again thanked senior. After Gu Yu left, Zhong Haoran knew that a mere sword cultivator could obtain so many benefits from this senior. He and the others were cultivators of the Dao sect, so how could they not benefit from this senior? He immediately bowed and thanked him again. The 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples also hurriedly bowed. Strange. Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoran and asked, "Haoran, this Xiao remembers that you didn't practice flying swords before? Why did you suddenly use a flying sword?" "Ah?" When Zhong Haoran heard Xiaohua address him so intimately, he was already greatly alarmed. When Xiaohua addressed himself as this Xiao, he almost cried tears of joy. With a voice of disbelief, he called out, "Xiao? Martial Uncle Xiao? Nonsense, of course it's this Xiao." As Xiaohua spoke, he removed the mist and said with a smile, "That sword cultivator was here just now. This Xiao didn't dare to be too ostentatious." Who would have thought that when Xiaohua revealed his true face without waiting for Zhong Haoran to speak, those 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes emitted a crazed expression. Plop 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 4 times in a row, the 4 of them actually all knelt on the ground and said with their heads bowed, this lowly one, kowtows to Taoist Xiao." So much so that a slightly younger disciple was practically clenching his fist. His body was trembling as he shouted somewhat hysterically, "This lowly one was able to see Taoist Xiao's true face in this lifetime. Even if this lowly one dies today, I have no regrets." Chapter 2559. Xiaohua knew that he didn't use the title of Taoist Master Xiao much. Apart from Zhang Qingxiao, he only used it in Zhongling Villa. Only Zhong Haoran could explain this. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoran was also shocked? He also looked at the 4 people strangely, not knowing why they worshipped Xiaohua so much. As for Xiaohua's question, Zhong Haoran could only smile bitterly and answer awkwardly, reporting to Martial Uncle Xiao, "This junior really doesn't know." However, from their tone, I'm afraid they know about Martial Uncle Xiao's deeds. Moreover, all the people of Yunqing, Jiqing, Fanqing and other places in Meng country are indebted to Martial Uncle Xiao's grace. At this point, Zhong Haoran's heart moved and he said with pleasant surprise, "Junior understands. These aura refining disciples are indebted to Martial Uncle." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. When he was in the barren mountains of Meng country, he saw the desolation and discovered the fine seeds. Then he spread the fine seeds throughout the 3 countries and saved countless people. However, based on this matter, it had only been 10 years, right? Those children couldn't have cultivated to the 10th layer of aura refining all of a sudden, right? If that was the case, Xiaohua would have eaten it himself. Why would he need to work so hard? "All of you get up." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, hinting the 4 disciples to get up from the ground. As for the 4 disciples, except for their loss of composure when they first saw Xiaohua, they didn't even dare to say a word. They only looked at Xiaohua respectfully and listened to Xiaohua ask Zhong Haoran. At this moment, hearing Xiaohua's command, the 4 hurriedly got up and stood with their hands hanging down. Their eyes were filled with worship. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Just now, all of his words were directed at Zhong Haoren. These disciples didn't dare to interrupt him and simply wouldn't answer. If he were to ask them, he would have already known the answer. "What's your name?" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the slightly tall disciple with extremely dark skin. "This junior is Fei Yunshu." The disciple was extremely respectful. He didn't slack off just because he had already introduced himself and answered word by word. "Oh, so you're a disciple of Fan City's Fei family?" Xiaohua nodded. "Taoist master knows." Fei Yunshu replied. "Yes." Xiaohua glanced at Zhong Haoren. He had killed Fei Xiqing at Zhongling Mountain Villa that day, but he had let Qin Kai go. As for whether the Fei family of Ji City belonged to Zhongling Mountain Villa or Qin Kai, or whether Qin Kai had been destroyed and the Qin family of Fan City had been swallowed into Zhongling Mountain Villa, he was too lazy to ask. "How do you know this Xiao's appearance, or are you so respectful towards this Xiao?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Fei Yunshu's face lit up with excitement, and he replied respectfully, "This humble one has a statue of Taoist Xiao in his home. Although the statue's carving isn't detailed enough, this little brother can recognize the real person at a glance. This time when I return home I must carve the statue more vividly." "At home?" Xiaohua frowned. "Yes, this humble one is a distant relative of the Fei family. That year, during the Great Wilderness, this humble one was sent out and didn't know that there was a disaster at home. When this humble one returned home and saw that the road was barren, I was already flustered. I thought that I would never see the 37 members of my family again. However, when this humble one finally managed to return home, I discovered that everyone in the family had eaten Taoist Zhao's rice during the disaster. That was how they survived." Every single one of them kowtowed to Taoist Zhao's statue in the morning and at night, offering incense to the statue. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, "Fei Yunshu, you've already refined qi, why is your family still so poor?" "I'll let Taoist Xiao know." Fei Yunshu replied without hesitation. This humble one had only just reached the 3rd layer of qi refining at that time, and could only enter the Fei family. Besides, our blood relations with the Fei family were too distant. This humble one had already spent a lot of money to enter the Fei family, and this humble one couldn't cultivate, so he couldn't help the family much. "What? You were only at the 3rd layer of qi refining at that time?" Not only was Xiaohua flabbergasted, even Zhong Haoren was shocked. It had only been a dozen years, and this Fei Yunshu had actually cultivated from the 3rd layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could this be? This Fei Yunshu was a cultivation genius. This was all thanks to Taoist Zhao's great kindness. Fei Yunshu said anxiously, "This humble one's aptitude wasn't good at that time. Even in the Fei family I was only a 3rd-rate cultivator." However, when this humble one returned home and saw that not only was everyone in the family alive, but there were also a few of my nephews with excellent aptitudes, an idea came to my mind. When this humble one heard my family's gratitude to Taoist Xiao, this humble one knelt in front of Taoist Zhao's statue and prayed. As a result, this humble one received Taoist Zhao's guidance. Under the condition of fasting, this humble one ate the Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds. Thus, this humble one's cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks, and I cultivated all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining. "Ah? There's such a thing?" Xiaohua was stunned again. Yes, this humble one didn't dare to say too much about this matter. If this humble one didn't see Taoist Xiao in person today, this humble one definitely wouldn't have revealed it. Fei Yunshu's eyes fell on Xiaohua, ignoring Zhong Haoren and the others. Xiaohua looked at the other 3 people. Their eyes were flickering with fanaticism, as if they were extremely respectful towards Xiaohua. Thus he asked, "What about the 3 of you?" "This humble one's name is Zhong Pei, a distant branch of the Zhong family." A slightly pale disciple with delicate features hurriedly replied, "This humble one's family isn't as poor as junior martial brother Fei's family. My family didn't worship Taoist Xiao before. However, this humble one was seriously injured and was stranded in the wilderness. There were some commoners there who worshipped Taoist Xiao. This humble one ate Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds, and my injuries were greatly healed. Even my cultivation had a breakthrough. Thus, this humble one asked for Taoist Zhao's statue from the commoners and hid it close to my body. Every day I would worship it and eat a lot of rice. Thus, this humble one's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. As he spoke, he carefully took out a silk ribbon from his neck. Sure enough, there was a small person inside. Looking at his appearance, his phoenix eyes and sword-like eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's. "Granny, is this young master really that godly?" Xiao Hua pinched his nose. It was very strange. He really didn't think that the rice he planted in his space could actually have such an effect. "You two are waiting for?" Xiao Hua asked again. He knew that if he didn't ask, they definitely wouldn't say anything. "This humble one is Qin Ji. I live in Jiqing, but I'm not related to the Qin family by blood." Another extremely simple and honest disciple said, "This humble one's experience is similar to that of senior brother Fei. However, the difference is that this humble one went home to visit his family and saw that his nephew was only 4 years old. He could actually understand the qi refining method that this humble one accidentally obtained. He could even easily draw qi into his body. However, when this humble one recommended this nephew to Jiqing, the martial uncle who tested his physique said that this nephew's aptitude was not good enough and he couldn't cultivate. Thus, this humble one asked someone to let this nephew enter Zhongling Mountain Village. Finally, this humble one found the miracle of Taoist Zhao in his home. It turned out that this nephew was born after his sister used Taoist Zhao's immortal seed. This humble one tried to use the immortal seed and worshipped Taoist Zhao. And this humble one understands. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, "Then, what about the other nephews in your family?" "This humble one has 2 nephews. Although they are very smart, they don't seem to have an immortal fate like this nephew." Qin Ji said without hiding anything. "What about you?" Xiao Hua looked at the last disciple who was a little short and fat. This humble one's name is Zhong Zhan." The disciple's face was a little red as he whispered, "This humble one has always been bad at fasting and often takes secular things from time to time." Later, this humble one was also curious. "After taking Taoist Zhao's immortal seed, my cultivation improved greatly. Only then did I really worship Taoist Zhao." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, waved his hand and said, "This humble one's giving of good seeds is the virtue of the heavens. The heavens borrowed this humble one's hand to save the common people. You all have this opportunity and can see the way to progress. It is also the will of the heavens. This has nothing to do with this humble one. Fellow Taoists worshipping this humble one like this really makes this humble one panic." Taoist Zhao. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhong Haoren was a little puzzled. However, the faces of Zhong Zhan and the others changed greatly. With a few putong sounds, they fell to the ground again and anxiously said, "Taoist Zhao, are you despising this humble one? If Taoist Zhao thinks that we shouldn't cultivate and shouldn't have this opportunity, then this humble one will cripple our cultivation." Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand and used heaven and earth in the sleeve to cover the 4 people. He was really afraid that these 4 people would suddenly attack and scatter his magic power. This humble one only thinks that this humble one has only done some extremely insignificant things for the sake of the heavens. If other ordinary people mistakenly think that this humble one is some Taoist Zhao, then so be it. After all, they don't know the truth. Xiao Hua patiently explained, "But fellow Taoists have already stepped into the 10th level of qi refining, and foundation establishment is just around the corner. And this humble one is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If I were to be worshipped by you all, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of others?" Taoist Zhao is lacking. Fei Yunshu was the most devout. Now that he saw Xiao Hua deny him, he couldn't help but become anxious and argued, "If Taoist Zhao is a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could you easily drive away a middle-stage foundation establishment Huanhua sect disciple? How could you make the sword cultivators of Huan country be respectful to you? Besides, when this humble one saw that danger was imminent, I immediately prayed for Taoist Zhao in my heart. And Taoist Zhao immediately drove his sword over. If this isn't the power of a Taoist Zhao, then what is it?" "Right, senior martial brother Fei is right." Qin Ji also kowtowed and said, "This humble one also prayed just now. hoping that Taoist Xiao would be able to rescue this humble one from the hands of these vicious Huanhua sect disciples. And if Taoist Xiao really did come, this humble one will no longer worship Taoist Xiao in the future. How can I be worthy of Taoist Xiao's rescue? This humble one can't control what others think. Fei Yunshu said sincerely, this humble one's family of dozens of people worship Taoist Xiao in order to survive. Not allowing this humble one to worship you is impossible. Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, Zhong Haoran also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, others don't know Taoist Xiao's divine ability, but how could this humble one not know? Actually, this humble one was also silently praying in his heart. When Taoist Xiao appeared just now, this humble one already had some premonition in his heart. However, to be honest with Taoist Xiao, this humble one really didn't dare to believe it just now. After all, this is too miraculous. But now, it seems that this humble one and the others' piety was able to summon Taoist Xiao. In the future, this humble one will also be like them, worshipping Taoist Xiao in my heart. Chapter 2560. Haoran Xiaohua was suddenly pushed to the altar by others. He felt somewhat uncomfortable and said with a bitter smile, don't you feel that worshipping a cultivator with a similar cultivation level as you is very unnatural? Moreover, no matter how high this Xiao's cultivation level is in the future, you will still have the opportunity to cultivate to this Xiao's current cultivation level, or even surpass this Xiao. At that time, will others also have to worship you? Taoist Xiao. Zhong Haoran said sincerely, this lowly one has cultivated to this point completely by relying on Taoist Xiao's strength. This lowly one knows that without Taoist Xiao, this lowly one would still be a qi refining cultivator and would absolutely have no chance to set foot into foundation establishment. Not only that, even if this lowly one has Taoist Xiao's cultivation level, this lowly one does not have Taoist Xiao's heart, does not have the compassion of the world, and does not have the magical ability to save thousands of people from water and fire. Therefore, this lowly one can say that in this world only Taoist Xiao can worship, even if Taoist Xiao is only a foundation establishment cultivator. As for other cultivators, even if they are nascent soul cultivators, they are only our teachers, not the Taoist we should worship. Taoist Xiao. Qin Ji and Fei Yunshu shouted, please accept this lowly one's worship. Unfortunately, these four people were restrained by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Although they could speak, they could not worship him. Hearing the words of the five people, Xiaohua's heart was also shaken. The Buddhist fire in his Buddhist heart flickered slightly, seemingly echoing. Could it be that this is really a magical ability? After Xiaohua sensed it, he was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Damn it, if this young master continues to refuse, this young master will really be suspected of selling dog meat under a sheep's head. If this young master did not want to have a false reputation, this young master would not have mentioned his name when the people of the secular world wanted to worship him. Even when the Zhongling mountain villa and the heavenly demon sect scattered spirit seeds everywhere, this young master would not have mentioned his name. Now that Taoist Zhao's name has been spread out and there really are people coming to worship this young master has to pretend to push them out. Is this interesting? Forget it. Xiaohua made a decision. He immediately waved his Taoist robe and laughed loudly. This Xiao is wrong. The human heart is the most back, the common people are the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao wants to borrow this young master's hand to save the common people, this young master. What's the harm? Thank you, spiritual master Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua agree, Zhong Haoran and the others were overjoyed. They kowtowed 9 times before standing up. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out 5 jade bottles and handed them over to Zhong Haoran. You can't just greet me for nothing. Here, each of you will get 1 heaven-mending pill. Thank you, spiritual master. Zhong Haoran was overjoyed. He respectfully stepped forward to receive it and then distributed it to everyone. How could Fei Yunshu and the others not know what the heavenly mending pill was? Seeing that Taoist Master Xiao, whom he regarded as a deity, had once again bestowed him with a spirit pill, his heart was filled with boundless gratitude. Choked with sobs, she couldn't even say the word thank you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly when he saw Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. However, he immediately felt a trace of pride in his heart. Xiaohua rarely gave things to others, but when he did give things to others, they were all extremely good things. If one were to think about it, which cultivator would be able to shed tears of gratitude like these four? This wasn't just a simple shedding tears of gratitude, but rather a level of worship towards Xiaohua as if he were a god. In the entire Dawn Rain continent, how many cultivators could do this? Xiaohua naturally had a reason to be proud. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved again. He had an idea that he had never thought of before. Thank you, spiritual master. Fei Yunshu came to his senses and blurted out again. Yunshu. Xiaohua said faintly, since this is something bestowed by this spiritual master, you should have it. In the future, don't mention the word thank you. Yes, spiritual master. This little one understands. Fei Yunshu's heart trembled and he hurriedly replied. Xiaohua swept his gaze over the others and asked, just now, you all said that the baby who ate this spiritual master's immortal seed would have excellent aptitudes, right? Yes, spiritual master knows. Qin Ji hurriedly said, this little one has specially inquired. Boy who ate the immortal seed was more flexible and intelligent than the babies this little one had seen before. But when it comes to aptitudes, right? Not necessarily. Just like this little one's nephew, his physique isn't suitable for cultivation, but his cultivation method is far superior to ordinary people. Maybe. At this point, Qin Ji was somewhat hesitant. Zhong Haoren said, spiritual master, this little one thinks that our Zhong family's method of physique testing might not be able to test the physique of the babies cultivated by spiritual master's immortal seed. Correct. That's exactly the case. Xiaohua instantly understood. Now that the world's spiritual energy had changed, his immortal seed was able to adapt to the current world's spiritual energy after being cultivated by the space. Moreover, the babies who ate this rice had also adapted to the current world's spiritual energy. In this changed world's spiritual energy, it was more suitable for cultivation. Of course, the original method of testing babies was no longer suitable. More suitable testing methods for these babies were needed. Thinking of this, Xiaohua recalled the time when he was in the Imperial Thunder sect. He helplessly said to Xiangyang that when Zhenlei Palace was selecting disciples, they often found that the disciples with great potential didn't have any special progress after being accepted into the sect. Some disciples who didn't perform well at that time actually advanced by leaps and bounds after being accepted into the sect. This was probably the reason. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nodded and asked, like you who ate rice, are there other cultivators? This. Zhong Haoren looked at the four people and shook his head. This little one doesn't know. This little one has been fasting for a long time. If the four of them didn't mention it, this little one wouldn't have thought that they still ate rice. When this little one and the others ate rice, we did it behind their backs. We only ate it after worshipping spiritual master. Fei Yunshu said in a low voice. Zhong Zhan and the others replied in the same way. Although Xiaohua was a bit curious about the relationship between worshipping him and eating rice, when he thought about how the people of the secular world did it, he was afraid that they would also do the same. As for why qi refining cultivators were so devout, Xiaohua could only attribute it to miraculous. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. In the future, when you return to Zhongling Mountain Village, you can carefully investigate it. There are many immortal seeds there. In this Xiao's opinion, I'm afraid that all the rice has been replaced by immortal seeds. When Zhong Haoren heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He lowered his head and said, you're right, spiritual master. With spiritual master's support and the Zhongling Villa's arrangement, the rice in Mongolia is being replaced by good seeds in Yunqing, Jiqing and Fanqing. Moreover, in the secular world, these immortal seeds have been called immortal seeds. Many influential people in the secular world have gathered in Yun City in order to obtain immortal seeds from the Zhong family. Because of this, the Zhong family has benefited greatly. Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong family? When Xiaohua heard Zhong Haoren's words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be the Zhongling Mountain Village or Zhong family that he often heard. Xiaohua couldn't help but notice the embarrassment on Zhong Haoren's face. Sure enough, Zhong Haoren said in a low voice, "Spiritual Master, if you insist on investigating around Zhongling Mountain Village, I'm afraid that this little one won't be able to complete it. However, the immortal seeds around Yun City have already been popularized. Even if this little one isn't in Zhongling Mountain Village, I can still complete it." Haoren, what's going on? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people beside him. The four people's excited eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness, and he couldn't help but ask, "Just now, this Xiao saw the five of you alone in the vicinity of this sword tomb. It's currently a great battle between Dao cultivators. How did you all come to such a dangerous place? Zhong Zhan and the others are only at the 10th level of qi refinement. A sword cultivator can kill all of you with a single flying sword." Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said with extreme grievance, "I'll let Spiritual Master know." Actually, this little one is no longer a disciple of Zhongling Mountain Village. Earlier, what I said to that female sword cultivator was only out of consideration for this little one's face. How is that possible? Xiaohua was even more astonished. You're already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This is a pretty good realm in your Zhongling Mountain Village. Moreover, you and this Xiao can be considered to be fated. How could Zhong Tianyao possibly expel you from Zhongling Mountain Village? This has nothing to do with Patriarch. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment and explained the reason for the matter. It turned out that back then Xiaohua killed Patriarch Fei Xiqing of Xi City's Fei family and also expelled Patriarch Qin Kai of Fan City's Qin family. Although Patriarch Zhong Tianyao of Yun City's Zhong family was poisoned, under Xiaohua's detoxification technique he quickly recovered to his original state. When Xiaohua was comprehending the ancient refining technique, Zhong Tianyao, who was strategizing, sent troops to attack Fan City's Qin family. That's right, it was Fan City and not Xi City. Qin family's patriarch was scared to death by Qin Kai. When he saw that Zhong Tianyao didn't go to Xi City and instead attacked him first, he was even more frightened. He thought that it was Xiaohua's instructions. In the end, under Zhong Tianyao's bluff, he only resisted for a few days before hurriedly retreating. He gave half of his family's territory to Zhong Tianyao in exchange for Xiaohua's forgiveness. Zhong Tianyao naturally knew when to stop and immediately sent disciples to Xi City. A Xi City without a patriarch was practically an empty city without a city gate. The Zhong family's disciples weren't in a hurry to attack Red Crane Mountain. They only surrounded the mountain peak and sent people who were eloquent to persuade them to surrender. Long before the Zhong family came to Red Crane Mountain, the Qin family had already sent disciples over. Not only did they inform the Fei family of Fei Xiqing's death, they even revealed a ferocious face and wanted to take Red Crane Mountain into the Qin family's pocket. However, before the Qin family could succeed, they couldn't protect themselves. That was why they hurriedly retreated. Now the Zhong family that defeated the Qin family came again. The Fei family's elders discussed slightly and reached an agreement with the Zhong family. The content of the agreement was naturally not something that Zhong Haoren could know. But since then the Qin family had submitted to the Zhong family. This was something that all the disciples of Yun City and Xi City knew. Chapter 2561. Of course, Xiaohua had already left Zhongling Villa, so he didn't know about Zhong Tianyao's actions. Xiaohua still thought that it was good enough that the Zhong and Qin families could divide the Fei family equally. But how could he know that Zhong Tianyao's strategy was far beyond his imagination, and far beyond his estimation? Since the Zhong family's strength had greatly increased, the Zhong family naturally had to strengthen their control over the Fei family and half of the Qin family. Therefore many disciples of the Zhong family were sent out. Zhong Haoren couldn't speak, so he was treated as a mute. But after all, he was a 12th level qi refining disciple, and was also sent to guard a place in the Qin family. Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei and Qin Ji were his subordinates. Although Zhong Haoren was disheartened emotionally, and was ridiculed by many of his fellow disciples, and even after he was sent to guard the Qin family, There were still some disciples who occasionally used his feelings for Zhong Xiuhan to mock him. But Zhong Haoran didn't care, and instead his heart of cultivation became more and more firm. His mind also became clearer and clearer. The Qin family was the same as the Fei family, both of them were weapon refiners and they also had some cultivation methods. After being annexed by the Zhong family, these cultivation methods naturally flowed into the Zhong family. However, the Zhong family's direct descendants and accomplished disciples didn't care about these foreign cultivation methods. So Zhong Tianyao ordered the disciples guarding the Qin and Fei family to choose the cultivation methods they liked to practice. And the place Zhong Haoran was guarding just happened to have a cultivation method for practicing flying swords, and he even found a good quality flying sword in the Qin family. The moment Zhong Haoran saw the flying sword and studied the sword art, he was immediately attracted by the piercingly cold sword qi of the flying sword. In addition, his cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, so he tried to practice the flying sword art. Who would have thought that Zhong Haoran's character was exactly suitable for flying swords? That sharp true qi carrying sword qi, under the impact of day and night, Xiaohua's seal on Zhong Haoran's acupoints was actually loosened. The moment the earth crystal Yao milk merged with his true qi was also the moment he built his foundation. Not only did Zhong Haoran easily build his foundation, he was even able to open his mouth and speak. At that time, how could Zhong Haoran not know that this was Xiaohua's painstaking effort? Previously he hadn't complained at all, but now he revered Xiaohua even more. Although he hadn't reached the level where he worshipped Xiaohua daily like Fei Yunqiu did, every time he thought about it his heart filled with gratitude. Zhong Zhan and Zhong Pei were also disciples of the Zhong family who started to rise after the Qin family. Because they weren't valued in the Zhong Ling villa in the beginning, they were very close to Zhong Haoran. After Zhong Haoran built his foundation, they paid more attention to him and gave him pointers. Although he couldn't be considered a master, he was better than a master. As for Qin Ji, because he originally practiced flying sword, although his cultivation was not satisfactory, he had been practicing since he was a child. Sometimes Zhong Haoran would even ask him. When the Great War of Dao cultivators began, the Zhong clan of Yun City was not considered a big aristocratic family. Although Zhong Tianyao was a golden core cultivator, he was not worthy of the attention of those cultivation sections. Hence, they did not transfer disciples from their clan. However, Zhong Tianyao saw the opportunity of the Great War. He knew that training disciples in the Great War could not only improve their cultivation, but also discover disciples with strategic talents. In his opinion, disciples with strategic foresight were more useful than disciples with high cultivation. After all, he took down the Qin family and the Fei family mostly by relying on his strategy, not by force. Of course, Zhong Tianyao still had the same thoughts as the other disciples who didn't participate in the Great War of Dao cultivators. Not only would there be spirit stones and sword arts, but there would also be flying swords, magic tools, and so on. It was really killing two birds with one stone. In this regard, Zhong Tianyao was even more eager than the disciples of the cultivation sects who didn't participate in the Great War. What supported a family or a sect was not only disciples, but also cultivation techniques. If the Zhong clan obtained more systematic cultivation techniques in the Great War of Sword cultivators, the Zhong clan might be able to leave the ranks of aristocratic families and become a cultivation sect. And wasn't his annexation of the Fei family and the Qin family the most crucial half-step? Therefore, Zhong Tianyao selected disciples to go to the Huan country to participate in the Great War of Sword cultivators. In order to control the Fei family and the Qin family, while the Zhong clan dispatched their own disciples, they also dispatched the disciples of the two families to the Huan country. Fei Yunqiu was also among them. There were also thousands of disciples in the Zhong Ling mountain villa. The structure was similar to that of a cultivation sect. A dozen people formed a small team, and each team was led by a foundation establishment disciple. In addition, there was another disciple with a slightly lower cultivation to assist. Zhong Haoran, Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei and Qin Ji were in a small team. The leader of this team was a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple named Zhong Jinka. Logically speaking, Zhong Haoran was in the early stage of foundation establishment. It was precisely because he complimented Zhong Jinka that they had a good rapport. However, when Zhong Haoran saw Zhong Jinka, he was extremely embarrassed. It was very simple. Zhong Jinke was Zhong Xiuhan's dual cultivation partner. Ever since Zhong Xiuhan set foot in the Foundation establishment realm, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the support of the mending heavenly pill that repaired her meridians. She had long become a fairy in the eyes of the Zhong clan's male Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhong Jinke had also used countless methods to pursue Zhong Xiuhan. This was also normal. However, Zhong Xiuhan inadvertently revealed some of Zhong Haoren's matters. Although she didn't mention Xiaohua, her apology and gratitude towards Zhong Haoren couldn't be concealed. If Zhong Jinke was a magnanimous person, then it would be fine. However, Zhong Jinke was quite scheming and narrow-minded. When he saw his former lover's follower whose cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, he had long been displeased with him. As a result, the ugliness in human nature was revealed. First, he wanted to isolate Zhong Haoren. In the case of Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qinji, and Fei Yunshu, the 4 qi refining disciples who used flying swords following Zhong Haoren, he also isolated these 5 people, dividing a team of more than 10 people into 2. This wasn't all. Over the past 2 years since they arrived at the battlefield of the Cultivation War, Zhong Jinke had constantly placed Zhong Haoren and the others in danger, making them complete nearly impossible tasks. And every time they completed a task, he would take all the credit for himself. Every 6 months, the Zhongling Mountain Villa would send disciples to exchange information and reward and punish everyone. However, Zhong Jinke got all the credit for the team and Zhong Haoren got none. How could Zhong Haoren stand such a cowardly act? Although he was an upright person with a neutral character, after practicing the flying sword, he was also influenced by the flying sword cultivation method's unbending principle. He had long been cold to Zhong Jinke. If it were not for the strict rules of the Zhongling Mountain Villa, where everything on the battlefield was decided by the captain, he would have returned to the Zhongling Mountain Villa long ago. Zhong Jinke naturally saw Zhong Haoren's reaction and secretly rejoiced. 2 months ago, when Zhong Jinke sent Zhong Haoren to intercept and kill more than 10 sword gestation swordsmen, Zhong Haoren completely turned hostile. Those are 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. Zhong Haoren gritted his teeth and said, "Although I'm at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, I can handle 5 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. But what about the 8 swordsmen at the sword gestation realm? How can Zhong Zhan and the other 3 deal with them? This is a sure-death situation." Therefore, I immediately objected and proposed that the whole team of 23 disciples of the Zhong family should attack together. However, Zhong Jinke actually said that he had other arrangements for the other disciples, and that he had a more important task. If I don't intercept and kill them, I won't listen to the captain's orders. If I delay this matter, I'll bear the consequences. It's not right for you to go, but it's also not right for you not to go. Of course, you definitely can't go. Xiaohua said with a smile, "If you go, you'll definitely die. Secondly, if you come back alive, he'll ask all kinds of questions and say that it's strange that you escaped from the hands of 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. He'll even say that you were captured by the swordsmen and became their spy." At that time, I didn't think so much. I only knew that I couldn't possibly be a match for those swordsmen. If I went, I would only be throwing away my life. Zhong Haoren honestly replied, "So I turned hostile. I resolutely refused to go." "Well, in fact, you might as well go." Xiaohua said again, "After you went, you could have avoided the battle and let them make a fuss about you. It's better than falling into their trap. This Zhong Jinke is just a scheming person. He's a careful person. He just wants to expel you from the Zhong family so that Zhong Yuehan's heart won't be obstructed." Unfortunately, I didn't see it clearly at that time. It wasn't until half a month later that the senior brothers of Zhongling village came to inspect. This guy took the opportunity to report this matter to the senior brothers of law enforcement. At once he listed several crimes of this little one, such as not listening to orders, delaying the battle, affecting the morale, and so on. He asked the senior brothers of law enforcement to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Zhong Haoren angrily said, "It wasn't until that moment that this little one understood that the human heart is sinister." "Ha, of course." Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "The most sinister thing in this world is the human heart. The most fickle thing is also the human heart. The most unpredictable thing is still the human heart. You've gone through so many things and you finally understand. Yes, this disciple has thought it through these days. Zhong Haoran said with relief. It's not that Zhong Jinka didn't have the means to kill this little one, and it's not that he didn't have the opportunity to kill this little one, but he was extremely cautious and didn't act rashly. He has been provoking this little one for the past few years, and I'm afraid that he wanted this little one to make the first move so that he could take advantage of the situation. When this little one didn't do as he wished, he took a step back and wanted to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Yes, or perhaps his original goal was to expel you, so that his wife can cultivate with ease. Xiaohua nodded. After all, it's more risky for him to kill you and it will also damage his Dao heart, so it's not worth it. The human heart. Zhong Haoran sighed. If it was a little purer, how good would that be? Haha, then it wouldn't be the human heart. Xiaohua said. Moreover, without this fickle and sinister human heart, where would there be the current Zhong Haoran? Zhong Haoran shook his head sadly. This little one was expelled from the Zhong family, but Zhong Zhan and the others were also implicated. This little one feels very guilty in his heart. Martial Uncle Zhong. Fei Yunshu and the others said respectfully, Martial Uncle's character is noble and pure and we all admire you. Following Martial Uncle is also our choice. What Spiritual Master said just now was extremely true. If we didn't follow Martial Uncle, I'm afraid our lives would be in danger in the war. Chapter 2562. Zhong Haoran came to his senses and took a deep breath. How did you all get here? What are your plans for the future? Xiaohua asked with a smile. We left the Zhong family's disciples and had to act alone. We wanted to return to Yun City but it's too far away. We didn't have any spirit stones with us, so we couldn't use the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City. If we flew back directly I'm afraid we would die, so we were at a loss. Zhong Haoran did not hide and said, but there are many sword cultivators here so we couldn't stay for long. We decided to go to Sky Patrol City first and see if there was anyone we knew, then find a chance to return to Yun City. At the very least we had to stay in Sky Patrol City to save our lives. However, I don't know what happened but in this month the number of swordsmen here suddenly increased. Our cultivation was shallow so we had to hide and hope that the swordsmen didn't notice us. Zhong Haoran smiled bitterly. In fact, we were discovered by the illusory swordsmen several times, but they were extremely disdainful and let us go like flies. 4 hours ago, I had just escaped from an illusory swordsman. When I was fleeing in panic I found the Ganoderma horse. The Ganoderma horse flew in front of me so how could I not be happy? However, the Ganoderma horse was too cunning. I chased it for a long time before I could catch up with it and put the confinement talisman on it. When I was about to pick up the Ganoderma horse, the Huanhua sect disciple appeared and took out her magic weapon. If it weren't for the female swordsman, I wouldn't have been able to see her. Zhong Haoran's mouth was dry after talking for a long time. Xiaohua smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a lot of spirit fruits and gave them to the 5 people. Seeing the 5 people eating happily, Xiaohua was also very happy. Then he asked, you said that the number of swordsmen in the vicinity suddenly increased? Many of them are illusory swordsmen. Can you tell? I'll let you know. Zhong Haoran ate a spiritual fruit and smiled apologetically. My cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, but I've killed a few embryonic swordsmen. Naturally, I have some understanding of the swordsman's cultivation. The illusory swordsman's sword light is reserved, and their divine thoughts cut people like a blade. Of course I can tell. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. The Dao sect's cultivators wanted to fight to the death with the Huan Kingdom swordsman near the Spirit Stone mine. Why would so many illusory swords appear near the sword tomb? The vicinity of the sword catacomb has always been patrolled by the sword cultivators Bright Sword and Nurturing swordsmen. Even the city guards of the Sky Patrol City would occasionally come over. Zhong Haoran was also puzzled. But recently the city guards of Sky Patrol City have almost disappeared. Instead there are more swordsmen like Yu Jian. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the Zhongling Mountain Villa wander around the sword tomb? Are the other cultivation families the same as the Zhong family? Xiaohua was used to seeing cultivators from the Dao sect, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, all the big cultivation families will come. Zhong Haoran nodded. I've also encountered quite a few. After all, we can obtain benefits from sword cultivators or fallen cultivators. It's extremely useful for the development of aristocratic families. However, even if we meet, we will carefully avoid each other. There won't be any great conflict. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nods. I thought only the cultivation sects were interested in war. These cultivation families also come to participate. Although there won't be any conflict, there should be a lot of small conflicts, right? That's right. Zhong Haoran smiles apologetically. The Zhongling mountain villa has had many conflicts with some aristocratic families. The one that left the deepest impression on me is the Yu family from the fallen gold mountain in the country of Shi. They are extremely overbearing. When they see other aristocratic families, they will provoke them. In the past 2 years, the Zhongling mountain villa has had 6 conflicts with them. Every time they suffered a great loss. Some of my crimes are that I didn't put in effort when fighting with them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohua snorts, but he doesn't ask why the Yu family is so overbearing. Then Xiaohua looks to the north where the sword tomb is located. He ponders and says, could it be that the sword cultivators have some hidden cards here? However, that's not right. If Zhong Haoran and the others encountered it, how can the disciples of the other cultivation sects not encounter it? If I can think of it, how can others not think of it? Although the group of gold core cultivators in the discussion hall are proficient in internal strife, they should be clear about this simple logic, right? Looking at Xiaohua's thoughtful expression, Zhong Haoran turns to look at the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples seemed to understand Zhong Haoran's meaning and nodded slightly. Then the 5 of them throw themselves on the ground again without hesitation. Io, what are you waiting for? Xiaohua hears the noise and immediately turns his head. He asks curiously, if there's a problem we can talk it out. Why make such a big fuss over nothing? Taoist. Zhong Haoran kneels on the ground and says with a bitter smile, we have been expelled from the Zhong family and are already rogue cultivators. Moreover, if we are not wrong, when the Zhong family receives Zhong Jinka's message, they will definitely send disciples to find us. There is an 80 to 90% chance that they will cripple the cultivation of us 5. Even if Zhong Tianyao shows mercy for Taoist and doesn't cripple our cultivation, we will have nowhere to cultivate. We regard Taoist as a god or an immortal and are willing to serve Taoist for life. We ask Taoist to take us in. We hope Taoist can be merciful and take us in. Fei Yunshu is the most pious and has already kowtowed on the ground. Oh, wait a moment. Xiaohua slowly nods and flicks his sleeves. The 5 of them can only stand up. Zhong Haoran, since he wants to cripple your cultivation, why didn't he do it when he expelled you? Why wait until later? Isn't it the same if he imprisons you first? Xiaohua asks. Seeing Xiaohua ask such a trivial question, Zhong Haoran is overjoyed. He knows that Xiaohua has tacitly agreed to take them in. He answers with a smile, not all the disciples who were expelled by the Zhong family had their cultivation crippled. Moreover, don't we have some fate with Taoist? Zhong Jinka doesn't know, but that patrolling senior brother knows. Therefore, he doesn't dare to judge whether we have our cultivation crippled or not. What's more, the Zhong family still has to send people to keep an eye on us while we're imprisoned. If they don't, what if we lose our lives and Zhong Tianyao disagrees with Zhong Jinka's decision? Wouldn't they have to bear the responsibility? Actually, at that time I wanted to return to Zhongling Villa with that patrolling senior brother to argue with Zhong Tianyao. However, the patrolling senior brother has to go somewhere else and it's not convenient for him to bring us along. I'm afraid you only thought of relying on me when you saw me just now. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoran nodded slightly and said without hiding anything, you're right, Taoist. We didn't hear any news of Taoist here. We only thought that Taoist is still in Imperial Thunder Sect. How would we think of relying on Taoist? Even if we wanted to, we had to go to Sky Patrol City first. It was only when Taoist revealed his face just now that we suddenly realized. We stayed here to wait for Taoist. Haha. Well said, well said. This is fortune, this is karma. If all of you leave, then you won't have this fortune. Xiaohua roared with laughter. Thank you, Daoist. Zhong Haoren thanked him again, but then he said with some worry, however, Daoist is now only in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that in Imperial Thunder Sect, it's still, if it's inconvenient for Daoist. Zhong Haoren naturally knew that the threshold for cultivation sects to recruit disciples was very high. The 5 of them might not be selected. Although he said that he was serving Xiaohua, he still had some thoughts about this in his heart. Ah, who told you that I'm only in the late stage of foundation establishment? Xiaohua laughed and patted his forehead. The pressure on his body was released like bamboo shoots after rain, rising steadily. Daoist. Seeing Xiaohua's pressure rise straight to the late stage of golden core and firmly suppressing the 5 of them, an indescribable fear came from their hearts. It seemed that the space around 100 feet around them was frozen. Zhong Haoren and the others cried out in surprise. So Daoist's cultivation is already so high. Xiaohua smiled and slowly retracted his pressure. His realm also slowly fell until it returned to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Since Daoist already has the cultivation of golden core, then we have some connections to join Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. When did this Xiao say that he would let you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua was still all smiles as he spoke. Yes. When Zhong Haoren heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was extremely embarrassed and said, "This little one is thinking too much. This little one is already satisfied to be able to serve Daoist." Haoren. Xiaohua pointed. Do you think I'm playing with you? Daoist's meaning is? Zhong Haoren didn't understand and looked at Xiaohua strangely. As for Fei Yunshu and the others, they didn't have the right to speak and could only listen quietly. You wait and see. Xiaohua smiled and took out many sword slips, jade slips, and some of Li Xiubai's and Daoist bright sword arts. This is... Zhong Haoren saw so many things and was immediately stunned. When he used his divine sense to look at some of the things inside, he was wild with joy. This is the sword arts for sword cultivators, from the gestation sword to the drawing sword and the illusory sword. There's also my Dao Sect's flying sword cultivation method? Zhong Haoren stammered. There's also these. Xiaohua clapped his hands and dozens of flying swords fell into the air. Ah? So many. Zhong Haoren and the others were dumbfounded. It seemed that the 1,000 of them didn't obtain many flying swords in these 2 years, right? With these, do you still need to join Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Of course there's no need. The 5 people looked at the flying swords and their eyes widened. They had been training in the war for 2 years and their horizons had long been broadened. They knew that these flying swords were used by 6th-stage swordsmen and their quality was extraordinary. Moreover, when they heard Zhong Haoren say that there were many sword arts, they were overjoyed and even somewhat in disbelief. Although this kind of resources couldn't be compared to Imperial Thunder Sect, it was still much less compared to Zhongling Villa. However, if the 5 of them were to use it, it would be more than enough. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.